Section 17 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne of Cleves, Part 1. If the name of this ill-treated princess has not always excited the sympathy to which her gentle virtues ought to have entitled her, it can only be attributed to the contempt in which her coarse-minded consort held her person. She was certainly deserving of a better fate than becoming the wife of a prince so devoid of the feelings of a gentleman as Henry VIII. He had, as we have seen, disposed of 3 queens before he sought the hand of Anne of Cleves, and, though historians have said much of his devotion to the memory of Jane Seymour, she had not been dead a month ere he made a bold attempt to provide himself with another wife. Francis I, when Henry requested to be permitted to choose a lady of the royal blood of France for his queen, replied, that there was not a damsel of any degree in his dominions who should not be at his disposal. Henry took this compliment so literally that he required the French monarch to bring the fairest ladies of his court to Calais for him to take his choice. The gallantry of Francis was shocked at such an idea, and he replied, that it was impossible to bring ladies of noble blood to market as horses were trotted out at a fair. Chatillon, the French ambassador, gives Francis a lively account of the pertinacious manner in which Henry insisted on marrying the beautiful Marie of Lorraine, Duchess Dowager of Longueville, who was the betrothed of his nephew, James V. of Scotland, February 11, 1537. He is, says his excellency, so in love with Madame de Longueville that he is always recurring to it. I have told him she is engaged to the King of Scotland, but he does not give credit to it. I asked him if he would marry the wife of another, and he said, he knew that she had not passed her word yet, and that he will do twice as much for you as the King of Scots can. He says, your daughter is too young, and as to Mademoiselle Vendôme, he will not take the refusings of that king. Chatillon describes Henry as still harping on the fair Longueville some days after, but at the same time talking of 4 other marriages, in which he projected disposing of himself and his 3 children as follows: himself to a daughter of Portugal, or the Duchess of Milan; his son, then 4 months old, to the daughter of the Emperor; Madame Mary to the infant of Portugal, and his youngest girl to the King of Hungary. In the succeeding month he still importuned for Madame Longueville. The ambassador proposed her handsome sister or Mademoiselle Vendôme. Henry demanded that they should be brought to Calais for his inspection. Chatillon said that would not be possible, but his majesty could send some one to look at them. Pardi, replied Henry, how can I depend upon any one but myself? He was also very desirous of hearing the ladies sing, and seeing how they looked while singing. I must see them myself, and see them sing, he said. After alternately wheedling and bullying the poor diplomat for nearly a year on this subject, Henry reluctantly resigned his sultan-like project of choosing a bride from the beauties of the French court, and turned his attention elsewhere. But as it was universally reported that his 3 queens had all come by their deaths unfairly, Catherine of Aragon by poison, Anne Boleyn by the axe, and Jane Seymour for want of proper care in childbed, he found himself so greatly at discount among such princesses as he deemed worthy of the honour of his hand, that, despairing of entering a 4th time into the wedded state, he concealed his mortification by assuming the airs of a disconsolate widower, and remained queenless and forlorn for upwards of 2 years. Reasons of a political nature, combined with his earnest wish of obtaining a fair and gentle helpmate for his old age, induced him to lend an ear to Cromwell's flattering commendation of the princesses of the house of Cleves. The father of these ladies, John III., surnamed the Pacificator, was Duke of Cleves, Count of Mark, and Lord of Ravenstein. By his marriage with Marie, the heiress of William, Duke of Juliers, Berg, and Ravensburg, He added those possessions to his patrimony when he succeeded to the dominions of his father, John the Clement, in 1521. Anne was the second daughter of this noble pair. She was born the 22nd of September, 1516, and was brought up a Lutheran, her father having established those doctrines in his dominions. The device of Anne, as princess of Cleves, was two white swans, emblems of candour and innocence. They were derived from the fairy legend, celebrated in the Lays of the Rhine, her native river, of the Knight of the Swan, her immediate ancestor, who came and departed so mysteriously to the heiress of Cleves, in a boat, guided down the noble river by two white swans. From this legend the princely house of Cleves took the swans as supporters. Their family motto was Candida Nostra Fides, our faith is spotless. Anne's elder sister, Sibylla, was married in 1527 to John Frederick, Duke of Saxony, who became the head of the Protestant Confederation in Germany, known in history by the term of the Smalcaldic League. He was the champion of the Reformation, and for his invincible adherence to his principles and his courage in adversity, was surnamed the Lion-hearted Elector. Sibylla was in every respect worthy of her illustrious consort. She was famed for her talents, virtues, and conjugal tenderness, as well as for her winning manners and great beauty, and was generally esteemed as one of the most distinguished ladies of the era in which she lived. Cromwell must have calculated on the probability of the younger sisters of Sibylla resembling her in their general characteristics, when he recommended those ladies to the attentions of his fastidious sovereign. Much, indeed, might the influence of a queen like Sibylla have done for the infant Reformation in England, but never were two ladies of the same parentage so dissimilar as the beautiful and energetic Electress of Saxony and her passive sister, Anne of Cleves. It was, however, mentioned as a peculiar recommendation for Anne and her younger sister, the Lady Amelia, that they had both been educated by the same prudent and sensible mother, who had formed the mind of Sibylla, and it was supposed their acquirements were of a solid kind, since accomplishments they had none, with the exception of needlework. Henry certainly had the choice of these two princesses, Anne and Amelia, for both their portraits were painted for his consideration by Holbein, but previously to that painter receiving the royal commission for that purpose, Cromwell and his agents at the courts of Saxony and Cleves had written the most tempting reports of the charms and amiable qualities of Lady Anne. Christopher Mount, who was employed to negotiate the treaty of alliance with the Duke of Cleves, must have thought highly of Anne's personal attractions, since he was urgent with the duke to employ his own painter to execute her portrait for Henry's inspection. The duke, it seems, knew better, but here was what Cromwell states in his letter to the king, to be Christopher Mount's report on the subject. The said Christopher instantly sueth every day that the picture may be sent, whereunto the duke answered that he should find some occasion to send it, but that his painter, Lucas, was left sick behind him at home. Every man praiseth the beauty of the said lady, as well as for her face as for her person, above other ladies excellent. One among others said to them of late, that she as far excelleth the Duchess of Saxony, as the golden sun excelleth the silver moon. Every man praiseth the good virtues and honesty with shamefacedness, which plainly appeareth in the gravity, serenity of her countenance. The noble mind of John Frederick of Saxony revolted at the proposal of linking his amiable sister-in-law to a prince so notoriously deficient in conjugal virtue as Henry VIII. Christopher Mount, however, assured him that the cause of Protestantism in Europe would be greatly advanced by the influence of a Lutheran queen of England, for Henry is so uxorious that the best way of managing him was through his wives. The other princes of the Smalcaldic League looked only to the political expediency, and the conscientious scruples of the heroic Saxon were disregarded. The death of the Duke of Cleves, Anne's father, which occurred February 6, 1539, occasioned a temporary delay in an early stage of the proceedings, but her mother, as well as her brother, Duke William, who succeeded to the duchy, were eager to secure so powerful an ally to the Protestant cause as the King of England, and to see Anne elevated to the rank of a queen. According to Burnet, Dr. Barnes was the most active agent employed by Cromwell in the negotiations for the matrimonial treaty, and was never forgiven by Henry for the pains he took in concluding the alliance. Henry's commissioner for the marriage, Nicholas Wotton, gives his sovereign the following particulars of Anne of Cleves, after stating the assurance of the council of the duke her brother, that she is not bounden by any contract made by her father to the Duke of Lorraine, but perfectly free to marry where she will. He says, "For the education of my said lady, she hath from her childhood been, as the lady Sibylla was till she married, and the lady Amelia hath been, and now is brought up with the lady Duchess her mother, and in manner never from her elbow. The lady Duchess being a very wise lady, and one that very straightly looketh to her children. All the gentlemen of the court, and other that I have asked, report her to be of very lowly and gentle conditions, by which she hath so much won her mother's favour, that she is very loth to suffer her to depart from her. She occupieth her time much with the needle. She can read and write her own language, but French and Latin and other language she knoweth not, nor yet can sing or play on any instrument, for they take it here in Germany for a rebuke, and an occasion of lightness, that great ladies should be learned or have any knowledge of music. Her wit is so good, that no doubt she will, in a short space, learn the English tongue, whenever she putteth her mind to it. I could never hear that she is inclined to the good cheer of this country, and marvel it were if she should, seeing that her brother, in whom it were somewhat more tolerable, doth so well abstain from it. Your grace's servant, Hans Holbein, hath taken the effigies of my lady Anne and the lady Amelia, and hath expressed their images very lively." This letter is dated at Durin, the 11th of August, 1539. The grave manner in which the matrimonial commissioner reports the favourable replies to his secret inquiries, as to the gentle and amiable temper of the princess, and above all her sobriety, is sufficiently amusing. The choice of a queen for Henry had been the grand desideratum for which Catholics and Protestants had contended, ever since the death of Jane Seymour. Cromwell, in matching his sovereign with the sister-in-law of Frederick of Saxony, appeared to have gained a mighty victory over Gardiner, Norfolk, and his other rivals, in Henry's privy council. The magic pencil of Hans Holbein was the instrument by which Cromwell, for his own confusion, achieved this great political triumph. Marillac, the French ambassador, in his dispatches to the king his master, notices the receipt of this portrait on the 1st of September. He says, "King Henry had sent a painter, who is very excellent in his art, to Germany, to take a portrait to the life of the sister of the Duke of Cleves. To-day it arrived, and shortly after, a courier with tidings to the said king, which are as yet secret, for the ambassadors on the part of the duke are come to treat with the king about this lady." The miniature executed by Holbein was exquisite as a work of art, and the box in which it came over worthy the jewel it contained. It was in the form of a white rose, delicately carved in ivory, which unscrewed and showed the miniature at the bottom. This miniature with the box itself was, when Horace Walpole wrote, still to be seen in perfect preservation in the cabinet of Mr. Barrett of Lee. Altogether it appeared so charming in Henry's eyes, that it decided him on concluding the treaty which was to put him in possession of the original. The matrimonial treaty was finally concluded at Windsor early in the same month in which arrived Holbein's flattering portrait. The contract of marriage was signed at Dusseldorf, September 4th, 1539. The chancellor of the Duke of Cleves was plenipotentiary on the part of the lady's brother, and as soon as the preliminaries were arranged, great preparations were made in anticipation of her coming. Though the leaders of the Catholic party were greatly averse to Henry's marriage with a Lutheran princess, the idea of a Flemish queen was agreeable to the people in general, for the illustrious Philippa of Hainault, the best and greatest of all the queens consort of England, was still remembered. Marillac gave his sovereign the following little sketch of what was going on in England at this crisis. On the 5th of November the king told his lords that he expected the arrival of his spouse in about 20 days, and that he proposed to go to Canterbury to receive her. His admiral, with a great company of lords, departed on the 1st of the month for Calais, whither she ought to be conducted by those of the household of her brother, the Duke of Cleves, to the number of 400 horsemen, who have had the safe conduct of the emperor for this purpose for some days. From Calais she will cross to Dover, where she will land in this realm, and several of the lords of the king's council will be there to receive her and to conduct her to Canterbury, where the king will meet her, and the marriage will be completed there. Then she will be carried to London, where she will be crowned in the month of February. November 14th. The king has left this city for Hampton Court, where he will remain till certain news arrive of the arrival of the lady. Last day of November. The courier, who had been sent to Cleves to learn the time of the new queen's departure, has arrived 2 days ago, and brings letters stating that on the 8th of next month the said lady will be at Calais, where the Duke of Suffolk, the admiral, and many other lords of this court will go to receive her. The Duke of Norfolk and the Lord Cromwell will follow in a little time to attend her at Canterbury. Our diplomatic gossip next informs his court that all Henry's ministers will receive the royal bride and conduct her to their lord at a place about 2 miles from Greenwigs, as Marillac always spells Greenwich, and in this palace of Greenwigs, pursues he, they will complete the marriage and keep the Christmas festivals. On the first day of the year they will make their entrance into the city of London, and thence conduct her to the king's royal house at Valsay Maistre, Westminster, where, on the day of Our Lady of Candlemas, she will be crowned. At length all matters of state policy and royal ceremonials were arranged, and the bride-elect bade a long, and, as it proved, a last farewell to her mother, her brother, and sisters, by all of whom she was tenderly beloved. She quitted her native city of Dusseldorf the first week in October 1539, and, attended by a splendid train and escort, left the pleasant banks of the Rhine for the stranger land of which she was now styled the queen. Among the unpublished records in the State Paper Office there is a curious programme of the journey of the Lady Anne of Cleves from Dusseldorf to Calais, by which we learn that her first day's journey was from Dusseldorf to Berg, about 20 English miles, the next from Berg to Cleve, the same distance from Cleve to Ravenstein, from thence to Bertenburg, and so through Tilburg and Hogenstriete to Antwerp. At Antwerp many English merchants met her grace 4 miles without the town, says our manuscript, in 50 velvet coats and chains of gold, and at her entering into Antwerp she was received with twice 80 torches, beginning in the daylight, and so brought her to English lodgings, where she was honourably received, and they kept open household 1 day for her and her train. The next day the English merchants brought her on her way to Stettine, and gave her a gift, and so departed. She then proceeded, at the same rate of 20 miles a day, through Token, Bruges, Oldenburg, Newport, and Dunkirk, to Gravelines, where the captain received her honourably, and gave her a shot of guns. The next day, being the 11th of December, she arrived in the English Pale at Calais, between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, so that she and her ladies must have quitted their pillows and commenced their journey long before it was light. She was received on the frontier by the Lord Lisle, deputy of Calais, the lieutenant of the castle, the knight porter, and the marshal of Calais. Sir George Carew, captain of Rosbank, was the captain of the spears, and the cavalry belonging to the garrison, all freshly and gallantly appointed for the occasion, and the men at arms with them in velvet coats and chains of gold, with all the king's archers, and so was she brought towards Calais. One of the king's gentlemen at arms riding with one of those belonging to the queen. About a mile from the town she was met by the Earl of Southampton, Lord Admiral of England, the Lord William Howard, and many other lords and gentlemen. Gregory Cromwell, the brother-in-law of the late Queen Jane Seymour, headed 24 gentlemen in coats of satin damask and velvet, besides the aforesaid lords who wore 4 colours of cloth of gold and purple velvet, with chains of gold of great value, and 200 yeomen in the king's colours, red and blue cloth. Among the gentlemen of the king's privy chamber, Thomas Culpepper, who was afterwards beheaded for a suspected intrigue with Henry's fifth queen, Catherine Howard, is named in this contemporary document. It is curious that in the train, by whom Anne of Cleves was received at Calais, there were kinsmen of 5 out of the 6 queens of Henry VIII. The Earl of Southampton, as the Lord Admiral of England, was dressed in a coat of purple velvet, cut on cloth of gold, and tied with great aiglettes and trifolds of gold, to the number of 400, and baldric wise he wore a chain, at which hung a whistle of gold set with rich stones of great value. In this company were 30 gentlemen of the king's household, very richly apparelled, with great and massy chains. Sir Francis Bryan and Sir Thomas Seymour's chains were of a special value and strange fashion. The Lord Admiral had also a number of gentlemen in blue velvet and crimson satin, his yeomen in damask of the same colours. The mariners of his ship wore satin of Bruges. The Lord Admiral with his low obeisance welcomed the royal bride and brought her into Calais by the lantern gate, where the ships lay in the haven garnished with their banners, pencils, and flags, pleasant to behold, and at her entry was shot such a peal of guns, that all her retinue were astonished. The town of Calais echoed the royal salute with a peal of ordnance along the coast. When she entered the lantern gate, she stayed to view the king's ships, called the Lion and the Sweepstakes, which were decked with 100 banners of silk and gold, wherein were 2 master gunners, mariners, and 31 trumpets, and a double drum, that was never seen in England before. And so her grace entered into Calais, at whose entering there was 150 rounds of ordnance let out of the said ships, which made such a smoke that not one of her train could see the other. The soldiers in the king's livery, of the retinue of Calais, the mayor of Calais with his brethren, with the commons of Calais, the merchants of the king's staple, stood in order, forming a line through which she passed to her lodgings, and so the mayor and his brethren came to her lodging, and gave her 50 sovereigns of gold, and the mayor of the staple gave her 60 sovereigns of gold, and on the morrow, after she had a cannon shot, jousting, and all other royalty that could be devised in the king's garrison royal, and kept open household there, during the time that she did there remain, which was 20 days, and had daily the best pastimes that could be devised. Henry, meanwhile, who impatiently awaited the advent of his long-expected bride, beguiled these days of suspense by the executions of the venerable abbot of Glastonbury, the abbot of Tendring, and 2 others, an ominous preparation for the reception of a consort, whose religious opinions differed so materially from his own. Anne was detained by the perversity of winds and waves so long that she kept her Christmas festival perforce at Calais. On the 27th, being St. John's Day, the weather changed. About noon she embarked with her train, and, attended by a royal convoy of 50 ships, sailed with a prosperous wind, and had so quick a passage that she landed at Deal the same day at 5 o'clock. She was honourably received by Sir Thomas Cheney, Lord Warden of the port, and proceeded immediately to a castle newly built, supposed to be Walmer Castle, where she changed her dress, and remained till the Duke and Duchess of Suffolk, the Bishop of Chichester, with a great company of knights, esquires, and the flower of the ladies of Kent, came to welcome her to England. By them she was conducted to Dover Castle, and there she rested till the Monday, which was a wintry and inclement day. But notwithstanding the storm that raged abroad, she obeyed the instructions that had been issued for the manner and order of her journey, and commenced her progress to Canterbury. On Barham Downs she was met by the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishops of Ely, St. Asaph, St. David's, and Dover, and a great company of gentlemen, who attended her to St. Augustine's without Canterbury, where she lodged that night, and on the next day she came to Sittingbourne, where she slept. The next day, which was New Year's even, the Duke of Norfolk, the Lord Dacre of the South, the Lord Montjoy, and a great company of knights and esquires of Norfolk and Suffolk, with the barons of the exchequer, all clad in coats of velvet, with chains of gold, met her at Rhineham, and having made their devoir, conducted her to Rochester, where she remained in the bishop's palace all New Year's Day. Henry, who, according to Hall, sore desired to see her grace, told Cromwell that he intended to visit her privily on the morrow to nourish love. Accordingly he, with 8 gentlemen of his privy chamber, all dressed alike in coats of marble colour, some sort of grey, rode to Rochester incognito, expecting, no doubt, that his highly praised German bride would rival both the bright-eyed Boleyn and the fair Seymour, and fondly hoped to commence a new year of love and joy by stealing a look at her beauty. On his arrival he dispatched Sir Anthony Brown, his master of the horse, to inform Anne that he had brought her a New Year's gift, if she would please to receive it. The knight afterwards declared that he was struck with consternation when he was shown the queen, and was never so much dismayed in his life to see a lady so far unlike what had been represented. He had, however, the discretion to conceal his impression, well knowing how greatly opinions vary to beauty, and left the king to judge for himself. Henry, whose impatience could no longer be restrained, suddenly entered the presence of his betrothed. A glance sufficed to destroy the enchantment which Holbein's pencil had created. The goods were not equal to the pattern, and he considered himself an injured man. He recoiled in bitter disappointment, and Lord Russell, who was present, testified that he never saw his highness so marvellously astonished and abashed as on that occasion. Anne, who was certainly the person most to be pitied, was somewhat taken by surprise at the unexpected visit of the formidable spouse to whom she had been passively, but perhaps reluctantly, consigned by the will of her country. It is possible that Anne was not a whit more charmed with Henry's appearance and deportment than he was with hers, especially as the burly tyrant was not in the most gracious of moods. She sank upon her knees at his approach, and did her best to offer him a loving greeting. Evilly as Henry was disposed towards the luckless princess, he was touched with the meekness and deep humility of her behaviour. He did violence to his feelings so far as to raise her up with some show of civility. Hall says, he welcomed her with gracious words, and gently took her up, and kissed her. The same chronicler adds, that the king remained with her all the afternoon, communing and devising with her, and supped with her in the evening. From the evidences in Strype's memorials, we learn that the interview only lasted a few minutes, and that scarcely 20 words were exchanged. Anne's mother tongue, the German of the Rhine, familiarly called High Dutch, was so displeasing to Henry's musical ears that he would not make any attempts to converse with her by means of an interpreter, yet he was previously aware that his wife could speak no English, he no Dutch. The moment he quitted her presence, he sent for the lords who had brought her over, and indignantly addressed the following queries to the Lord Admiral. How you like this woman? Do you think her so personable, fair, and beautiful, as report hath been made unto me? I pray you tell me true. The admiral evasively rejoined, I take her not for fair, but to be of brown complexion. Alas, said the king, whom shall men trust? I promise you, I see no such thing as hath been shown me of her by pictures or report. I am ashamed that men have praised her as they have done, and I love her not. The New Year's gift which he had provided for Anne was a partlet of sable skins to wear about her neck, and a muffly furred, that is to say, a muff and tippet of rich sables. This he had intended to present with his own hand to her, but not considering her handsome enough to be entitled to such an honour, he sent it to her the following morning by Sir Anthony Brown, with as cold a message as might be. He made bitter complaints of his hard fate to Lord Russell, Sir Anthony Brown, and Sir Anthony Dennis. The latter gentleman told his sovereign that persons of humble station had this great advantage over princes, that they might go and choose their own wives, while great princes must take such as were brought them. This observation afforded no consolation to the moody monarch, who had on a former occasion been so pertinaciously desirous of seeing with his own eyes the beauties of France, who were proposed for his consideration. He returned to Greenwich very melancholy, and, when he saw Cromwell, gave vent to a torrent of vituperation against those who had provided him with so unsuitable a consort, whom, with his characteristic brutality, he likened to a great Flanders mare." Cromwell endeavoured to shift the blame from himself to the admiral Fitzwilliam, earl of Southampton, for whom he had no great kindness, saying, that when he found the princess so different from the pictures and reports that had been made of her, he should have stayed her at Calais till he had given the king notice that she was not so handsome as had been represented. The admiral replied bluntly, that he was not invested with any such authority, his commission was to bring her to England, and he had obeyed his orders. Cromwell retorted upon him, that he had spoken in his letters of the lady's beauty in terms of commendation, which had misled his highness and his council. The admiral, however, represented, that as the princess was generally reported for a beauty, he had only repeated the opinion of others, for which no one ought reasonably to blame him, especially as he supposed she would be his queen. This very original altercation was interrupted by the peremptory orders of the king, that some means should be found for preventing the necessity of his completing his engagement. The council was summoned in all haste, at which the precontract of the lady with Francis of Lorraine was named by Henry's ministers as forming a legal impediment to her union with the king. Anne, who had advanced as far as Dartford, with a heavy heart no doubt, was delayed in her progress, while Oslinger and Hosteden, her brother's ambassadors, by whom she had been attended to England, were summoned to produce documentary evidence that the contract was dissolved. They had no legal proofs to show, but declared that the engagement between the lady Anne of Cleves and the marquis of Lorraine had been merely a conditional agreement between the parents of the parties, who were both in their minority, that in the year 1535 it had been formally annulled. This, they said, was registered in the chancery of Cleves, from which they promised to produce an authentic extract within 3 months. Such of the council as were willing to humour the king in his wish of being released from his engagement to Anne replied, that this was not enough, as an illegal marriage might endanger the succession, but Cranmer and the bishop of Durham were of opinion that no such impediment to the marriage existed. Cromwell also represented to the king the impolitic of embroiling himself with the princes of the Smalcaldic League in such forcible terms, that Henry at length passionately exclaimed, "Is there then no remedy but that I must needs put my neck into the yoke?" Having in these gracious words signified his intention of proceeding to the solemnization of his nuptials with the insulted lady, who awaited the notification of his pleasure at Dartford, he ordered the most splendid preparations to be made for his marriage. "Wednesday last," says Marillac, "it was notified by a horseman, who made a public outcry in London, that all who loved their lord the king should proceed to Greenwigs on the morrow, to meet and make their devoir to my lady Anne of Cleves, who would shortly be their queen." If the sight-loving mania of the good people of London, in the days of that king of pageants and processions, Henry VIII., any way resembled what it is now, we may imagine the alacrity with which the royal requisition was obeyed, and the thousands and 10,000s who would pour in an eager stream towards the courtly bowers of Greenwich, which had been prepared for the reception of Henry's fourth bride. Marillac records, that he and the ambassador of the emperor were both invited to attend, in order to render the ceremonial the more honourable, and when they arrived at Greenwigs, as he always spells Greenwich, they found 5,000 or 6,000 horsemen assembled to form the procession, among whom, for so the king had directed, there was a marvellous silence, without either noise or confusion. We will now proceed to the gorgeous details given by Hall of the first public state interview between Henry and his Flemish bride. On the 3rd day of January, being Saturday, on a fair plain at Blackheath, at the foot of Shooter's Hill, was pitched a rich tent of cloth of gold, and divers other tents and pavilions, in which were made fires with perfumes, for her grace and her ladies. From the tents to the park gate at Greenwich, all the furze and bushes were cut down, and an ample space cleared for the view of all spectators. Next the park pales, on the east side stood the merchants of the Steelyard, and on the west side stood the merchants of Genoa, Florence, Venice, and Spain, in coats of velvet. On both sides the way stood the merchants of the city of London, and the aldermen and councilmen of the said city, to the number of 160, which were mixed with the esquires. Next the tents were knights, and 50 gentlemen pensioners in velvet, with chains of gold. Behind the gentlemen stood the serving men, well horsed and apparelled, that whosoever viewed them well might say that they, for tall and comely personages, and clean of limb and body, were able to give the greatest prince in Christendom a mortal breakfast, if he were the king's enemy. The gentlemen pertaining to the lord chancellor, lord privy seal, lord admiral, and other nobles, besides their costly liveries, wore chains of gold. These, to the number of upwards of 1200, were ranged in a double file, from the park gates to the cross upon the heath, and there awaited the return of the king with her grace. About 12 o'clock her grace, with all the company that were of her own nation, to the number of 100 horse, accompanied by the dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, the archbishop of Canterbury, with the other bishops, lords, and knights, who had conducted her from France, came down from Shooter's Hill towards the tents, and a good space from the tents she was met by the earl of Rutland, her lord chamberlain, sir Thomas Dennis, her chancellor, with all her other officers of state and councillors. Then Dr. K, her almoner, presented to her, on the king's behalf, all the officers and servants of her household, and addressed to her an eloquent Latin oration, of which the unlearned princess understood not a word, but was answered with all due solemnity on her behalf by her brother's secretary, who acted as her interpreter. Then the king's nieces, the lady Margaret Douglas, daughter to the queen of Scots, and the marchioness of Dorset, daughter to the queen of France, with the duchess of Richmond, and the countesses of Rutland and Hertford, and other ladies, to the number of 65, saluted and welcomed her grace. Anne then alighted from the chariot in which she had performed her long journey, and with most goodly manner and loving countenance returned thanks, and kissed them all. Her officers and councillors kissed her hand, after which she, with all the ladies, entered the tents and warmed themselves. Marillac, who made one of the royal cavalcade, says, the king met them all at the foot of the mountain, meaning Shooter's Hill, attended by 5,000 or 6,000 horsemen, partly of his household, and partly of the gentlemen of the country, besides those summoned from the city of London, who always assist at these English triumphs, wearing massy chains of gold. The ambassador does not give a flattering description of Anne, who, probably from the coldness of the day and the painful frame of mind in which she must have been thrown by Henry's demurs, did not appear to advantage. From what one may judge, he says, she is about 30 years old. She is but 24. She is tall of stature, pitted with the smallpox, and with little beauty. Her countenance is firm and determined. The circumstance of her being marked with the smallpox explains the mystery of why Holbein's portrait pleased the king so much better than the original. No artist copies the cruel traces of that malady in a lady's face, therefore the picture was flattered, even if the features were faithfully delineated. The said lady, proceeds Marillac, has brought with her from her brother's country, for her companions, 12 or 15 damsels, who are even inferior in beauty to their mistress, and are moreover dressed after a fashion so heavy and tasteless, that it would make them appear frightful, even if they were belles. The lady Anne was also dressed after the mode of her own country, which, to judge from his excellency's observation on the costume of her maids of honour, must have been somewhat outlandish. A Frenchman, however, is always hypocritical on such points. How much opinions differ on matters of the kind our readers will presently see, from the glowing details which Anne's staunch admirer, Hall, has given of her dress and appearance on this occasion. We will now return to his narrative. When the king knew that she was arrived in her tent, he with all diligence set out through the park. First came the king's trumpeter, then the king's officers of his council, after them the gentlemen of the king's privy chamber, some apparelled in coats of velvet embroidered, others with coats guarded with chains of gold, very rich to behold. These were well mounted and trapped. After them came the barons, the youngest first, and so Sir William Hollies, the lord mayor, rode with the lord Parr, being youngest baron. Then followed the bishops, apparelled in black satin, after them the earls. Then Duke Philip of Bavaria, and Count Palatine of the Rhine, who was the suitor of the Princess Mary, richly apparelled, with the livery of the Toison, or golden fleece about his neck. Then the ambassadors of the emperor and the king of France, the lord chancellor, with the other great state officers, and Garter king at arms. These lords were, for the most part, arrayed in purple velvet, and the marquess of Dorset, in the same livery, bore the king's sword of state. After him, but a good distance, came the king, mounted on a good courser, trapped in rich cloth of gold, traversed all over, lattice wise, with gold embroidery, pearled on every side of the embroidery. The buckles and pendants were all of fine gold. The king was apparelled in a coat of purple velvet, made somewhat like a frock, all over embroidered with flat gold of damask, with small lace mixed between, traverse wise, so that little of the ground appeared. About which garment was a rich guard, very curiously embroidered. The sleeves and breast were cut and lined with cloth of gold, and clasped with great buttons of diamonds, rubies, and orient pearls. His sword and girdle adorned with stones and special emeralds, his cap garnished with stones, but his bonnet was so rich of jewels that few men could value them. Besides this, continues Hall, whose loyal raptures increased with every additional jewel, which he records as decorating bluff King Hal, who must have aimed at rivaling the king of diamonds on this occasion. Beside all this, he wore a collar of such ballast, rubies, and pearl, that few men ever saw the like, and about his person ran 10 footmen, richly apparelled in goldsmiths' work. And notwithstanding, this rich apparel and precious jewels were pleasant to the nobles and all present to behold, yet his princely countenance, his goodly personage, and royal gesture, so far exceeded all creatures present, that in comparison of his person, all his rich apparel was little esteemed. After him followed his lord chamberlain. Then came Sir Anthony Brown, master of his horse, a goodly gentleman, of comely personage, well mounted and richly apparelled, leading the king's horse of estate by a long rein of gold, which horse was trapped in a manner like a barb, with crimson velvet and satin, all over embroidered with gold, after an antique fashion, very curiously wrought. Then followed the pages of honour, in coats of rich tinsel and crimson velvet paled, riding on great coursers, all trapped in crimson velvet, embroidered with new devices and knots of gold, which were both pleasant and comely to behold. Then followed Sir Anthony Wingfield, captain of the guard, then the guard well mounted and in rich coats. In this order the king rode to the last end of the rank, where the spears and pensioners stood, and there every person that came with the king placed himself on one side or the other, the king standing in the midst. When her grace was advertised of the king's coming, she issued out of her tent, being apparelled in a rich gown of cloth of gold raised, made round, without any train, after the Dutch fashion, and on her head a caul, and over that a round bonnet, or cap, set full of orient pearl, of very proper fashion, and before that she had a coronet of black velvet, and about her neck she had a partlet set full of rich stone, which glistened all the field. At the door of the tent she mounted on a fair horse, richly trapped with goldsmiths' work, and so were her footmen who surrounded her, with the black lion embroidered, and on the shoulder a carbuncle set in gold, and so she marched towards the king, who, perceiving her approach, came forward somewhat beyond the cross on the heath, and there paused a little in a fair place till she came nearer. Then he put off his bonnet and came forward to her, and with most loving countenance and princely behaviour saluted, welcomed, and embraced her, to the great rejoicings of the beholders, and she likewise, not forgetting her duty, with most amiable aspect and womanly behaviour, received his grace with many sweet words, thanks, and great praises given him. While they were thus communing, the pensioners and guards departed to furnish the court and hall at Greenwich, that is, to commence forming the state pageant there against the arrival of the king and his betrothed. When the king had conversed a little with the lady Anne, which must have been by means of an interpreter, he put her on his right hand, and so with their footmen they rode as though they had been coupled together. Oh, continues the enraptured chronicler, what a sight was this, to see so goodly a prince and so noble a king to ride with so fair a lady of so goodly a stature and so womanly a countenance, and in especial of so good qualities. I think no creature could see them but his heart rejoiced. Few, perhaps, of the spectators of this brave show imagined how deceptive a farce it was, nor does Hall, who was an eye-witness of all he describes, appear in the slightest degree aware how false a part his sovereign was acting, or how hard a trial it must have been to that gaily decorated victim, the bride, to smother all the struggling feelings of feminine pride and delicacy, to assume a sweet and loving demeanour towards the bloated tyrant, by whom she had been so rudely scorned and depreciated. Certainly Anne had the most reasonable cause for dissatisfaction of the two, when we consider that, if she were not quite so handsome as Holbein had represented her, she was a fine young woman of only 24, who had been much admired in her own country. Henry was more than double her age, unwieldy and diseased in person, with a countenance stamped by all the traces of the sensual and cruel passions which deformed his mind. There was the broken heart of his first queen, the bloody scaffold of his second, and the early grave of his third consort, to appall his luckless bride, when she perceived that she was already despised by her formidable spouse. What woman but would have shuddered at finding herself in Anne of Cleves' predicament? Hall thus resumes his rich narrative. When the king and the lady Anne had met, and both their companies joined, they returned through the ranks of knights and squires which had remained stationary. First came her trumpets, 12 in number, beside 2 kettle drums on horseback. Next followed the king's trumpets, then the king's councillors, the gentlemen of the privy chamber, then the gentlemen of her grace's country, in coats of velvet, riding on great horses. After them the mayor of London, in crimson velvet with a rich collar, coupled with the youngest baron. Then all the barons, followed by the bishops. Then the earls, with whom rode the earls of Waldeck and Overstein, Anne's countrymen. Next came the dukes, the archbishop of Canterbury and Duke Philip of Bavaria, followed by the ambassadors, the lord privy seal, and the lord chamberlain. Then the lord marquess with the king's sword. Next followed the king himself riding with his fair lady. Behind him rode Sir Anthony Brown, with the king's horse of estate. Behind her rode Sir John Dudley, master of her horse, leading her spare palfrey, trapped in rich tissue down to the ground. After them followed the lady Margaret Douglas, the lady Marquess Dorset, the duchesses of Richmond and Suffolk, the countesses of Rutland and Hertford, and the other countesses next followed her grace's chariot. This circumstance and the description of the equipage are worthy of attention with regard to the costume of the era. The chariot was well carved and gilt, with the arms of her country curiously wrought and covered with cloth of gold. All the horses were trapped with black velvet, and on them rode pages of honour in coats of velvet. In the chariot rode 2 ancient ladies of her country. After the chariot followed 6 ladies and gentlewomen of her country, all richly apparelled with caps set with pearls, and great chains of divers fashions, after the custom of their country, and with them rode 6 ladies of England, well beseen. Then followed another chariot, gilt and furnished as the other was. Then came 10 English ladies well apparelled. Next them another chariot covered with black cloth, in that were 4 gentlewomen, her grace's chamberers. Then followed all the remnant of the ladies, gentlewomen, and maidens, in great number, which did wear that day French hoods. After them came Anne's 3 washerwomen, launderers as they are called. We shall never have thought of their having a place in the procession. In a chariot all covered with black. Then a horse litter of cloth of gold of crimson velvet paled, striped, with horses trapped accordingly, which was a present from the king. Last of all came the serving men of her train, all clothed in black, mounted on great Flemish horses. In this order they rode through the ranks into the park, and at the late friar's wall all men alighted, save the king, the 2 masters of the horse, and the henchmen, which rode to the hall door, and the ladies rode to the court gate. As they passed, they beheld from the wharf how the citizens of London were rowing up and down on the Thames, every craft in his barge garnished with banners, flags, streamers, pencils, and targets, some painted and blazoned with the king's arms, some with those of her grace, and some with the arms of their craft or mystery. Besides the barges of every craft or city company, there was a barge made like a ship, called the bachelor's bark, decked with pencils and pennons of cloth of gold, and targets in great number, on which waited a foist, that shot great pieces of artillery. In every barge were divers sorts of instruments, with men and children singing and playing in chorus, as the king and the lady passed on the wharf, which sight and noises they much praised. End of section 17. Section 18 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne of Cleves, Part 2. A splendid scene it must have been, that gorgeous cavalcade extending from Blackheath through the park to the water's edge, and the broad-bosomed Thames, so gaily dight with the flags and gilded barges of the queen of merchant cities, and all the aquatic pageantry which wealth and loyalty could devise to do honour to the sovereign's bride. But to return to her whose advent had given the citizens of London so proud a holy day, and filled the leafless bowers of Greenwich with unwonted animation at that wintry season of the year. As soon as she and the king had alighted from their horses in the inner court, the king lovingly embraced her, and bade her welcome to her own, then led her by the left arm through the hall, which was furnished below the hearth with the king's guard, and above the hearth with 50 pensioners with their battle axes, and so brought her up to her privy chamber, which Marillac says was richly prepared for her reception. There Henry left her, after which a curious scene took place between him and his unlucky premier, which we cannot do better than relate in the royal despot's own words, as detailed by him a few months afterwards to his council. Upon the day of her entry into Greenwich, after I had brought her to her chamber, he, Cromwell, came with me to mine, and then I said to him, "How say you, my lord? Is it not as I told you? Say what they will, she is nothing fair. Her person is well and seemly, but nothing else." "By my faith you say right," quoth he, "but methinketh she hath a queenly manner withal." "That is right," quoth I, and from that time we had no further communication. But the ruin of Cromwell may be dated from that hour. He told the king, "he was sorry his grace was no better content," on which Henry bade him call the council together, in the hope of finding a remedy, even after he had committed himself by this public reception of the lady. The council met that very afternoon. Oslinger and Hosteden, when summoned, appeared much astonished at the mention of the precontract between Anne and the Marquis of Lorraine. They answered, Cromwell says, like men perplexed, and deferred their definite replies till the next morning. Meantime the crowd of spectators and the inferior actors in the state pageant dispersed, for which Hall tells us the signal was given by the mighty peal of guns that was shot from Greenwich Tower, when the king and queen entered the court together. Then all the horsemen broke their ranks, and had leave to depart to London or to their lodgings. To see how long it was or ever the horsemen could pass, and how late it was ere the footmen could get over London Bridge, pursued he, I assure you it was wondrous to behold. At this juncture the lord chamberlain inquired of the king, what day his majesty would be pleased to name for the coronation of the queen? "We will talk of that when I have made her my queen," was the ominous reply of the moody monarch. The next morning, Sunday, Cromwell came by the private way to Henry's private chamber, and informed him that the ambassadors of Cleves treated the idea of the precontract with contempt, and had offered to remain in prison as pledges for the arrival of the revocation of the sponsalia. Henry was much annoyed at this intelligence, and exclaimed, "I am not well handled," adding, If it were not that she is come so far into my realm, and the great preparations that my states and people have made for her, and for fear of making a ruffle in the world, and of driving her brother into the hands of the emperor and the French king, who are now together, I would not marry her now." After dinner on the same Sunday, Henry sent for all his council, and repeated his favourite expression, that he was not well handled about the contract with the prince of Lorraine, and required that Anne should make a solemn protestation that she was freed from all precontracts. This she did in the presence of all Henry's council and notaries. When Cromwell informed Henry that it had been done, he repeated, "Is there then none other remedy but I must needs against my will put my neck into the yoke?" On which Cromwell withdrew, leaving his lord in what he politely terms a study or pensiveness; in other words, an access of sullen ill humour, in which Henry remained till the Monday morning, when he "declared that it was his intention to go through with it," and directed that the nuptials should be solemnized on the following day, January 6th, being the Epiphany or Feast of Kings, commonly called Twelfth Day, and set about preparing himself for the ceremonial. Short notice this for the bride, but her feelings had been outraged in every possible way. Next came the question, who should lead her to the altar? Two noblemen of her own court, the Earl of Overstein and the Grand Master Hostodon, who had come to England with her expressly for that purpose, and to superintend all the arrangements of her marriage. Henry chose to associate the Earl of Essex with the Earl of Overstein in the honour of leading her. Then, as if to render everything as inconvenient as possible to the princess, he fixed the early hour of 8 in the morning for the solemnity. The Earl of Essex was not punctual to the time, on which Henry deputed Cromwell to take the office of conducting the bride, and sent him to her chamber for that purpose. But before Anne was ready, Essex arrived, and Cromwell returned to Henry's privy chamber to inform him. Henry was by that time arrayed in his wedding dress, which is thus described by Hall. His grace was apparelled in a gown of cloth of gold, raised with great flowers of silver, and furred with black genets. His coat, crimson satin, slashed and embroidered, and clasped with great diamonds, and a rich collar about his neck. In this array he came into his chamber of presence, and calling Cromwell to him, said, "My lord, if it were not to satisfy the world and my realm, I would not do what I must do this day for any earthly thing." Then one of the officers of the household informed him the queen was ready, on which he, with his lords and officers of state, advanced into the gallery next the closets, and there paused, and, with some expressions of displeasure that she was so long in coming, sent the lords to fetch the queen. Who can blame Anne for her tardiness on this occasion after all Henry's insulting demurs and discourtesies? She had, however, consoled herself by making a very elaborate and splendid toilet. She was dressed in a gown of rich cloth of gold, embroidered very thickly, with great flowers of large oriental pearls. It was made round and without a train, after the Dutch fashion, which, it appears, was not admired in England. She wore her luxuriant yellow hair flowing down her shoulders, and on her head a coronal of gold, full of costly gems, and set about with sprigs of rosemary, an herb of grace, which was used by maidens both at weddings and funerals. About her neck and waist she wore jewels of great price. Thus arrayed, the royal bride came forth from her closet between the Earl of Overstein and the Earl of Essex, according to Hall, with most demure countenance and sad composed behaviour, passed through the king's chamber. The lords went before her in procession, and when they reached the gallery where the king was, she made 3 low obeisances and curtsies. Then the Archbishop of Canterbury, Cranmer, received them and married them together. The Earl of Overstein gave her away, and about her wedding ring was inscribed, "God send me weal to keep." A more appropriate motto could scarcely have been chosen for a wife of Henry VIII. No doubt the poor queen had that prayer very often on her lips. After the marriage was celebrated, they went hand in hand into the king's closet, and there heard mass and offered their tapers. After mass they took wine and spices, which done, the king departed to his chamber, and all the ladies attended the queen to her chamber, the Duke of Norfolk walking on her right hand, the Duke of Suffolk on her left. After 9 of the clock, The king, in a gown of rich tissue, lined with crimson velvet, embroidered, came to his closet, and she, in the same dress in which she was married, came to her closet, with her sergeant of arms and all her officers before her, like a queen. And the king and she went openly in procession, and offered and dined together. After dinner the queen changed into a dress, made like a man's gown, of tissue, with long sleeves, girt about her, and furred with rich sables. Her narrow sleeves were very costly. On her head she wore such a cap as on the preceding Saturday, with a coronet of lawn, which cap was so rich of pearls and gems that it was judged to be of great value. Her ladies and gentlewomen were apparelled very richly, after her fashion, which, from Marilac's report, we have seen was not the most becoming in the world. They were all decorated with rich chains. In the dress just described, our Lutheran queen Anne accompanied her lord to evensong, as she had in the morning to mass, and afterwards supped with him. After dinner were banquets, masques, and divers disports, till the time came that it pleased the king and her to take their rest. The Sunday after, solemn jousts were kept in honour of the royal nuptials, which much pleased the foreigners. On that day, continues Hall, the queen was apparelled after the English fashion, with a French hood, which so set forth her beauty and good visage, that every creature rejoiced to behold her. Not a word does the courtier-like chronicler relate of the king's ill humour, or of his contempt for his new queen. Another contemporary historian, who is evidently an admirer of Anne, quaintly observes, "Well, it pleased his highness to dislike her, but to me she always appeared a brave lady." The reports of her contemporaries vary so greatly as to the personal characteristics of this queen, that an exact description of her appearance, from the original pencil sketch among the Holbein heads, in her majesty's collection at Windsor, may not be uninteresting to the reader. The sketch was probably taken after her arrival in England, and, though unfinished, is a very fine specimen of art. There is a moral and intellectual beauty in the expression of the face, though the nose and mouth are large and somewhat coarse in their formation. Her forehead is lofty, expansive, and serene, indicative of candour and talent. The eyes large, dark, and reflective. They are thickly fringed, both on their upper and lower lids, with long black lashes. Her eyebrows are black and finely marked. Her hair, which is also black, is parted, and plainly folded on either side of the face in bands, extending, as in the present fashion, below the ears, a fashion that seems peculiarly suitable to the calm and dignified composure of her countenance. Nothing, however, can be more unbecoming than her dress, which is a close-fitting gown, with a stiff high collar, like a man's coat, and tight sleeves. The bodice opens a little in front, and displays a chemisette, drawn up to the throat with a narrow riband, and ornamented on one side with a brooch in the form of a Catherine wheel, placed very high. She wears a large Amazonian-looking hat, turned boldly up in front, not in the Spanish but the Dutch fashion, decorated with quarter files of gems. Such a head dress would have been trying even to a soft and feminine style of beauty, but the effect on the large, decided features of this queen is very unfortunate. Anne of Cleves appears to have had the most splendid wardrobe of all Henry's queens, but the worst taste in dress. When the Earl of Overstein and the other nobles and ladies who had attended Anne to England had been honourably feasted and entertained by Henry and his magnates, they received handsome presents, both in money and plate, and returned to their own country. The Earl of Waldeck and some other gentlemen and ladies, with the Dutch maids of honour, remained with her till she became better acquainted with the English people and language. On the 4th of February, Anne was conducted, by the king and his ministers, by water to the palace of Westminster, which had been magnificently prepared for her reception. The king and queen were attended on their voyage up the Thames by many peers and prelates in state barges, gaily emblazoned and adorned. The mayor and aldermen of London, in their scarlet robes, gave attendance; also with 12 of the principal city companies, in barges, garnished with pennons, banners, and targets, with rich awnings, and bands of music within, which, according to the chronicler, was being replenished with minstrelsy. All the way up the river the ships saluted the royal barge as it passed, and a mighty peal was fired from the great Tower guns, in goodly order, to greet and welcome the sovereign and his bride. Henry VIII's whim of entwining his initials with those of a new wife is apparent even during the ephemeral queenship of Anne of Cleves. Several medallions are still remaining in the ceiling of the chapel royal in St. James's Palace, with the letters H.A. garnished with the true love knots which Anne Boleyn had found so false and evanescent when he invented that device to testify his devotion to her. The date 1540, within these medallions, identifies them as having been enamelled during the brief reign of Anne of Cleves. Similar medallions, with the same initials, appear in the tapestried chamber at St. James's, in the carving over the chimney piece. There was an appearance of outward attention to Anne on the part of the king, but her ignorance of the English language, of music, and of her want of that delicate tact which constitutes the real art of pleasing, prevented her from gaining on his affections. Henry had been used to the society of women of superior intellect and polished manners. Such had been Catherine of Aragon, such Anne Boleyn, and Jane Seymour, if she lacked the mental dignity of the first, or the genius and wit of the second, made up for both in the insinuating softness, which was, no doubt, the true secret of her influence over Henry's mind. Anne was no adept in the art of flattery, and, though really of meek and gentle condition, she did not humiliate herself meanly to the man from whom she had received so many unprovoked marks of contempt. Henry complained to Cromwell that she waxed wilfully and stubborn with him. Anne, who had doubtless been aggravated in every possible way, sent often to Cromwell requesting a conference with him, but in vain. Cromwell knew he was in a perilous predicament, surrounded by spies and enemies, and, like the trembling vizier of some eastern tyrant, who sees the fatal bowstring ready to be fitted to his neck, deemed that one false step would be his ruin, he positively refused to see the queen. While Anne was thus tormented and perplexed by the persecutions of her unreasonable husband, terror was stricken into every heart by the execution of two of his nearest kinsmen, whom he relentlessly sent to the block on the 3rd of March. One was the favourite companion of his youth, Courtenay, Marquess of Exeter, the son of his aunt Catherine Plantagenet. The other was Henry Pole, Lord Montague, the son of Margaret Plantagenet, Countess of Salisbury. The offence for which they suffered was correspondence with Reginald Pole, afterwards the celebrated cardinal, whom Henry called his enemy. Anne's dower was settled according to the usual forms when Parliament met, April 12th. It seems remarkable that Henry, who from the first had declared that he could not overcome his aversion to her sufficiently to consider her as his wife, should have permitted this legislative recognition of her rights as queen consort of England. On the 1st of May, and 3 succeeding days, a company of the knightly gallants of the court, among whom Sir Thomas Seymour, the brother of the late Queen Jane, Sir John Dudley, and Sir George Carew, were the most distinguished, held joust, tourney, and barrier, at Durham House, all dressed in white velvet, in honour of the king's recent marriage with Anne of Cleves. The king and queen honoured the pageant with their presence, and were honourably feasted and entertained by their bachelor hosts. This was the last time the king and queen appeared in public together. Wriothesley, the most unprincipled of the low-born parasites who rose to greatness by truckling to the lawless passions of the sovereign, prepared the way for the divorce by lamenting to the gentlemen of the privy chamber and the council the hard case in which the king's highness stood in being bound to a wife whom he could not love, and he went on to suggest the expediency of emancipating the king from a wedlock that was so little to his taste. A gentleman of honour and feeling would rather have regarded the case of the injured and insulted princess with compassion, but Wriothesley was devoid of every generous sympathy, and his conduct towards females in distress was always peculiarly cruel, as we shall have occasion to show in the memoirs of Katharine Howard and Katharine Parr. With ready instruments of wickedness ever at hand like Wriothesley, we almost cease to wonder at the atrocities that were perpetrated by Henry VIII. When the idea of a divorce had been once suggested to the king, the situation of his luckless queen was rendered insupportable to her, and Henry, in addition to all his other causes of dissatisfaction, now began to express scruples of conscience on the score of keeping a Lutheran for his wife. Anne, who had been unremitting in her endeavours to conform herself to his wishes by studying the English language and all things that were likely to please him, became weary of the attempt, and was at length piqued into telling him, that if she had not been compelled to marry him, she might have fulfilled her engagement with another to whom she had promised her hand. It is just possible that, under the provocations she had endured, she might add, a younger and more amiable prince, whom she would have preferred had she been left to her own choice. Henry only waited for this, for though he had lived with Anne between 4 and 5 months, he had never, as he shamelessly acknowledged, intended to retain her permanently as his wife, especially as there was no prospect of her bringing him a family. It was the peculiar wickedness of Henry that he always added outrage to faithlessness when he designed to rid himself of a lawful wife. In the present instance, not contented with disparaging the person and manners of the ill-treated princess of Cleves, he basely impugned her honour, as if she had not been a virtuous woman when he received her hand. Every one about him was aware of his motives in uttering these slanders, which were designed to terrify the queen into consenting to a dissolution of her marriage. Her situation was rendered more wretched by the dismissal of her foreign attendants, whose places were supplied by English ladies appointed by the king. That the sage superintendent of the Flemish maids of honour was regarded as the channel through which all preferments and places in the queen's court were to flow, may be seen from a contemporary letter written by Catherine Basset to her mother, the wife of the king's illegitimate uncle, Arthur Plantagenet, Viscount Lisle. The letter is transcribed as a whole, as affording a curious evidence of the language, customs, and straitened means of some of the young ladies connected with the court of Henry VIII. Madam, in my humble wise, my duty done to your ladyship, certifying your ladyship that my lord of Rutland and my lady be in good health, and hath them heartily commend to your ladyship, thanking you for your wine and your herring that you sent them. Madam, my lady hath given me a gown of Kaffa damask of her own old wearing, and that she would in no wise that I should refuse it, and I have spoken to Mr. Hughes for a roll of buckram to new line it, and velvet to edge it withal. Madam, I humbly beseech your ladyship to be good lady and mother to me, for my lady of Rutland said that Mother Lowe, the mother of the Dutch maids, may do much for my preferment with the queen's highness, so that your ladyship would send her my good token, that she may the better remember me, trusting that your ladyship would be good lady to me in this behalf. Madam, I have received of Ravenford 2 crowns, for which I humbly thank your ladyship. I do lack a kettle, suppose kirtle, for every day. I beseech your ladyship that I may have it. And I desire your ladyship that I may be humbly recommended to my lord and to my sisters. Madam, my brother George is in good health, and in the court with Sir Francis Bryan. And thus the Holy Ghost have you in his keeping, who send your ladyship good life and length to his pleasure. Written at York Place, the 17th day of February, by your humble daughter, Catherine Basset. To the right honourable and my very good lady and mother, my lady Lisle, be this delivered at Calais. Our readers will, perhaps, be glad to learn this humble young lady of rank, to whom the present of a cast-off gown and 2 crowns was so extremely acceptable, succeeded in obtaining the appointment of maid of honour to Queen Anne. When the strange maidens, as the Flemish maids of honour were called, were about to depart, and the queen's chamberlain applied to Cromwell for their safe conduct, the cautious minister, who had carefully kept aloof from the slightest communication with Anne or her household, availed himself of this opportunity of sending a secret warning to his royal mistress of the expediency of doing her utmost to render herself more agreeable to the king. Anne acted upon the hint, but without any sort of judgment, for she altered her cold and reserved deportment into an appearance of fondness, which, being altogether inconsistent with her feelings, was anything but attractive. Henry, knowing that it was impossible she could entertain affection for him, attributed the change in her manner to the representations of Cromwell, to whom he had confided his intentions of obtaining a divorce, and this suspicion aggravated the hatred he had conceived against him for having been the means of drawing him into the marriage. Besides this, Henry had recently become deeply enamoured of the young and beautiful Katharine Howard, niece to the Duke of Norfolk, and passionately desired to make her his wife. The leaders of the Catholic party were eager to secure the twofold triumphs of obtaining a queen of their own way of thinking, and effecting the downfall of their great enemy, Cromwell. There is every reason to believe that the death of his unpopular favourite was decreed by Henry himself at the very time when, to mask his deadly purpose, he bestowed upon him the honours and estates of his deceased kinsman, Bourchier, Earl of Essex. The fact was, he had a business to accomplish, for which he required a tool, who would not be deterred by the nice feelings of a gentleman of honour from working his will. This was the attainder of two ladies allied, one by blood, the other by marriage, to the royal line of Plantagenet. Gertrude, Marchioness of Exeter, the widow of one of his kindred victims, and Margaret, Countess of Salisbury, the mother of the other. Cromwell produced in the House of Lords, May 10th, by way of evidence against the countess, a vestment of white silk, that had been found in her wardrobe, embroidered in front with the arms of England, surrounded with a wreath of pansies and marigolds, and on the back the representation of the host, with the 5 wounds of our Lord, and the name of Jesus written in the midst. Cromwell persuaded the lords that this was a treasonable ensign, and as the countess had corresponded with her absent son, she was for no other crime attainted of high treason, and condemned to death without the privilege of being heard in her own defence. The Marchioness of Exeter was also attainted and condemned to death by the same illegal process, in direct opposition to the laws of England. Both ladies were, meantime, confined in the Tower. The lords indeed hesitated, for the case was without precedent. But Cromwell sent for the judges to his own house, and asked them, whether the parliament had a power to condemn persons accused without a hearing. The judges replied, that it was a nice and dangerous question, for law and equity required that no one should be condemned unheard, but the parliament being the highest court of the realm, its decision could not be disputed. When Cromwell, by reporting this answer in the house, satisfied the peers that they had the power of committing a great iniquity if they chose to do so, they obliged the king by passing the bill, which established a precedent for all the other murders that were perpetrated in this reign of terror. As an awful instance of retributive justice be it recorded that Cromwell was himself the first person who was slain by the tremendous weapons of despotism, with which, like a traitor to his own country, he had furnished the most merciless tyrant that ever wore the English crown. Exactly 1 month after this villainy, Cromwell was arrested by the Duke of Norfolk at the council board, and sent to the Tower, by the command of the king, who, like a master fiend, had waited till his slave had filled up the full measure of his guilt, before he executed his vengeance upon him. Another victim, but a blameless one, was also selected by Henry to pay the penalty of his life, for having been instrumental in his marriage with Anne of Cleves. This was the pious and learned Dr. Barnes, whom the queen had greatly patronized, but was unable to preserve from the stake. Her own reign was drawing to a close. A few days after Cromwell's arrest, she was sent to Richmond, under the pretence that her health required change of air. Marillac, in a letter to Francis I., thus alludes to the reports to which this circumstance had given rise. June 23rd. There is a talk of some diminution of love and a new affection for another lady. The queen has been sent to Richmond. This I know, that the king, who promised in 2 days to follow her, has not done so, and does not seem likely to do so, for the road of his progress does not lead that way. Now it is said in the court that the said lady has left on account of the plague, which is in this city, which is not true. For if there had been any suspicion of the kind, the king would not have remained on any business, however important, for he is the most timid person in the world in such cases. The removal of Anne was the preliminary step to the divorce, for which Henry was now impatient. The particulars of this transaction, as they appeared on the journals of the House of Lords, show, in a striking manner, the artfulness and injustice of the king, and the slavishness of his ministers and subjects. On Tuesday, the 6th of July, the chancellor, the archbishop of Canterbury, the dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, the earl of Southampton, and the bishop of Durham, stated to the House, that they having doubts of the validity of the marriage between the king and queen, to which they had been instrumental, and as the succession to the crown was, or might be effected, it was highly necessary that its legality should be investigated by a convocation of the clergy. A petition that the king would permit this to be done was then got up and presented to the sovereign by both houses of parliament. Henry was graciously pleased to reply, that he could refuse nothing to the estates of the realm, and was ready to answer any questions that might be put to him, for he had no other object in view but the glory of God, the welfare of the realm, and the triumph of truth. The matter was brought before the convocation on the following day, and the clergy referred it to a committee, consisting of 2 archbishops, of 4 bishops, and 8 divines. The reasons alleged for releasing the sovereign from his matrimonial bonds with his queen were as follows. First, that she was precontracted with the prince of Lorraine. Secondly, that the king, having espoused her against his will, had not given an inward consent to his marriage, which he had never completed, and that the whole nation had a great interest in the king's having more issue, which they saw he could never have by this queen. Many witnesses were examined, as the lords in waiting, gentlemen of the king's chamber, and the queen's ladies. From the depositions of the countess of Rutland, lady Edgecombe, and the infamous lady Rochford, we learn that the king's morning salutation to Anne, when he left her apartment, was, "Farewell, darling," and at night he was wont to say, "Good night, sweetheart." This they affirmed the queen had told them. They had presumed to ask many impertinent questions of their royal mistress, and among others, if she had acquainted Mother Lowe, her confidential attendant and countrywoman, of the king's neglect. Anne replied, that she had not, and added, that she received quite as much of his majesty's attention as she wished. Henry had encouraged the ladies of the bedchamber to mimic and ridicule his unfortunate consort for his amusement, but never did any lady conduct herself with greater prudence and dignity than this ill-treated princess. Henry, on the contrary, degraded the dignity of the crown, and rendered himself the laughing-stock of all Europe by his unprincely follies on this occasion. The following statement is a portion of what he terms his brief, true, and perfect declaration. "I had heard," says he, "much, both of her excellent beauty and virtuous conditions, but when I saw her at Rochester, it rejoiced my heart that I had kept me free from making any pact or bond with her, till I saw her myself, for then, I assure you, I liked her so ill, and so far contrary to that she was praised, that I was woe that ever she came to England, and deliberated with myself, that if it were possible to find means to break off, I would never enter yoke with her. Of which misliking the Flemish great master, Hosteden, the admiral, that now is Southampton, and the master of the horse, can and will here record. Then, after my repair to Greenwich the next day after, I think, and doubt not, that the Lord Essex, Cromwell, well examined, can and will and hath declared what I then said to him in that case. For as he is a person which knoweth himself condemned by act of parliament, he will not damn his soul, but truly declare the truth, not only at the time spoken by me, but also continually till the day of the marriage, and also many times after, whereby my lack of consent, I doubt not, doth or shall well appear." The document from which this abstract is taken is called, by Burnet, an original, and it is certainly in coarseness of expression without parallel, and affords a characteristic specimen of the brutality of Henry's manners and language. The convocation of the clergy, without one dissident voice, pronounced the marriage to be null and void, June 9th, and that both parties were free to marry again. The next day, Archbishop Cranmer reported to the House of Lords this sentence, in Latin and English, and delivered the documents attesting it, which were sent to the Commons. A bill to invalidate the marriage was twice read, and passed unanimously, July 13th, being only the 8th day from the commencement of the whole business. Cranmer, who had pronounced the nuptial benediction, had the mortifying office of dissolving the marriage. Anne of Cleves, being the third queen from whom it had been his hard lot to divorce the king in less than 7 years. Well might Chatillon, the French ambassador, whom Marillac succeeded, say of Henry, "He is a marvellous man, and has marvellous people about him." The queen, being a stranger to the English laws and customs, was spared the trouble of appearing before the convocation, either personally or by her advocates. When all things had been definitely arranged, according to the king's pleasure, Suffolk, Southampton, and Wriothesley were appointed by him to proceed to Richmond and signify his determination to the queen and to obtain her acquiescence. So powerfully were the feminine terrors of the poor queen excited on this occasion that she fainted and fell to the ground before the commissioners could explain the true purport of their errand. When she was sufficiently recovered to attend to them, they soothed her with flattering professions of the king's gracious attentions of adopting her for a sister, if she would resign the title of queen, promising that she should have precedence before every lady in the court, except the king's daughters and his future consort, and that she should be endowed with estates to the value of 3000 a year. Anne was greatly relieved when she understood the real nature of the king's intention, and she expressed her willingness to resign her joyless honours with an alacrity for which he was not prepared. The enduring constancy of the injured Catherine of Aragon, the only woman who ever loved him, had taught Henry to regard himself as a person so supremely precious that he certainly did not expect Anne of Cleves to give him up without a struggle. Even when she, in compliance with the advice of the commissioners, wrote, or rather, we should say, subscribed a most obliging letter to him, expressing her full acquiescence in his pleasure, he could not believe she really meant thus lightly to part from him. Henry next wrote to his council, at the head of whom was his brother-in-law, the Duke of Suffolk, desiring them to consider whether they should further press the Lady Anne to write to her brother or no. However, before he concludes this letter, he determines that point himself. "We have resolved that it is requisite ye should now, before your departure, procure both the writing of such a letter to her brother, and also the letter before written to us in English, subscribed with her hand, to be by her written in Dutch, to the intent that all things might more clearly appear to him. And concerning these letters to her brother, how well soever she speaketh now, with promises to abandon the condition or caprices of a woman, and evermore to remain constant in her proceedings, we think good, nevertheless, rather by good ways and means to prevent, that she should not play the woman, though she would, than to depend upon her promise. Nor after she hath felt, at our hand, all gratuity and kindness, and known our liberality towards her in what she requireth, to leave her at liberty, upon the receipt of her brother's letters, to gather more stomach and stubbornness than were expedient. So that if her brother, upon desperation of us, should write to her in such wise, as she might fondly take to heart, and fancy to swerve from her conformity, all our gentle handling of her should, in such a case, be frustrate, and only serve her for the maintenance of such conceit as she might take in that behalf, and that she should not play the woman though she would. Therefore our pleasure is, that ye travail with her to write a letter to her brother directly, with other sentences, agreeable to the minutes which we send you herewith, as near as ye can. For persuading her thereto, ye may say, that considering she hath so honourably and virtuously proceeded hitherto, whereby she hath procured herself much love, favour, and reputation, it shall be well done, if she advertises her brother of all things, as he may demean himself wisely, temperately, and moderately in the affair, not giving ear to tales and bruits, or reports. Unless these letters be obtained, all shall remain uncertain upon a lady's promise, namely, that she will be no woman, the accomplishment whereof, on her behalf, is as difficult in the refrainment of a woman's will, upon occasion, as in changing her womanish nature, which is impossible." And thus did this tyrannical self-deceiver, while in the very act of manifesting the most absurd caprice that any despot could perpetrate, reflect on the constancy of the female sex, the most wayward and weak of whom could scarcely vie with him in fickleness and folly. Ye may say to her, he concludes, for her comfort, that howsoever her brother may conduct himself, or her other friends, she, continuing in her uniformity, shall never fare the worse for their faults. Given under our signet at the Palace of Westminster, the 13th of July, the 32nd year of our reign. In 3 days, Anne, or her advisers, addressed the following letter to Henry. Most excellent and noble prince, and my most benign and good brother, I do most humbly thank you for your great goodness, favour, and liberality, which, as well by your majesty's own letters, as by the report and declaration of your councillors, the lord great master, the lord privy seal, and your grace's secretary, I perceive it hath pleased you to determine towards me. Whereunto I have no more to answer, but that I shall ever remain your majesty's most humble sister and servant. The Duke of Suffolk, Henry's ready tool in all his matrimonial tyrannies, Lord Southampton, and Sir Thomas Wriothesley, the king's secretary, went to the queen at Richmond, and, in their narrative of their proceedings with her, take great credit for having animated her to subscribe herself the king's sister. They brought a token from the king, which consisted of 500 marks in gold, being an instalment in advance of her pension, which she received both humbly and thankfully. And having read the king's letters, returned to him her marriage ring as a token of her sincerity, with a letter written in German, the tenor of which the councillors sent translated to the king. On the 17th of July, these persons, by the order of Henry, came to Richmond to discharge such officers of her household as had been sworn to attend her as queen, and to appoint such others as were assigned to wait on her, and serve her, as domestics, as the king's adopted sister. At which time she both took her leave of such as departed, and welcomed very gently her new servants, at that time by the said duke, earl, and Sir Thomas, presented to her. She declared withal of herself how much she was bound to the king's majesty, and how determined she was to submit herself wholly to repose in his goodness, according to her writing made to his highness, saying, she would be found no woman by inconstancy and mutability, though all the world should move her to the contrary, neither for her mother, her brother, or none other person living, adding, that she would rather receive no letters nor message from her brother, her mother, nor none of her kindred and friends, but she would send them to the king's majesty, and be guided by his determination. After this they again attended her, to present unto her certain things of great value and richness, which his majesty then gave to her, and also to show to her certain letters, which his majesty had received from the duke her brother, and also from the bishop of Bath, ambassador from England, then resident at the court of the Duke of Cleves. Which letters, being opened and read, she gave most humble thanks to the king's majesty that it pleased him to communicate the same to her. And as, from a part of the English ambassador's letter, there appeared as if doubts had arisen in the minds of the Duke of Cleves and Oslinger his minister, as to whether the Lady Anne were well treated, she wrote a letter to her brother in her own language, and a nephew of Oslinger's, then in King Henry's service, called in, and told him before the said duke, earl, and Sir Thomas, to make her hearty commendations to her brother, and to signify to him that she was merry, or cheerful, and honourably treated, and had written her full and whole mind to him in all things. And this, continues the document, she did with such alacrity, pleasant gesture, and countenance, as he, young Oslinger, which saw it, may well testify that he found her not miscontented. To the care of this Flemish youth was deputed the conveyance of Anne's letter to her brother, from which the following are extracts. My dear and well-beloved brother, after my most hearty commendation, whereas by your letters of the 13th of this month, which I have seen, written to the king's majesty of England, my most dear and most kind brother, I do perceive you take the matter, lately moved and determined between him and me, somewhat to heart. Forasmuch as I had rather ye knew the truth by mine advertisement, than for want thereof ye should be deceived by vain reports, I thought meet to write these present letters to you, by which it shall please you to understand how the nobles and commons of this realm desired the king's highness to commit the examination of the matter of marriage between his majesty and me to the determination of the holy clergy of this realm. I did then willingly consent thereto, and since their determination made, have also, upon the intimation of their proceedings, allowed, approved, and agreed to the same. She then proceeds to say that she was provided for and adopted as the king's sister, and that she wishes her good mother to know the same. She likewise desires that no interruption may take place in the political alliance between England and her native country, and concludes, God willing, I purpose to lead my life in this realm. Anna, Duchess born of Cleves, Gulick, Geldre, and Berge, and your loving sister. The only danger to Anne at this crisis arose from her extreme readiness to get rid of her tyrant, who expected that his wives should love him passionately, all the time he was tormenting and persecuting them. His agents proceeded to write. After she had dined, she made a further declaration that she neither would nor justly might hereafter repute herself as his grace's wife, or in any wise vary from what she had said and written, and again declared she had returned his majesty the ring delivered to her at her pretenced marriage, with her most humble commendations. The king was at this time at the Moor, in Hertfordshire. Another letter from Anne to her brother is preserved. It is without date, but evidently written at the same time as the preceding, and from the concluding sentence it is easy to perceive she dreaded the slightest interference from her continental friends would imperil her life. Brother, because I had rather ye know the truth by mine advertisement, than for want thereof be deceived by false reports, I write these present letters to you, by which ye shall understand that being advertised, how the nobles and commons of this realm desired the king's highness here to commit the examination of the matter of marriage between me and his majesty to the determination of the clergy, I did the more willingly consent thereto. And since the determination made, have also allowed, approved, and agreed unto the same, wherein I have more respect, as becometh me, to truth and good pleasure, than any worldly affection that might move me to the contrary. I account God pleased with what is done, and know myself to have suffered no wrong or injury, my person being preserved in the integrity which I brought into this realm, and I truly discharged from all bond of consent. I find the king's highness, whom I cannot justly have as my husband, to be nevertheless a most kind, loving, and friendly father and brother, and to use me as honourably, and with as much liberality as you, I myself, or any of our kin and allies could wish, wherein I am, for mine own part, so well content and satisfied that I much desire my mother, you, and other mine allies, so to understand, accept, and take it, and so to use yourself towards this noble and virtuous prince, as he may have cause to continue his friendship towards you, which on his behalf shall nothing be impaired or altered in this matter, for so it hath pleased his highness to signify to me, that like as he will show to me always a most fatherly and brotherly kindness, and has so provided for me, so will he remain with you and other, according to the knot of amity which between you hath been concluded, this matter notwithstanding, in such wise as neither I, ne you, nor any of our friends shall have just cause of miscontent. Thus much I have thought necessary to write to you, lest, for want of true knowledge, ye might take this matter otherwise than ye ought, and in other sort care for me than ye have cause. Only I require this of you, that ye so conduct yourself as for your untowardness in this matter I fare not the worse, whereunto I trust you will have regard. Thus we see that Anne was in effect detained by Henry as a hostage, for the conduct of her brother and his allies, for she plainly intimates that any hostility from them will be visited on her head. Marillac, in relating this transaction to the king his master, in a letter dated July 21st, says, The marriage has been dissolved, and the queen appears to make no objection. The only answer her brother's ambassador can get from her is, that she wishes in all things to please the king her lord, bearing testimony of his good treatment of her, and desiring to remain in this country. This being reported to the king makes him show her the greater respect. He gives her the palace of Richmond and other places for life, with 12,000 crowns for her revenue, but has forbidden the vicars and ministers to call her queen any more, but only my lady Anne of Cleves, which is cause of great regret to the people, whose love she had gained, and who esteemed her as one of the most sweet, gracious, and humane queens they have had, and they greatly desired her to continue with them as their queen. Now it is said that the king is going to marry a young lady of extraordinary beauty, a daughter of a deceased brother of the Duke of Norfolk. It is even reported that this marriage has already taken place, only it is kept secret. I cannot say if it is true. The queen takes it all in good part. This certainly was her best policy, as his excellency seems to think. July 28th, Cromwell was brought to the block, and 2 days after, Dr. Barnes was committed to the flames at Smithfield. The divorced queen had reason to congratulate herself that she had escaped with life, when she saw what was the doom of the two principal agents in her late marriage. There are in Rymer's Foedera 2 patents subsequent to the divorce, which relate to this lady. The former, dated 9th January, 1541, is a grant of naturalization in the usual form. In the other, she is described as Anna of Cleve, etc., who had come into England on a treaty of marriage, which, although celebrated in the face of the church, yet never received a real consummation, because the conditions were not fulfilled in due time; that the marriage was, therefore, dissolved by mutual consent, and she being content to abide in this realm and to yield to its laws, and to discharge her conscience of that pretended marriage, the king, of his especial favour, granted to her certain manors and estates in divers counties, lately forfeited by the attainder of the earl of Essex and sir Nicholas Carew, to be held, without rendering account, from the lady day foregoing the said grant, which was dated on the 20th of January, 1541. These estates were granted to her on condition that she should not pass beyond the sea during her life. Anne of Cleves possessed the manor of Denham Hall, Essex, as part of her jointure or appanage, as appears from the court roll, beginning Cur Serenissime Doma Anne de Cleve. It may be observed the Stuart, not venturing to style her queen after the divorce, and not knowing what to call her, properly leaves a blank before Anne. During the 6 months that Anne of Cleves was Henry's queen, some very important changes were effected, especially the dissolution of the monasteries, and the institution of the 6 bloody articles. As far as her little power went, she was at this time a friend to the Reformation, yet soon after a convert to Catholicism. Owen Oglethorpe owed his promotion as a bishop to her favour. End of section 18. Section 19 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne of Cleves, Part 3. After the divorce, Anne continued to reside at her palace at Richmond, and on the 6th of August, Henry honoured her with a visit. She received him with a pleasant countenance, and treated him with all due respect, which put him in such high good humour that he supped with her merrily, and demeaned himself so lovingly, and with such singular graciousness, that some of the bystanders fancied he was going to take her for his queen again. There is little doubt, however, that he was already married to her beautiful young rival, Katharine Howard, whom 2 days afterwards he publicly introduced to his court as his queen. Perhaps he considered it prudent to pay a previous visit to Anne to ascertain whether any objection would be raised on her part to investing another with her lawful title. Anne wisely treated the affair with complacency. The Duke of Cleves wept with bitter mortification when he received the account of his sister's wrongs, and found himself precluded from testifying the indignation they inspired. Anne, on the contrary, manifested the most lively satisfaction at having regained her freedom. The yoke of which Henry complained had, certainly, been no silken bond to her, and no sooner was she fairly released from it than she exhibited a degree of vivacity she had never shown during her matrimonial probation. Marillac says, "This is marvellous prudence on her part, though some consider it stupidity." But that which seemed to make the greatest impression on our diplomatic gossip was, that she every day put on a rich new dress, each more wonderful than the last, which made two things very apparent: first, that she did not take the loss of Henry very much to heart, and secondly, that her bridal trousseau was of a very magnificent description. Bad as Henry's conduct was to his rejected consort, one of the kings of France behaved still more dishonourably under similar circumstances, for he not only sent his affianced bride back with contempt, but detained her costly wardrobe and jewels for the use of a lady who found more favour in his sight. Marillac tells his sovereign, September 3rd, 1540. Madame of Cleves has a more joyous countenance than ever. She wears a great variety of dresses, and passes all her time in sports and recreations. From his excellency's next report of the 17th of the same month, we gather that the divorced queen was said to be in a situation which would, if it had really been the case, have placed the king in a peculiar state of embarrassment, between his passion for his beautiful young bride and his frantic desire of increasing his family. Yet Marillac observes, in his dispatch of November 1st, that no more is said of the repudiated queen than if she were dead. Anne passed her time very comfortably, nevertheless, at her Richmond palace, or among the more sequestered bowers of Ham, and in the exercise of all the gentle charities of life pursued the even tenor of her way. Her brother could not be induced to admit the invalidity of the marriage, and the Bishop of Bath, who had been sent over to reconcile him, if possible, to the arrangement into which Anne had entered, could get no further declaration from him than this: he was glad his sister had fared no worse. In the first steps of the divorce, an option was given to Anne as to her residence, either in England or abroad, yet the liberty of choice was illusory. The divorce jointure of 3000 per annum was made up of many detached grants of crown lands, among which the confiscated possessions of Cromwell stand conspicuous, but to all these grants the condition of her residence in England was attached. A prudent regard to her pecuniary interests, therefore, in all probability, withheld this much injured princess from returning to her fatherland and the fond arms of that mother who had reluctantly resigned her to a royal husband so little worthy of possessing a wife of lowly and gentle conditions. Meekly as Anne demeaned herself in her retirement, a jealous watch was kept on her proceedings, and the correspondence of herself and household by King Henry's ministers, as we find by the following entry in the Privy Council book of July 22nd, 1541. William Sheffield, lately one of the retinue at Calais, was apprehended, for having said he had letters from the lady Anne of Cleves to the Duke of Norfolk, and was brought before the council and searched, when it was found that his letters were only from one Edward Bynings of Calais to Mrs. Howard, the old Duchess of Norfolk's woman, to Mrs. Catherine Basset, and Mrs. Simpson, the lady Anne of Cleves' women, which were but letters of friendship from private individuals, yet he was committed for further examination. The investigation came to nothing. The good sense and amiable temper of Anne preserved her from involving herself in any of the political intrigues of the times, and she, with truly queenly dignity, avoided all appearance of claiming the sympathy of any class of Henry's subjects. But though she avoided the snares of party, she was not so much forgotten by the people of England as the French ambassador imagined. The friends of the Reformation regarded her as the king's lawful wife, and vainly hoped the time would come when, cloyed with the charms of the youthful beauty for whom he had discarded her, he would fling his idol from him, as he had done the once adored Anne Boleyn, and reinstate the injured Fleming to her rights. Within the 16 months after Anne of Cleves had been compelled to resign the crown matrimonial of England, the fall of her fair successor took place. When the news reached Anne's quiet little court at Richmond of the explosion which had filled the royal bowers of Hampton with confusion, and precipitated queen Catherine from a throne to a prison, the excitement among the female portion of Anne's household could not be restrained. The domestic troubles of the king were regarded by them as an immediate visitation of retributive justice for the unfounded aspersions he had cast upon their virtuous mistress. The feelings of some of these ladies carried them so far beyond the bounds of prudence, that two of them, Jane Ratsey and Elizabeth Basset, were summoned before the council and committed to prison for having said, "What? Is God working his own work to make Lady Anne of Cleves queen again?" Jane Ratsey added many praises of the Lady Anne, with disqualifying remarks on Queen Catherine, and said, "It was impossible that so sweet a queen as the Lady Anne could be utterly put down." To which Elizabeth Basset rejoined, "What a man the king is! How many wives will he have?" The ladies were very sternly questioned by the council as to their motives for presuming to utter such audacious comments on the matrimonial affairs of the sovereign. On which Elizabeth Basset, being greatly alarmed, endeavoured to excuse herself by saying, she was so greatly astounded at the tidings of Queen Catherine's naughty behaviour, that she must have lost her senses when she permitted herself to give utterance to treasonable words. What a man the king is! How many more wives will he have? 2 days after, a more serious matter connected with Anne was brought before the council, for it was confidently reported that she had been brought to bed of a fair boy, of which the king was the father, but that she had neither apprised him or his cabinet of the fact. This rumour threw both Henry and his council into great perplexity, especially as the capricious monarch had honoured his discarded consort with several private visits at her palace of Richmond, and it is moreover evident that Anne had actually passed some days at the royal residence of Hampton Court as the guest of Henry and his young queen, which seemed to give colour to the tale. Henry expressed himself as highly displeased with the ladies and officers of state at Richmond for not having apprised him of the supposed situation of the ex-queen. The affair came to nothing, and proved to be an unfounded scandal, which originated in some impertinent busybody's comment on an illness that confined poor Anne to her bed at this momentous period. The said scandal was traced by the council from one inveterate gossip to another through no less than 6 persons, as we learn from the following minutes of their proceedings, forming a curious interlude in the examinations touching Henry's other queen, Catherine Howard. We examine also, partly before dinner and partly after, a new matter, being a report that Lady Anne of Cleves should be delivered of a fair boy, and whose should it be but the king's majesty's? Which is a most abominable slander, and for this time necessary to be met withal. This matter was told to Taverner of the Signet more than a fortnight ago, both by his mother-in-law, Lambert's wife, the goldsmith, and by Taverner's own wife, who saith she heard it from Lilgrave's wife, and Lambert's wife heard it also from the old lady Carew. Taverner kept it, or concealed it, but they, the women, with others, have made it common matter of talk. Taverner never revealed it till Sunday night, at which time he told it to Dr. Cox, to be further declared if he thought good, who immediately disclosed it to me, the Lord Privy Seal. We have committed Taverner to the custody of me, the Bishop of Winchester, likewise Lambert's wife, who seemeth to have been a dunce in it, to Mr. the Chancellor of the Augmentations. Absurd as the report was, it made a wonderful impression on the mind of the king, who occupied a ludicrous position in the eyes of Europe as the husband of 2 living wives, who were both the subjects of a delicate investigation at the same moment. The attention of the Privy Council was distracted between the evidences on the respective charges against the rival queens for nearly a fortnight, a fact that has never been named in history. How obstinate Henry's suspicions of his ill-treated Flemish consort were may be seen by the following order to his council. His majesty thinketh it requisite to have it groundly (thoroughly) examined, and further ordered by your discretions, as the matter of the case requireth, to inquire diligently, whether the said Anne of Cleves hath indeed had a child or no, as it is bruited (reported), for his majesty hath been informed that it is so indeed, in which part his majesty imputeth a great default in her officers for not advising his highness thereof, if it be true. Not doubting but your lordships will groundly examine the same, and finding the truth of the whole matter will advise his majesty thereof accordingly." Dorothy Wingfield, one of the lady Anne's bedchamber women, and the officers of her household, were subjected to a strict examination before the council, and it was not till the 30th of December that they came to the decision that Frances Lilgrave, widow, having slandered the lady Anne of Cleves, and touched also the king's person, she affirming to have heard the report of others, whom she refused to name, should be for her punishment committed to the Tower, and Richard Taverner, clerk of the signet, also for concealing the same. No sooner was Anne cleared from this imputation than a great effort was made by her brother and the Protestant party to effect a reunion between her and the king. The Duke of Cleves evidently imagined that the disgrace of the new queen was neither more nor less than the first move of the king and his ministers towards a reconciliation with Anne. The duke's ambassadors opened the business to the Earl of Southampton, to whom Osliger also wrote a pressing letter, urging the expediency of such a measure. Southampton communicated the particulars to the king of his interview with the ambassadors on the subject, and enclosed Osliger's letter, but was certainly too well aware of Henry's opinion of the lady to venture to the second the representations of the court of Cleves. The next attempt was made by the ambassadors on Cranmer, which is thus related by him in the following curious letter to the king. It may please your majesty to be advised that yesterday the ambassador of Cleve came to my house at Lambeth and delivered to me letters from Osliger, vice-chancellor to the Duke of Cleve, the purport whereof is nothing else but to commend to me the cause of the lady Anne of Cleve, which, though he trusted I should do of myself, yet he saith the occasion is such that he will not put spurs to a horse which runneth of his own courage. When I had read the letter, and considered that no cause was expressed specially, but only in general that I should have commended the cause of the lady Anne of Cleve. After some demur, the ambassador came to the point, and plainly asked me to effect the reconciliation. Whereunto I answered, that I thought it not a little strange, that Osliger should think it meet for me to move a reconciliation of that matrimony, of the which I, as much as any other person, knew most just causes of divorce. Cranmer then declared he could take no steps in the matter unless the king should command him. But, continued he, I shall signify the same to his highness, and thereupon you shall have an answer. Now what shall be your majesty's pleasure that I should do, whether to make a general answer to Osliger by writing, or that I shall make a certain answer in this point to the ambassador by mouth? I most humbly beseech your majesty that I may be advertised, and accordingly thereto I shall order myself, by the grace of God, whom I beseech daily to have your majesty evermore in his protection and governance, from my manor of Lambeth, this Tuesday, the 13th of January, your grace's most bounded chaplain and bedesman, T. Cantarien. Cranmer, warned by the fate of Cromwell, ventured not to urge the king to put his head a second time into the yoke with his discarded consort, and the negotiation came to nothing. Perhaps Anne herself was unwilling to risk her life by entering again into the perilous thraldom from which she had been once released. The tragic fate of her fair young rival must have taught her to rejoice that she had saved her own head by resigning a crown without a struggle. In June 1543, Anne received a friendly visit from her stepdaughter, the Princess Mary, who stayed with her some days, and on her departure gave very liberal largesses to the officers of the household, from the gentlemen ushers down to the servants of the scullery department. In the August of the same year, Anne's mother, the widowed Duchess of Cleves, died. Early in the following year, Anne sent the Princess Mary a present of Spanish sewing or embroidery silk. No event of any importance occurred to break the peaceful tenor of Anne's life till the death of Henry VIII. In the first letter of Edward Seymour, afterwards the Duke of Somerset, to the Council of Regency, he gives the following directions: "If ye have not already advertised my lady Anne of Cleves of King Henry's death, it shall be well done if ye send some express person for the same." This event left the ill-treated princess at full liberty, had she wished, to marry or to return to her own country. But of marriage Anne had had an evil specimen, and, with greater wisdom than Henry's other widow, Catherine Parr, she retained her independence by remaining in single blessedness. She had acquired the English language and English habits, and formed an intimate friendship with Henry's daughter, the princess Mary, who was a few months older than herself, as well as the young Elizabeth, to whom she appears to have behaved with great tenderness. England had therefore become her country, and it was natural that she should prefer a residence where she was honoured and loved by all to whom her excellent qualities were known, to returning to her native land after the public affronts that had been put upon her by the coarse-minded tyrant to whom she had been sacrificed by her family. Besides these cogent reasons, her property in England required her personal care, as it was subjected to some mutations by the new government, of which the records of the times afford proofs. Among others, the following letter from Anne to her former stepdaughter: Anne of Cleves to Princess Mary. Madam, after my most hearty commendations to your grace, being very desirous to hear of your prosperous health, wherein I very much rejoice, it may please you to be advertised that it hath pleased the king's majesty to have in exchange my manor and lands of Bisham, in the county of Berkshire, granting me to recompense the house of Westrop, in Suffolk, with the 2 parks and certain manors thereunto adjoining. Notwithstanding, if it had been his majesty's pleasure, I was well contented to have continued without exchange. After which grant, for mine own assurance in that behalf, I have travailed, to my great cost and charge, almost this 12 months. It hath passed the king's majesty's bill, signed, and the privy seal being now, as I am informed, stayed at the great seal, for that you, madam, be minded to have the same, not knowing, as I suppose, of the said grant. I have also received at this Michaelmas last past part of the rent of the aforesaid manors. Considering the premises, and for the amity which hath always been between us, of which I most heartily desire the continuance, that it may please you therefore to ascertain me by your letters or otherwise, as it shall stand with your pleasure. And thus, good madam, I commit you unto the ever-living God, to have you in merciful keeping. From my house of Bletchingly, the 8th day of January, anno 1553. Your assured loving friend, to her little power to command, Anna, the daughter of Cleves. The last public appearance of Anne of Cleves was at the coronation of Queen Mary, where she had her place in the regal procession, and rode in the same carriage with the Princess Elizabeth, with whom she was always on the most affectionate terms. That precedence which Henry VIII ensured to her she always enjoyed, nor did any of the ladies of the royal family attempt to dispute it with her. But her happiness appears to have been in the retirement of domestic life. 2 of her brothers, William Duke of Cleves and his successor, John William, were subject to mental malady, and died insane, but nothing appears to have ever ruffled the tranquil temperament of this amiable princess, who in the most difficult and trying situations conducted herself with great prudence. After the celebration of Queen Mary's marriage with Philip of Spain at Winchester, Anne of Cleves addressed the royal bride a congratulatory epistle, in which, being evidently perplexed by the undefined dignity of queen regnant, she rings the changes on the titles Majesty, Highness, and Grace in a singular manner. To the Queen's Majesty. After my humble commendations unto your majesty, with thanks for your loving favour showed to me in my last suit, and praying of your highness your loving continuance, it may please your highness to understand that I am informed of your grace's return to London again, and being desirous to do my duty to see your majesty and the king, if it may so stand with your highness's pleasure, and that I may know when and where I shall wait on your majesty and his, wishing you both much joy and felicity, with increase of children to God's glory, and to the preservation of your prosperous estates, long to continue with honour is all godly virtue. From my poor house at Hever, the 4th of August, your highnesses to command, Anna, the daughter of Cleves. Endorsed, the Lady Anne of Cleves to the Queen's Majesty, August 4th, 1554. Anne retained property at Bletchingley after this exchange, in proof whereof is her receipt, early in the reign of Queen Mary, to Sir Thomas Cardan, who was master of the revels at the court of Henry VIII., his son and daughter. This document, signed by her own hand, is among the Loosely manuscripts, dated the last day of December, first year of Philip and Mary, 1553. Received of Sir Thomas Cardan, knight, the day and year above written, for 1/4 of a year's rent, due unto us by the same Sir Thomas Cardan, at this feast of Christmas, according to an indenture bearing date the 2nd day of October, in the year aforesaid, the sum of £8 13s. 9d, in full contentation, satisfaction, and payment of our rents at Bletchingley, and our lands there, and in clear discharge of the same rents to this present day before dated. We have to these letters, being our acquaintance, subscribed our name for his discharge. Anna, daughter of Cleves. Anne of Cleves spent much of her time at a residence she had at Dartford, being one of the suppressed abbeys which Henry VIII. Had turned into a hunting seat, and Edward VI. Had given it into the bargain when the exchange was made between Bletchingley and Penshurst. She was abiding at Dartford the year before her death, when Sir Thomas Cardan, her tenant at Bletchingley, who appears to have been likewise her man of business on all occasions, came to her at Dartford, and she begged him to get certain stores laid in at the Blackfriars for her residence, against she came to London, which request was made before the officers of her household. For her grace lacked money to buy the needful furniture, and she promised payment to Sir Thomas if he would make the purchases for her. But the amount was left unpaid at the death of Anne of Cleves, and it appears from Sir Thomas Cardan's account she was without money at the time she requested him to make the purchases. Of his outlay the Loosely manuscripts furnish items. Her cellar he furnishes with 3 hogsheads of Gascoigne wine at £3 each, 10 gallons of Mondsey at 20d. per gallon, 11 gallons of muscadel at 2s. 2d. per gallon, and sack 10 gallons at 16d. per gallon. The spicery had a stock of 3 pounds of ginger, 3s., of cinnamon 3 ounces, 15d., cloves and mace 6 ounces, pepper 1 pound, 2s. 4d., raisins 2 pounds at 2d. per pound, while 2 pounds of prunes cost 3d., 3 muttons at 7s. each, 20 capons and a dozen lower price cost 6s., 2 dozen rabbits cost 3s. In the pastry department was laid in 1 bushel of fine wheat flour at the great cost of 6s. per bushel. 30 loads of coal were laid in at 16s. the load, a vast many faggots and billets, and 3 dozen rushes for strewing the floors at 20d. the dozen. In the chandry, Sir Thomas Cardan had provided 35 pounds of wax lights, 6s and 4s to the pound, and prickets, which last were stuck on a pike to be burnt. These wax candles were 1s. per pound. Staff torches were provided at 1s. 4d. apiece, and white lights 18 dozen. Over and above sundry fair pots of pewter by the said Sir Thomas bought and provided to serve in the buttery for Lady Anne's household, likewise brass, iron, and latten pots, pans, kettles, skillets, ladles, skimmers, spits, trays, and flaskets, with divers other utensils and properties furnished, to the value of 9 pounds 6s. 8d., some of which were broken, spoiled, and lost, and the rest remained at his house to his use, for which he asks no compensation. Likewise 2 dozen of fair new pewter candlesticks, delivered for her grace's chandry and chambers. The whole account finishes with a remark that he provided sundry kinds of fresh fish, as carps, pikes, and tenches, at the request of her grace, which are privately dressed in her grace's laundry, for the trial of cookery, by which it has been surmised that Anne made private experiments in the noble culinary art. Anne possessed the placid domestic virtues which seemed in a manner indigenous to German princesses. She was, says Holinshed, who lived in her century, a lady of right commendable regard, courteous, gentle, a good housekeeper, and very bountiful to her servants. She spent her time at the head of her own little court, which was a happy household within itself, and we may presume well governed, for we hear neither of plots nor quarrels, tale-bearings nor mischievous intrigues, as rife in her home circle. She was tenderly beloved by her domestics, and well attended by them in her last sickness. She died at the age of 41 of some declining illness, which she took calmly and patiently. Her will is a very naive production, showing the most minute attention to all things that could benefit her own little domestic world. It was made but 2 days before her death, being dated July 12th and 15th, 1577. It is, when divested of tautologies, as follows: We, Anna, daughter of John, late Duke of Cleves, and sister to the excellent Prince William, now reigning Duke of Cleves, Gulick (Juliers), and Barre, sick in body, but whole in mind and memory, thanks be to Almighty God, declare this to be our last will and testament. First, we give and bequeath our soul to the Holy Trinity, and our body to be buried where it shall please God. Secondly, we most heartily pray our executors undernamed to be humble suitors for us, and in our name, to the queen's most excellent majesty, that our debts may be truly contented and paid to every one of our creditors, and that they will see the same justly answered for our discharge. Beseeching also the queen's highness of her clemency to grant unto our executors the receipts of our land accustomed to be due at Michaelmas, towards the payment of our creditors. For that is not the moiety of our revenues, nor payment wholly at that time, and not able to answer the charge of our household, especially this year, the price of all cattle and other accats, or purchases, exceeding the old rate. Thirdly, we earnestly require our said executors to be good lords and masters to all our poor servants, to whom we give and bequeath every one of them, being in our check roll, as well as to our officers as others, taking wages either from the queen's highness or from us, from the current month of July, 1 whole year's wages, also as much black cloth as 13 shillings 4d. per yard, as will make them each a gown and hood, and to every one of our gentlemen waiters and gentlewomen accordingly. And to our yeomen, grooms, and children of our household, 2 yards each of black cloth, at 9 shillings the yard. Also to every one of the gentlewomen of our privy chamber, for their great pains taken with us. To Mrs. Wingfield 100 £, 20 to Susan Broughton towards her marriage. To Dorothy Curzon towards her marriage 100 £, and to Mrs. Haymond 20 £. To 12 other ladies, who seem in the like degree, she bequeathed various sums, from 10 to £16 each. To our laundress, Elizabeth Elliot, 10 £, and to Mother Lovell, this was the nurse of her sick room, for her attendance upon us in this time of our sickness, 10 £. Item, we give and bequeath to every one of our gentlemen daily attendant on us, over and beside our former bequests, namely, wages and black cloth, 10 £, that is to say, to Thomas Blackgrove, 10 £, to John Wybush, 10 £. 8 gentlemen are enumerated. Likewise to our yeomen and grooms, 11 shillings apiece, and to all the children of our house, 10 shillings apiece. And we give to the Duke of Cleves, our brother, a ring of gold with a fair diamond, and to our sister, the Duchess of Cleves, his wife, a ring, having therein a great rock of ruby, the ring being black enamelled. Also we give to our sister, the Lady Amelie, a ring of gold, having thereon a fair pointed diamond. And to the Lady Catherine, Duchess of Suffolk, a ring of gold, having a fair table diamond, somewhat long. And to the Countess of Arundel, a ring of gold, having a fair table diamond, with an H and an I of gold set under the stone. Moreover, we give and bequeath to the Lord Paget, Lord Privy Seal, a ring of gold, having therein a 3-cornered diamond, and to our cousin, the Lord Waldeck, a ring of gold, having therein a great fair hollow ruby. Moreover, our mind and will is, that our plate, jewels, and robes be sold with other of our goods and chattels towards the payment of our debts, funerals, and legacies. And we do further bequeath to Dr. Simmons, our physicon, towards his great pains, labours, and travails, taken oftentimes with us, 20 pounds. And to Allard, our surgeon and servant, 4 pounds. And to our servant John Goulay, over and above his wages, 10 pounds. And to every one of our alms children, towards their education, 10 pounds apiece, to be delivered according to the discretion of our executors. Also we will and bequeath to the poor of Richmond, Bletchingley, Hever, and Dartford, 4 pounds to each parish, to be paid to the churchwardens at the present, and to be laid out by the advice of our servants thereabouts dwelling. And to our chaplains, Sir Otho Rampello, and to Sir Dennis Toms, either of them pray for us, 5 pounds and a black gown. And to our poor servant James Powell, 10 pounds. And to Elyad Turpin, our old laundress, to pray for us, 4 pounds. And to our late servant, Otho Willock, 20 pounds. And our will and pleasure is, that our servants, Sir Otho Rampello, Arnold Ringlebury, John Goulay, John Solenbrow, Derek Passman, Arnold Holgins, and George Hagalas, being our countrymen and minding to depart out of this realm of England, shall have, towards their expenses, every one 10 pounds. And we bequeath to Thomas Pierce, our cofferer, to Thomas Haw, our clerk comptroller, and to Michael Apsley, clerk of our kitchen, for their pains with us taken sundry ways, over and beside their formal wages, 10 pounds each. And our will and pleasure is, that our said cofferer, who hath disbursed much for us, for the maintenance of our estate and household, should be truly paid by our executors, likewise all other of our servants that hath disbursed any money for us at any time, if they have not been paid. The residue of all our goods, plate, jewels, robes, cattle, and debts, not given or bequeathed, after our funeral debts and legacies, we give and bequeath to the right honourable Nicholas Heath, Archbishop of York, and Lord Chancellor of England, Henry, Earl of Arundel, Sir Edmund Peckman, and Sir Richard Preston, knights, whom we ordain and make executors of this our last will and testament. And our most dearest and entirely beloved sovereign lady, Queen Mary, we earnestly desire to be our overseer of our said last will, with most humble request to see the same performed as shall to her highness seem best for the health of our soul. And in token of the special trust and affiance which we have in her grace, we do give and bequeath to her most excellent majesty, for a remembrance, our best jewel, beseeching her highness that our poor servants may enjoy such small gifts and grants as we have made unto them, in consideration of their long service done unto us, being appointed to wait on us at the first erection of our household, by her majesty's late father, of most famous memory, King Henry VIII. For his said majesty said then unto us, that he would account our servants his own, and their service done to us as if done to himself. Therefore we beseech the queen's majesty to accept them in this time of their extreme need. Moreover, we give and bequeath to the lady Elizabeth's grace, afterwards Queen Elizabeth, my second best jewel, with our hearty request to accept and take into her service one of our poor maids, named Dorothy Curzon. And we do likewise give and bequeath unto every one of our executors before named, towards their pains, namely to the Lord Chancellor's grace, a fair bowl of gold with a cover, to the Earl of Arundel, a maudlin standing cup of gold with a cover, to Sir Edmund Peckman, a jug of gold with a cover, or else a crystal glass garnished with gold and set with stones. To Sir Richard Preston, our best gilt bowl with a cover, or else that piece of gold plate which Sir Edmund leaveth, if it be his pleasure, most heartily beseeching them to pray for us, and to see our body buried according to the queen's will and pleasure, and that we may have the suffrages of the Holy Church according to the Catholic faith, wherein we end our life in this transitory world. These being witnesses, Thomas Pierce, our cofferer, Thomas Haw, our comptroller, John Simmons, doctor in physic, etc. Also Dorothy Wingfield, widow, Susan Boughton, Dorothy Curzon, gentlewomen of our privy chamber, bedchamber, with many others, and by me, Dionysius Thumau, chaplain and confessor to the same noble lady, Anna of Cleves. 2 days after the dictation of this will, the repudiated queen of England expired peacefully at the palace of Chelsea. Her beneficent spirit was wholly occupied in deeds of mercy, caring for the happiness of her maidens and alms children, and forgetting not any faithful servant however lowly in degree. She was on amicable terms both with the Catholic Mary and the Protestant Elizabeth, and left both tokens of her kindness. Although she was a Lutheran when she came to this country, it is very evident from her will that she died a Catholic. Queen Mary appointed her place of burial in Westminster Abbey, where her funeral was performed with some magnificence. A hearse was prepared at Westminster, with 7 grand palls, as goodly a hearse as ever seen. The 3rd of August, my lady Anne of Cleves, sometime wife of Henry VIII., came from Chelsea to burial unto Westminster, with all the children of Westminster of the choir, with many priests and clerks, and the Grahamees of Paul's, and 3 crosses, and the monks of Westminster. My lord bishop of London, Bonner, and my lord abbot of Westminster, Feckenham, rode together next the monks. Then rode the 2 executors, Sir Edmund Peckham and Sir Richard Preston, and then my lord admiral and my lord Darcy, followed by many knights and gentlemen. After her banner of arms came her gentlemen of the household and her head officers, and the bier chariot, with 8 banners of arms and 4 banners of white taffeta, wrought with fine gold. Thus they passed St. James and on to Charing Cross, where was met 100 torches, her servants bearing them, and the 12 bedesmen of Westminster had new black gowns, and they had 12 burning torches and 4 white branches, then her ladies and gentlewomen, all in black on their horses, and about the hearse sat 8 heralds bearing white banners of arms. These white ensigns were to signify that Anne of Cleves had lived a maiden life. At the abbey door all did alight, and the bishop of London and my lord abbot in their mitres and copes received the good lady, censing her, and her men did bear her under a canopy of black velvet, with 4 black staves, and so brought her under the hearse, and there tarried dirge, and all the night with lights burning. The next day requiem was sung for my lady Anne daughter of Cleves, and then my lord of Westminster, abbot Feckenham, preached as goodly a sermon as ever was made, and the bishop of London sang mass in his mitre. And after mass the lord bishop and the lord abbot did cense the corpse, and afterwards she was carried to her tomb, where she lies with a hearse and a cloth of gold over her. Then all her head officers brake their staves, and all her ushers brake their rods, and cast them into her tomb. And all the gentlemen and ladies offered at mass. My lady of Winchester was chief mourner, and my lord admiral and lord Darcy went on each side of her, and thus they went in order to a great dinner, given by my lord of Winchester to all the mourners. Anne of Cleves is buried near the high altar of Westminster Abbey, in a place of great honour, at the feet of King Sebert, the original founder. Her tomb is seldom recognised. In fact, it looks like a long bench against the wall on the right hand, as the examiner stands facing the altar, near the oil portraits of Henry III. And King Sebert. On closer examination, her initials A and C, interwoven in a monogram, will be observed on parts of the structure, which is rather a memorial than a monument, for it was never finished. Not one of Henry's wives, excepting Anne of Cleves, had a monument, observes Fuller, and hers was but half a one. It is evident that reports were spread throughout the courts of Germany that the residence of Anne of Cleves in England was a detention full of cruelty and restraint. These ideas gave credence to an impostor who presented herself, in a state of distress, at the palace of John Friedrich II., Prince of Coburg, and pretended to be the Princess of Cleves, repudiated by Henry VIII. She was a long time entertained by the hospitable prince as his kinswoman, but was finally proved to be a maniac, and died in confinement. End of section 19. Section 20 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine Howard, Chapter 1, Part 1. The fifth consort of Henry VIII. Was a daughter of that illustrious house, of which a modern writer thus eloquently writes: "What family pervades our national annals with achievements of such intense and brilliant interest as the Howards? As heroes, poets, politicians, courtiers, patrons of literature, state victims to tyranny and revenge, they have been constantly before us for 4 centuries. In the drama of life they have exhibited every variety of character, good and bad, and the tale of their vices, as well as their virtues, is full of instruction. No story of romance or tragedy can exhibit more incidents to enchain attention or move the heart than might be found in the records of this great historical family." The career of Katharine Howard affords a grand moral lesson, a lesson better calculated to illustrate the vanity of female ambition, and the fatal consequences of the first unguarded steps in guilt, than all the warning essays that have ever been written on those subjects. No female writer can venture to become the apologist of this unhappy queen. Yet charity may be permitted to whisper, ere the dark page of her few and evil days is unrolled: "Full gently scan thy brother, man; still gentler sister, woman." Katharine Howard, while yet a child in age, being deprived of a mother's watchful care, and surrounded by unprincipled persons of maturer years, made shipwreck of all her hopes on earth ere she knew the crime, the madness into which she was betrayed. Let no one who has been more fortunately circumstanced boast. John Bradford, one of the most illustrious of our Protestant martyrs, who afforded, in his own practice, a perfect exemplification of Christian holiness, when he beheld a criminal handcuffed and carried ignominiously to execution, exclaimed, "But for the grace of God there goes John Bradford!" Katharine Howard was the cousin german of a previous victim of Henry VIII.'s stormy love and murderous caprice, the beautiful and ill-fated Anne Boleyn. She was his fifth wife, and the third private gentlewoman whom he elevated to the perilous dignity of his queen. Although she was his subject, the lineage of this lady was, in some respects, not inferior to his own. Through her royal ancestress, Queen Adelicia, Katharine Howard was the descendant of the imperial race of Charlemagne. Margaret Brotherton, the granddaughter of Edward I. and Margaret of France, transmitted the mingled blood of the Plantagenets and the kings of France to her descendants, by Thomas Mowbray, the heir of the Albinis, the Warrens, and the Bigods, and thus united, in a blended line, the posterity of Henry I. and his two queens, Matilda the Good and Adelicia the Fair. Margaret of Brotherton was created Duchess of Norfolk, and claimed her father Thomas Plantagenet's office of Earl Marshal. Her claims were allowed, and she was called the Mareschal, but her son, Thomas Mowbray, was invested by her with the Marshal's rod, and acted as her deputy. His daughter, the lady Margaret Mowbray, by Elizabeth, daughter of the famous Richard Fitzalan, Earl of Arundel, brought the honours and demesnes of all these noble houses to her son by Sir Robert Howard. This was John, the first Duke of Norfolk, of the name of Howard. He was slain at Bosworth, and his dukedom was confiscated by Henry VII. Thomas, his eldest son, was the victorious Surrey of Flodden Field, and Edmund, the ninth son of Thomas, was the father of Katharine Howard. At this memorable battle, where the national glory of England was so signally advanced by the valour and military skill of Katharine's family, her father, at that time a beardless esquire, was the marshal of the English host, under the command of his renowned father. He led the right wing, and sustained unshrinkingly the fiery onslaught of Huntley and Home, though the Cheshire men fled, leaving, as the ancient record certifies, the said Master Edmund in a manner alone, without succour, by his banner, which he gallantly defended, verifying the chivalric aphorism which Scott, in after years, attached to the cognizance of his house: For who, in field or foray slack, saw the blanched lion e'er give back? The standard bearer indeed was slain and hewn to pieces, and the stainless banner of Howard fell with him, but not before the dauntless Lion Sue of the house, who had so well maintained it, was himself thrice beaten down to the ground, but, like a courageous and hardy young gentleman, pursues our document, He recovered again, and fought hand to hand with Sir David Home, and slew him with his own hands. And thus the said Master Edmund was in great peril, till the Lord Dacre, like a good knight and true, came to his succour, and relieved him. After the battle, young Edmund received the well-earned honour of knighthood from the sword of his victorious father, and the forfeited dukedom of Norfolk was restored to the gallant Surrey as a reward for the good services he and his brave sons had performed for their king and country that day. Henry also granted the following augmentation of honour to the arms of Surrey and his posterity, namely, to bear on a bend in an escutcheon the upper half of a red lion, depicted as the arms of Scotland, pierced through the mouth with an arrow. After her marriage with the king, Katharine Howard bore the Flodden augmentation on the third quarter of her escutcheon, a proof that she was proud of the honour of her family, though, unhappily, regardless of her own. But deeply as this child of sinful passion erred, we should remember that her grandfather, her father, and her uncles performed good services for England, and advanced the glory of our country both by land and sea. Out of respect to their memories, we are bound to deal as gently by their unhappy kinswoman as the circumstances of the case will admit. Justice, indeed, requires that implicit credence should not be given to the statements of those who, without allowing her the benefit of a trial, brought her to the block unheard. Katharine Howard was the fifth child and second daughter of Lord Edmund Howard by Joyce or Jocosa, daughter of Sir Richard Culpeper of Hollingbourne in Kent, widow of Sir John Lee, knight. Katharine had 3 brothers and 1 sister older, and 3 sisters younger than herself. Lord Edmund Howard is enumerated among the noble bachelors who attended Mary Tudor to France in 1515, and, supposing he married soon after, the earliest date that can be given for Katharine's birth is 1521 or 1522. Lord Edmund possessed many houses in London, but Lambeth has been named as his residence, and probably this was the place of Katharine's nativity. Her mother died when Katharine was in early childhood, and her father married a second wife, Dorothy, the daughter of Thomas Troyes. On the death of his illustrious father, Thomas, Duke of Norfolk, Lord Edmund permitted his stepmother, Agnes Tilney, the Duchess Dowager, to take upon herself the entire charge and bringing up of the second daughter of his numerous family. It was an evil hour for the little Katharine, when she left the paternal roof and the society of the innocent companions of her infant joys and cares, to become a neglected dependent in the splendid mansion of a proud and heartless relative, and could her brave father have foreseen the consequences of this arrangement, it is easy to imagine how much rather he would have placed her on her bier than have permitted the demoralizing associations to which she was exposed in her new home. Lord Edmund Howard's duties compelled his residence at Calais during the latter years of his short life, or it is possible that his parental vigilance might have been alarmed in time to preserve his child from ruin. The Duchess of Norfolk was so perfectly unmindful of her duties to her orphan charge, that Katharine was not only allowed to associate with her waiting women, but compelled at night to occupy the sleeping apartment that was common to them all. Unhappily, they were persons of the most abandoned description, and seem to have taken a fiendish delight in perverting the principles and debasing the mind of the nobly born damsel who was thrown into the sphere of their polluting influence. Katharine, unfortunately for herself, while yet a child in age, acquired the precocious charms of womanhood, and before she had even entered her teens, became the object of illicit passion to a low-born villain in the household of the Duchess, named Henry Manox. He was a player on the virginals, probably Katharine's instructor on that instrument, and might take advantage of the opportunities too often afforded to persons in that capacity to prefer his suit, and by degrees to establish himself on terms of unbecoming familiarity with his pupil. Katharine was residing in the family of the Duchess at Horsham in Norfolk, when this degrading intimacy commenced, which was fostered and encouraged by one of the Duchess's women, called Mistress Isabel, who was her confidant, and carried the tokens that were exchanged between her and Manox. When Mistress Isabel married and left the household of the Duchess of Norfolk, her place and office of confidant was supplied by a woman from the village of Horsham, of the name of Dorothy Barwyke. Soon after, the Duchess of Norfolk removed with Catherine and her whole establishment to her house at Lambeth. Catherine's uncles, the Duke of Norfolk and Lord William Howard, had mansions also at Lambeth, which was at that time very much the resort of the nobles of Henry's court, and was considered as a very pleasant retreat, with its beautiful orchards and gardens sloping down to the banks of the Thames. The removal of the Duchess of Norfolk to Lambeth was in all probability for the purpose of attending the coronation of her granddaughter, Anne Boleyn, in whose court she made a considerable figure. The coronation of that queen and the christening of the Princess Elizabeth took place in the year 1533, when Catherine Howard, though probably too young to have any part assigned to her in royal ceremonials of state, was old enough to mar all her own hopes in life and to stain the hitherto unsullied honour of her house. It was while at Lambeth that she formed a fatal intimacy with a female of low birth, of the name of Mary Lassells, who was the nurse of her uncle Lord William Howard's first child by the daughter of Lady Russell. On the death of Lady William Howard in 1533, Mary Lassells entered the service of the Duchess of Norfolk, and was permitted to sleep in the dormitory which the young and lovely daughter of Lord Edmund Howard shared with the female attendants of the Duchess. Supposing Catherine Howard to have been born in 1521, the very earliest date that can be assigned for the birth of the fifth child of a man who was a bachelor in the close of the year 1515, then she would have been under 13 at the period when Mary Lassells was added to the menage of the Duchess, a fact which makes the following circumstances most melancholy. Mary Lassells very soon began to discuss with Catherine's trusty confidant, Dorothy Barwyke, the intrigue in which that unprincipled woman was lending her aid to involve the hapless child. Barwyke told Lassells that Manox was insured, that is, contracted or trothplight to Mistress Catherine Howard, with whom he was much in love. On this, Lassells, whose indignation at the supposed passion of the musician for the young lady inspires a suspicion that she was actuated by jealousy, said to him with some warmth, "Man, what meanest thou to play the fool of this fashion? Knowest thou not that an my lady of Norfolk knew of the love between thee and Mistress Howard, she will undo thee, and besides this, she is come of a noble house, and if thou shouldest marry her, some of her blood will kill thee." Manox replied in the most profligate language to this remonstrance that his designs were of a dishonourable nature, and, from the liberties the young lady had allowed him, he doubted not of being able hereafter to effect his purpose. When Mary Lassells repeated this to Catherine, she was greatly offended with Manox, cried, "Fie upon him," said, "she cared not for him," and then, unable to control or defer the effusion of her indignation, she proceeded with Mary Lassells in quest of him to the house of Lord Beaumont, where he was, and there passionately upbraided him with his baseness. Manox, by way of excuse, replied, that his passion for her so transported him beyond the bounds of reason that he wist not what he said. Whether Catherine had the weakness to be satisfied with this apology is not stated, but she was once, and once only, seen with him afterwards, walking at the back of the Duchess's orchard at Lambeth. Such is the history of the first error of her who was hereafter to become the Queen of England, and who was cousin german to her who then wore the crown matrimonial. But if the motherless neglected child, who was thus early beguiled from the straightforward path, be deserving of blame, what shall be said of the conduct of Mary Lassells, who, being aware of the clandestine addresses of the base Manox, and having even heard him avow designs, which the tender youth of the nobly born maiden alone prevented him from effecting, so far from warning the Duchess, or any of the members of the Howard family, of the peril of their youthful relative, actually accompanied her on a stolen expedition to the servants' hall of a neighbouring nobleman's house in quest of the profligate villain? What punishment would, in these days, be considered too severe for a nurse who could thus shamelessly betray the confidence of her employers? Surely the statements of such a person are little deserving of credit, couched as they are, too, in language which none but the most abandoned of human beings could have used. Yet it is on the testimony of this woman that Catherine Howard was eventually brought to the block. It is possible that Catherine's childish fancy for Manox originated in her musical propensities. The love of music, when indulged to excess, has not unfrequently involved elder and better educated ladies than this neglected and wrong-headed girl in perilous acquaintances and associations. Catherine's infatuation for the low-born musician was, however, of ephemeral date. Soon after her arrival at Lambeth, she was entangled in another clandestine courtship with a lover of a very different stamp from Manox, but certainly little suited for a mate to a daughter of the ducal line of Howard. Her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, retained in his service a band of gentlemen, whom he called his pensioners or household troop. They were for the most part persons born of better birth than fortune, and many of them claimed some degree of affinity to their lord, whom they were ready to follow to the field, to back him in his quarrels with his neighbours, or even, if required, in defiance to the sovereign. They had free quarters, good pay, and little to do, on ordinary occasions, but to seek their own amusement. The gentlemen pensioners of the Duke of Norfolk and Earl of Northumberland were the last vestige of feudal retainers, and were regarded as persons of more valour than morality. One of these bold spirits, named Francis Derham, became deeply enamoured of Katharine Howard, and being allied to her in blood, and an especial favourite with the old duchess, he aspired to nothing less than winning her for his wife. He found the young beauty only too easy of access, surrounded as she was by the unprincipled females who had previously encouraged her to listen to the addresses of Manox. Katharine appears to have been kept without money by the duchess, and, having the passion for finery natural to girls of her age, allowed Derham to supply her with all those little ornaments to her dress which she was unable to obtain for herself. On one occasion, when she was languishing to possess an artificial flower, called a French fennel, which was universally worn by the ladies of Henry VIII.'s court, Derham told her, he knew of a little woman in London, with a crooked back, who was skilled in making all sorts of flowers of silk, and Katharine requested him to employ this person to make a French fennel for her, bidding him pay for it, and she would pay him again when she had the means. Derham complied with her wish, and when he had put her in possession of this coveted piece of finery, she dared not wear it, till she had prevailed on Lady Brereton to say she gave it to her. Derham has been represented as a person in the lowest class of society. This is a mistake, for not only was he a relation of the ducal line of Howard, but evidently a gentleman of some property. Whenever the inconsiderate Katharine desired silks, satins, or even velvet, for her habiliments, she allowed him to procure them for her, under the vague promise of reimbursing him for his outlay at some future period. She was once indebted to this perilous creditor in a considerable sum. On the New Year's Day they exchanged love tokens. Derham gave Katharine a silk heart's ease, and she gave him a band and sleeves for a shirt. These were, according to the fashion of the times, curiously wrought with the needle, probably by Katharine's own hand. Such at any rate was the report, but when questioned on this subject after she was queen, she scornfully denied that such was the fact, and said, as far as she could remember, they were wrought by Clifton's wife of Lambeth, and affirmed on oath that she never gave him any other present. Derham had also a bracelet of silken work, which had been hers, but that he took it from her perforce, she said, and kept it in her despite. He also boasted himself of a little ruby ring, but that Katharine also forswore as none of hers. It is a curious fact that Derham transferred to her an old shirt of fine holland or cambric, belonging to the deceased Lord Thomas Howard, which the duchess had given to him. The shirts worn by the gallants of Henry's court were very costly with point and fine needlework. It would have been a curious piece of costume, if Katharine had explained for what purpose she coveted that garment, and how she had exercised her ingenuity in converting it into handkerchiefs and other accessories for her wardrobe. It is too evident, from the fact of her accepting so many presents from Derham, that little attention was paid to her comforts, and that she occupied a doubtful station in the family, having neither consideration nor sympathy vouchsafed to her by those of her own rank and lineage. Her young heart thus chilled and embittered by the neglect and privations which she experienced on the one hand, and assailed by the passionate importunities of the most devoted of lovers on the other, Catherine forgot that she, in whose veins the blood of the Plantagenets and the Carlovingian monarchs mingled, was no mate for one of her uncle's gentlemen at arms, and consented to become the troth–plight or affianced wife of Francis Derham. In the days of Catholicism, such engagements were recognized by the church as binding, and if the existence of a precontract could be proved, it not only presented, while undissolved, an obstacle to the solemnization of matrimony between either of the parties with another person, but, if such matrimony had been contracted, rendered it illegal. History presents innumerable examples of marriages having been declared null and void, where a previous promise had been violated by either of the parties. In Scotland to this day the acknowledgments that passed between Katharine Howard and Derham would constitute binding wedlock. Derham asked her permission to call her wife, and entreated her to call him husband, to which Katharine replied, she was content that it should be so. One day, having kissed her before witnesses, who made some observation on the freedom of his behaviour, he turned about and asked, who should hinder him from kissing his own wife? One of the bystanders then said, I trow this matter will come to pass, as the common saying is. What is that? said Derham. Marry, replied the other, that Mr. Derham shall have Mrs. Katharine Howard. By St. John, said Derham, you may guess twice, and guess worse. The ballad lore of that age, which has always been supposed to give a lively picture of the manner of the times, is wonderfully deficient in morality, and often describes high-born ladies, and lovers of low degree, acting with lamentable disregard of propriety, if any impediments to their marriage were opposed by their friends. How corrupting such chansons were to the young and thoughtless may be imagined, and Katharine Howard had no anxious mother to watch over her, and inculcate principles of virtue and habits of feminine reserve. The only care the Duchess of Norfolk appears to have taken for the preservation of her youthful granddaughter's honour was, to have the doors of the chamber in which she and her waiting women slept locked every night, and the keys brought to her, but this caution was defeated by the subtlety of one or other of her attendants, by whom they were privily stolen away, and Derham was admitted to pay his nocturnal visits in defiance of all propriety. Sometimes, said Katharine, he would bring strawberries, apples, wine, and other things, to make good cheer with, after my lady was gone to bed, but that he made any special banquet, or that, by special appointment between him and me, he should tarry till after the keys were delivered to my lady, is utterly untrue, nor did I ever steal the keys myself, or desire any other person to steal them to let him in, but for many other causes the doors have been opened, and sometimes Derham hath come early in the morning, and much misbehaved himself, but never by my request or consent. It was reported by Wilkes and Baskerville, two of the unprincipled females who were the accomplices in the ruin of this hapless girl, that on one of these occasions it was asked, what shift should we make if my lady came suddenly in? And that Katharine rejoined, Derham must go into the little gallery if my lady come. Katharine denied having made this suggestion in the following words, I never said so, but he hath said it himself, and so hath he done, indeed. With equal simplicity and earnestness, she denied having received from Derham the present of a quilted cap, when destitute of the means to make such a purchase. He bought not for me the quilted cap, said she, but only the sarcenet to make it, and I delivered the sarcenet to a little fellow in my lady's house to embroider, as I remember, his name was Rose, an embroiderer, to make it what pattern he thought best, and not appointing him to make it with friars' knots, as he can testify, if he be a true man. Nevertheless, when it was made, Derham said, what, wife, here be friars' knots for Francis. Francis I had brought into fashion an enigmatical allusion to the name of Francis, devised with these friars' knots and the pansy flower. In Hall's account of the Field of the Cloth of Gold may be seen this passage. The French king and his band were apparelled in purple satin, branched with gold and purple velvet, embroidered with friars' knots, and in every knot was pansy flowers, which together signified, think on Francis. Katharine had certainly worn the silk pansy Derham had given her, with the cap garnished with these friars' knots, from which he drew the flattering compliment to his Christian name, that she thought of Francis. Derham gave all his money into her keeping, and once, when he was going on some secret expedition, he left the indenture for the obligation of £100 that was due to him in her custody, telling her clearly that if he never returned she was to consider it as her own. Catherine inquired whither he was going, but he would not satisfy her on that point. How long his absence lasted, and of the nature of the business in which he was engaged, there is no evidence, but as he was afterwards accused of piracy, it is possible that he embarked in a desperate enterprise of that kind, with a view of improving his fortunes. Derham was occasionally tormented with jealousy, and fears of losing Catherine. He especially dreaded her going to court, and as she was eager to go, they had high words on this subject. Derham told her, if she went, he would not tarry long in the house, on which she replied, he might do as he list. For the sake of obtaining more frequent opportunities of being in Catherine's company, Derham had given up his post in her uncle the duke's military retinue, and entered the service of the Duchess Dowager of Norfolk, to whom he was page or gentleman usher. After a time, the duchess became suspicious of Derham's conduct, and was wont to exclaim, when she missed him, "Where is Derham? You shall find him in the maid's chamber or with Catherine Howard." By the maid's chamber, the duchess meant the apartment where the damsels in her state establishment sat together at their appointed tasks of embroidery, tapestry work, and spinning. One day she entered unexpectedly, and found Derham, not only trespassing within this forbidden bound, but presumptuously romping with her youthful kinswoman, Catherine Howard; on which, being greatly offended, she beat them both, and gave Mrs. Bulmer a box on the ears for sitting by and permitting such familiarity. Yet she did not dismiss Derham, because he was their relation, though she frequently chid the young lady, and sometimes punished her on his account, but the tender age of Catherine appears to have blinded her as to the peril in which she stood. At length the dreadful truth, with all its revolting circumstances, was forced upon the attention of Catherine's guardian, by one of the women who had long been privy to the matter. The old duchess once more vented her indignation upon Catherine in blows. Catherine was afterwards asked by the council of King Henry, in reference to this report, whether the duchess struck her on the discovery of her misconduct, and how often? Her reply to this query has not been preserved. Derham would, in all probability, have paid with his blood the penalty of his audacity in bringing dishonour to one of the noblest houses in England, but he fled before the storm, and took refuge in Ireland, where, according to most accounts, he pursued the vocation of a pirate. It was doubtless when he snatched a perilous farewell of Catherine, that she, with the tears streaming down her cheeks, uttered these memorable words, "Thou wilt never live to say to me, thou hast swerved." The matter was hushed up out of respect to the feelings of Catherine's noble father, and for the sake of her sisters and other members of her illustrious family, who would have been in some degree involved in her disgrace had it been made public. Her tender age and the contaminating influence to which she had been exposed claimed also some compassion for the hapless victim who had been thus early led into sin and sorrow. The household of the duchess was purified of the abandoned women who had warped the youthful mind of Catherine, and the damsel was herself placed under a salutary restraint. It appears, however, that she contrived, through the agency of a female in the house, named Jane Ackworth, who possessed the pen of a ready writer, to carry on a secret correspondence. After a time her secretary, as she called this person, married a gentleman of the name of Bulmer, and went to live at York; and Catherine, severed from all evil associates, acquired, as she advanced towards womanhood, the retiring grace and feminine reserve natural to that season in life. She even became remarkable for her modesty and maidenly deportment. When Derham found means to return clandestinely from Ireland, and endeavoured to renew his intercourse with her, she positively refused to have any communication with him. Reason and reflection have probably taught her to recoil with horror from the man who had cast an irredeemable blight on her opening bloom of life. Derham's attachment to her was, however, of a deep and enduring character, and his unwelcome constancy was to her productive of the most fatal results. There was at that time a report in circulation that a matrimonial engagement was in contemplation between Katharine Howard and her maternal kinsman, Thomas Culpepper, and Derham, attributing her altered manner to her preference of this gentleman, asked her angrily, if she were going to be married to him, for he had heard it so reported? What should you trouble me therewith, for you know I will not have you, was Katharine's contemptuous rejoinder. And if you heard such report, you heard more than I do know. Culpepper was Katharine Howard's first cousin, being the nephew of her deceased mother. He was in the household of Anne of Cleves, and is called by the historian Pollino a most beautiful youth. He and Katharine Howard were playmates in the same nursery in infancy. The vehement opposition of Derham to Katharine's intention of going to court appears like an assertion on his part, as far as circumstances would permit, of a right to control her actions. If, however, he possessed that right, he was in no position to enforce it, and we gather, from subsequent evidences, that he returned to Ireland long before there was a prospect of Katharine's fatal elevation to a throne. End of section 20. Section 21 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Katharine Howard, Chapter 1, Part 2. It is impossible to ascertain the date of Katharine's first appearance at court, but it has been generally said that she made a conquest of her sovereign at a banquet given by the Bishop of Winchester to his royal master a few months after his marriage with Anne of Cleves. When Gardiner observed the impression made by the charms and sprightly wit of the fair niece of his patron, the Duke of Norfolk, he contrived that the king should have frequent opportunities of seeing her at his house. Katharine was exquisitely graceful in her manners and deportment, but so remarkably small, that Richard Hill, in a contemporary letter, in which he details the news of the court to his friend Bullinger, says, "The king is going to part with the queen, that he may be married to Mrs. Howard, a very little girl." Hill describes Katharine also as a young person, the niece of the Duke of Norfolk, and specifies midsummer as the time when it began to be whispered that the king was much taken with her, that they had met several times at the house of Gardiner, and that scandal was already busy on the subject of the fickle monarch's passion for the miniature beauty in her teens. The date of Katharine Howard's appointment as maid of honour to Anne of Cleves is uncertain, but it probably took place at the time when the queen was deprived of her foreign attendants, and the strange maidens were superseded by some of the noble belles of Henry's court. The arrangement that added the new object of the sovereign's regard to the establishment of his despised consort was of course of his own ordaining, as it afforded him the gratification of her society in his own royal circle, as well as in his more private hours of relaxation, and thus we see him, for the third time, the avowed lover of a favourite maid of honour. How far his addresses were encouraged by the youthful beauty is not known. She seems to have behaved with greater propriety than either Anne Boleyn or Jane Seymour under similar circumstances, for no one has accused her of treating the queen with disrespect, or presuming to assume airs of state in rivalry to her. It has been very generally asserted, but on what grounds no one has specified, that Katharine permitted herself to be rendered a political puppet in the hands of Gardiner and her uncle Norfolk, to further their measures against the cause of the Reformation, and that Cromwell, dreading the effects of her influence, spake of her in very disadvantageous terms to the king, in order to dissuade him from making her his queen. There is great probability in this statement, but that Cromwell's death was attributable to the ill offices of the offended beauty requires proof, for there is not the slightest contemporary evidence, not so much as a private letter, to bear out the assertions of Burnet and Rapin, that she prevailed on the king to sign the death warrant of his fallen minister. Katharine Howard neither possessed the talents, the energy, nor the vindictive temper of her cousin, Anne Boleyn. Her intrigues were not those of state policy. and as for her subserviency to her uncle Norfolk's wishes, his letters to the king are a sufficient refutation of that report. After Katharine's removal to court, Derham vanished so entirely from the scene that no one knew whether he was living or dead. This was an auspicious circumstance for Katharine; but her grandmother, whose share of wisdom was certainly small, could not control the absurd curiosity which prompted her to inquire of her domestics if any of them knew what had become of Francis Derham. They replied, that none of them knew. Then, said the duchess, if any one knows where he is, belike it will be Katharine Howard. Soon after these inquiries, Katharine, who was then one of the maidens of the court, came to pay her grandmother a visit, and the old lady was guilty of the folly of reviving his apparently forgotten name, by asking her, if she knew where he was? Katharine replied, that she did not know where he was become. Some years had passed away since the guilt was incurred which had cast so dark a cloud over the hopes and expectations of that period of existence which is generally the golden age of life. Those years had probably been fraught with repentance and bitter regret for her fault, and if they had not led to amendment of life, which charity would lead us to hope, the change in her deportment was so decided that she was remarkable for her maidenly and modest behaviour, which, as Henry afterwards declared, formed her greatest attraction in his sight. Marillac, in a letter to Francis I, dated the 21st of July, thus speaks of the reports connected with Henry's engagement to Katharine. Now it is said that the king is going to marry a lady of great beauty, daughter to a deceased brother of the Duke of Norfolk. It is even said that the marriage has already taken place, but is kept secret. I cannot tell how far it is true. In a letter to the constable Montmorency of the same date, he adds, that he has heard the lady is not only married to the king, but likely to bring him a family. The old Duchess of Norfolk took infinite pains to secure the royal alliance for her fair young protégée. She bestowed costly array and jewels on her to enhance her native attractions, and it is said that she instructed her in what manner to demean herself to the king's highness so as to please him. She was even guilty of the folly of commending Katharine to the king as a person worthy of the honour of becoming his wife and one calculated to promote his happiness. If Katharine had flattered herself with the idea that because so many years had passed away since her early misconduct had occurred, that it was forgotten, she must have been undeceived when she received the following letter from one of her former unprincipled confidants, the person through whose assistance she had carried on a clandestine and forbidden correspondence with her seducer. Joan Bulmer to Katharine Howard. If I could wish unto you all the honour, wealth, and good fortune you could desire, you would neither lack health, wealth, long life, nor yet prosperity. Nevertheless, seeing I cannot, as I would, express this unto you, I would with these my most heartily salutations pite you to know, that whereas it hath been shown unto me that God of his high goodness hath put unto the knowledge of the king a contract of matrimony that the queen hath made with another before she came into England, and thereupon there will be a lawful divorce had between them, and as it is thought that the king of his goodness will put you in the same honour that she was in, which no doubt you be worthy to have, most heartily desiring you to have in your remembrance the unfeigned love that my heart hath always borne towards you, which for the same kindness found in you again hath desired always your presence, if it might be so, above all other creatures, and the chance of fortune that hath brought me, on the contrary, into the utmost misery of the world and most wretched life. Seeing no ways, then, I can express in writing, knowing no remedy out of it without you, of your goodness, will find the means to get me to London, which will be very hard to do. But if you write unto my husband, and command him to bring me up, which I think he dare not disobey, for if it might be, I would fain be with you before you were in your honour, and in the mean season I beseech you to save some room for me, what you shall think fit for yourself, for the nearer I were to you the gladder I would be of it, what pains soever I did take. I would write more unto you, but I dare not be so bold, for considering the great honour you are toward, it did not become me to put myself in presence. But the remembrance of the perfect honesty that I have always known to be in you, and the report of Sir John Seaford, which hath assured me that the same thing remains in you still, hath encouraged me to this. Whereupon I beseech you not to be forgetful of this my request, for if you do not help me, I am not like to have worldly joys. Desiring you, if you can, to let me have some answer of this for the satisfying of my mind, for I know the queen of Britain will not forget her secretary, and favour you will show. Your humble servant, with heart unfeigned, Joan Bulmer. York, the 12th day of July. The letter of Joan Bulmer was only the foretaste of what Katharine had to expect as the fruits of her early follies. No sooner was the rumour of the king's divorce from his new queen, combined with the report of his passion for her, spread abroad, than she found herself beset with those persons whom, of all the world, it was most to her interest to have kept at a distance. The evil spirits who had departed from her for a season returned to harass and intimidate her with demands which she wanted the moral courage to withstand. In fact, she had no power to extricate herself from these perils and degrading connections, unless she had revealed her former misconduct to the king. But even if Katharine had been permitted by her family to make such a disclosure to her royal lover, she was placed in a predicament that left her only the alternative of becoming a queen or confessing her own shame. She chose the first. Durham, meantime, through long perdue, was not ignorant of the king's passion for his betrothed, for in allusion to it, he said to one of his former comrades, I could be sure of Mistress Howard, and I would, but I dare not. The king beginneth to love her, but an he were dead, I am sure I might marry her. This speech leads to the conclusion that he was induced to waive his prior claim to the fair object of his sovereign's choice, and it is more than probable that the old Duchess of Norfolk was the person who prevailed upon him to remain quiescent, and if so, this would account for the otherwise inscrutable mystery of that lady's conduct in tolerating his presence, and even allowing him to take up his abode in her house a second time, after his misconduct with the young Katharine. The public announcement of the dissolution of Henry's marriage with Anne of Cleves was followed by a petition from his servile parliament, beseeching him, for the good of his people, to venture on a fifth marriage, in the hope that God would bless him with a more numerous issue. The nuptials of the royal Bluebeard of English history with Katharine Howard were privately solemnized within a few days, or it might be a few hours, after he was released from his marriage vows to Anne of Cleves. Some persons, as for instance Marillac, the French ambassador, supposed he did not wait for that ceremony. It seems strange that no particulars of the solemnization of Henry's fifth marriage have ever been brought to light. The day, the hour, the witnesses, and the person by whom the nuptial benediction was pronounced are not on record. But on the 8th of August, 1540, Katharine Howard was introduced by Henry at Hampton Court as his queen. On that day she took her seat at chapel in the royal closet by Henry's side. She afterwards dined in public, on which occasion she placed her youngest stepdaughter, the Princess Elizabeth, opposite to herself at table, and always gave her the place of honour next to her own person, because she was the daughter of her cousin Anne Boleyn. On the 15th of August, Katharine was publicly prayed for throughout the realm as Queen of England. This is particularly noticed by Marillac, who says, the king, the queen, and the child Edward, Prince of England, were prayed for in all the churches, the new queen's name having superseded that of the repudiated Princess of Cleves. No surprise is testified by any contemporary at this alliance as derogatory to the king. A close connection already existed between the royal family and Katharine's, in consequence of the former marriage between her uncle, the present Duke of Norfolk, when Lord Thomas Howard, with the king's aunt, the Lady Anne Plantagenet. As Katharine Howard was first cousin to Henry's second wife, Anne Boleyn, their marriage required a dispensation from the Pope, both parties being Catholic. But Henry, in his new character of head of the church, thought proper to dispense with this ceremony. This marriage was the first ever contracted between persons so connected, without previously obtaining the papal sanction, and it formed the precedent for all others. Henry had taken care to prepare for the legality of the contract by a previous act of parliament, concerning marriages within certain degrees, which bore upon the case. A few days after Henry had acknowledged Catherine for his queen, he conducted her to Windsor, where they remained till the 22nd of August. They then made a little progress to Reading, Eulham, Rycott, Notley, Buckingham, and Grafton. At Grafton the royal bride and bridegroom sojourned from August 29th till September 7th. The absence of all records of pageantry and processions would indicate that the enamoured monarch had been desirous of enjoying the society of his young queen in the retirement of the country, unfettered by the observations and restraints of royal etiquette. Henry's finances at this period were at a low ebb. The expenses of his pompous nuptials with his unbeloved Flemish bride, and his subsequent gifts and settlements on her, had completely exhausted all his resources. He could neither afford to honour Katharine Howard with a public bridal nor a coronation, but he paid her the compliment of causing gold coins to be struck in commemoration of their marriage, bearing the royal arms of England, flanked with H.R. and surmounted with the royal diadem. On the reverse is a rose, crowned, in allusion to his bride, flanked by the initials K.R., with the following legend: Henricus opt, rutilans rosa sine spina. The rose, which Henry, in the first transports of his short-lived passion for his Howard queen, chose for her symbol, makes a conspicuous figure in the augmentation which he granted to her armorial bearings in honour of her marriage. Among the unedited manuscripts in the State Paper Office we find a list of the officers of state and ladies of Queen Katharine Howard's royal household. The ladies were those of the highest rank in the kingdom, and some of them members of the royal family. The great ladies of the Queen's household: the Lady Margaret Douglas, niece to the King; the Duchess of Richmond, daughter-in-law to the King and cousin to the Queen; the Duchess of Norfolk, Catherine Willoughby, fourth wife to Charles Brandon, the King's brother-in-law; the Countess of Sussex, the Lady Howard, the Lady Clinton. Ladies of the Privy Chamber: the Countess of Rutland, the Lady Rochford, Lady Edgecombe, Lady Baynton. Gentlewomen of the Privy Chamber: Mrs. Herbert, Mrs. Tyrwhitt, Mrs. Lee, Mrs. Gilman. Chamberers: Mrs. Tilney, Mrs. Morton, Mrs. Fryswith, Mrs. Lufkin. Ladies and gentlewomen attendant: the Lady Dudley, Lady Arundel, the Queen's sister; Lady Dennis, Lady Wriothesley, Lady Heneage, Lady Knevet, Lady Cromwell, sister to the deceased Queen Jane Seymour; Mrs. Mewtas, Mrs. Broughton. Maids of honour: the Lady Lucy, Mrs. Bassett, Mrs. Garnish, Mrs. Calpladike, Mrs. Stradling, Mrs. Strawner. A list of yeomen ushers, yeomen of the chambers in ordinary, pages of the chambers, and pages in ordinary, follows. The names of the officers of the household are not of any particular interest. Her chaplains were Doctors Mollett and Oglethorpe. The latter held the office of almoner to her predecessor, Anne of Cleves. Sir Thomas Dennys was her chancellor at first, but afterwards superseded by her sister's husband, Sir Thomas Arundel. The historians of this period bear universal testimony to the passionate fondness of the king for his new consort. Marillac, the French ambassador, who had enjoyed the opportunity of paying his compliments to the royal pair on their marriage, gives the following lively sketch of Katharine's appearance in her bridal court, and Henry's demeanour to her, in a letter to his own sovereign, Francis I., dated September 3rd, 1540. The new queen is a young lady of moderate beauty, but superlative grace. In stature she is small and slender. Her countenance is very delightful, of which the king is so greatly enamoured, that he knows not how to make sufficient demonstrations of his affection for her, and very far exceeds the caresses he ever bestowed on the others. She is dressed after the French fashion, like all the other ladies of the court, and bears for her device round her arms, Non altre volonté que le sienne, no other will than his. The expression beauty mediocre, which is used by Marillac in reference to this queen, would seem to infer that Catherine was not so remarkable for her personal charms as she has been represented by historians. But independently of the acknowledged fact that opinions vary greatly on the subject of female loveliness, Marillac might only mean to qualify his first notice of Catherine when speaking of her from report, in which he says, "The king is going to marry a young lady of the greatest beauty." Marillac's royal master, Francis I., having been much harassed with Henry's requisitions for him to provide him with a consort endowed with perfections such as are seldom to be found in mortal woman, had probably demanded of his accredited spy at the court of England an accurate description of the lady whom his queen-killing friend considered worthy the honour of becoming his next victim. The only authentic portrait of the Howard queen that we have seen is an original outline sketch of her among the Holbein heads in the royal library at Windsor. She is there represented as a fair blooming girl in her teens, with large laughing blue eyes and light brown hair, which is folded in Madonna bands on either side of a brow of childlike simplicity. She has a nose retroussé and very full red lips. It is the countenance of an unintelligent little romp trying to assume an air of dignity, and reminds us of a good-humoured Flemish peasant rather than a courtly beauty and a queen. Instead of the slender graceful proportions described by Marillac, she is so plump and round that she appears literally bursting out of her tight bodice, which is made very high and fits closely to her shape. It opens a little in front, and is fastened with a small round brooch. Her head dress, which is very formal and unbecoming for so young a person, is a small French hood, sitting quite flat to the head with a narrow plaited border. It is possible that Holbein's sketch of Catherine Howard was taken some months after her elevation to the throne, when she might have acquired a considerable degree of embonpoint. If the charms of royalty and power had lulled the young queen into forgetfulness of the precarious tenure on which these perilous distinctions were held by Henry's wives, she was full soon reminded that the sword was suspended over her own head by a single hair. In the first months of her marriage, mysterious reports in her disparagement were in circulation, for, on the 28th of August, the attention of the privy council was called to the fact that a certain priest at Windsor was accused, with others of his company, of having spoken unbefitting words of the queen's grace, for which he and another person had been apprehended. The priest was committed to the custody of Wriothesley, the king's secretary, and the other incarcerated in the keep of Windsor Castle. How alarming any investigation of scandals that might lead to the discovery of those passages in her early life which had been detailed in the preceding pages of this memoir must have been to this queen, may be imagined. With such a secret as she had on her mind, her diadem could have poorly compensated her for the agonizing apprehensions under which she must have writhed while the examinations were pending. Henry, being in the first intoxication of his bridal happiness, passed the matter lightly over. The priest was simply enjoined to confine himself to his own diocese, and admonished by his majesty's command to be more temperate in the use of his tongue. But the person from whom he had heard the unbefitting words of the queen, which had been unguardedly repeated by him, was confined till further order. It was in all probability this affair that afforded her enemies the first clue to Catherine's early errors, though the cloud passed over for a time. If she had been of a vindictive temper, a severer penalty might have been paid by those who had thus maligned her within the verge of her own court, and measures would have been taken to silence every tongue that ventured to disparage her. After a short sojourn in the silver bowers of Grafton, the court removed to Ampthill. While there the royal household appears to have required reform, for we find that Robert Tyrwhitt, Esquire, the vice-chamberlain to the king, and Sir Edward Baynton, knight, the queen's vice-chamberlain, and divers other gentlemen the king and queen's servants, to the number of 16, were advertised of the king's pleasure concerning the sober and temperate order that his highness would have them to use in his highness's chamber of presence, and also the queen's, as also the behaviour of themselves toward the king's privy council, gentlemen of the privy chamber, and all other his highness's servants of every degree. Catherine could have had little control over such of her attendants as had pertinaciously attached themselves to her fortune. Joan Bulmer was one of her bedchamber women, so also was Catherine Tilney, a person only too well acquainted with her former misconduct, and worst of all, the profligate villain Manox was in her service as one of the royal musicians. At Ampthill the king and queen remained till the 1st of October, after which they withdrew to the greater seclusion of Moor Park, in Hertfordshire, and while there, Henry, being impatient of the slightest interruption or intrusion, issued the following gracious orders, through his privy council, that Queen Catharine's vice-chamberlain and his own, and all the officers of the royal household, that from henceforth they should in no wise molest his royal person with any suit or petition, but cause all suits or supplications to be made in writing, and delivered to his council. The court returned to Windsor October 22nd. At this period reports were in circulation that Henry was about to dismiss Catherine, and reinstate Anne of Cleves in her place, for the repudiated queen was likely to become a mother at a very unseasonable juncture for all parties. Marillac, whom no particle of gossip seems to escape, thus notices these rumours. It is false what has been said about the king leaving the new queen, to take the one whom he has repudiated, for he bestows so many caresses on her he now has, with such singular demonstrations of affection, that it cannot be. That which caused the report was, that it has been said the other lady was pregnant, but she has been indisposed. In his next letter to Francis I, dated November 1st, he says, "It is believed that the new queen has entirely gained the favour of the king, and of her who was lately queen they spake no more than if she were dead." Catherine held her court at Windsor rather better than a month. The acts of the privy council of November 23 specify, that the king and the queen, accompanied only by the lord privy seal, the lord admiral, the master of the horse, and the vice-chamberlain of the privy council, and the ladies, gentlemen, and gentlewomen of their privy chamber, departed for Oking, where they remained until the 7th of December, upon which day his highness with the queen's grace departed to Oatlands, and there remained till the 18th of the same month, and upon that day came to Hampton Court. Henry VIII, in his journeys and removals, was on former occasions attended by his council, but here he dispenses with their presence, that he may spend his Christmas at Hampton Court, in the society of Queen Catherine, without the interruption of business or the restraints of royal pomp. The first separation, after a marriage of 6 months, that had occurred between the king and queen, took place February 7, 1541, when the king, for the dispatch of business, removed to London, with his personal attendants, only leaving behind him at Hampton Court the queen's grace, with the whole household. He returned again the 10th day. No sort of pomp or regal splendour distinguished the court of the young and beautiful Howard queen. We find no records of her indulging her love of dress in the purchase of costly robes or jewelry, nor of gifts bestowed on her kindred or favourites. So quiet and unostentatious was the tenor of her life at this period, that the only matter worthy of notice during her residence at Hampton Court is the order to her tailor, dated March 1st, to provide the following needful articles for the use of the venerable Countess of Salisbury, at that time an attainted prisoner in the Tower of London, under sentence of death, and despoiled of all her substance. In premise, a nightgown furred, a kirtle of worsted, and a petticoat furred. Item, another gown of the fashion of a nightgown, of say lined with satin of Cyprus, and faced with satin. Item, a bonnet and a frontlet. Item, 4 pair of hose. Item, 4 pair of shoes and 1 pair of slips, probably slippers. The warm clothing provided for her by Queen Catherine was probably the means of preserving the venerable princess to undergo a fate scarcely less dreadful than that of perishing with cold in her cheerless prison lodgings. Catherine's dower was settled on her by the king's letters patent, previous to the Easter festival, and other grants, licenses, and concessions are secured to her by the same instruments. The whole of the spring and part of the summer were spent by Henry and Catherine in domestic retirement at the country palaces of Greenwich and Eltham, or in making progresses through Kent, Essex, and the Midland counties. If we are to give credit to the assertions, unsupported by proofs, of the majority of historians, Catherine had remained under the political guidance of her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, and Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester, but, as her influence with the king increased, she grew impatient of the tutelage of her uncle, who certainly did not possess the art of conciliating the affections of the ladies of his family, since he was at open variance with his wife, his sister, his daughter, and his stepmother, the Duchess Dowager of Norfolk. It might be that Catherine took part in the quarrel between him and the last named lady, with whom she was certainly on terms of the greatest confidence. But from whatever cause their disagreement arose, it was highly imprudent of the queen, who was naturally an object of jealousy and distrust to the Protestant party, to deprive herself of the protection and support of her powerful kinsman. The event afforded a striking exemplification of the divine proverb, that a house divided against itself cannot stand. Catherine, in the pride of youth and beauty, and blinded by her boundless influence over the mind of a royal husband, forgot, perhaps, that the throne to which his capricious passion had exalted her was based on the graves of 3 of her predecessors, and that it was only too likely to prove in her own case, as in that of Anne Boleyn, a splendid ascent to a scaffold. She imagined that while she was all powerful with Henry, she might defy the rest of the world. The whole realm was then split into 2 great parties, so nicely matched, as to strength and numbers, that the ruling balance was in the hand of the sovereign, to dispose according to his own pleasure. It was that power which rendered Henry VIII. A despotic monarch, and enabled him to trample on the boasted laws and liberties of Englishmen with impunity. Catholics and Protestants had succumbed alike to his evil passions, and endeavoured to use them as political weapons in their struggles with each other for mastery. The contest had commenced when Henry's divorce from Catherine of Aragon was first agitated, and the Protestant party supported the interests of Anne Boleyn. 5 years had passed away since these rival queens had vanished from the arena, and yet the names of Anne and Catherine were still the watchwords of the warring parties, for Henry was again the husband of 2 living wives of those names, and the legality of his divorce from the Protestant queen Anne, and his marriage with the Catholic Catherine, was almost as much questioned by his Protestant subjects as his divorce from Catherine of Aragon and his marriage with Anne Boleyn had been by the Catholics. Thus we see that Catherine Howard was regarded by the Reformed party in much the same light as Anne Boleyn had formerly been by the Catholics. It was fondly imagined by such of the former, who regarded Anne of Cleves as Henry's lawful queen, that he might be won to a reconciliation with her, if he could be convinced of the unworthiness of her fair successor to fill her place. That the Duke of Cleves was so persuaded, we have shown in the preceding memoir, and it is a fact that throws some light on the diplomatic tact with which the political leaders of that party had organized their plans for the downfall of Catherine Howard. The early follies of Catherine were known to too many not to have reached the persons most interested in destroying her influence with the king, and if they delayed striking the blow that was to lay her honours in the dust, it was only to render it more effectual. The snake was to be killed, not scorched. A crisis at length arrived, which afforded a favourable opportunity for carrying the project into execution. There was a Catholic insurrection in Yorkshire this spring, headed by Sir John Neville. Henry, attributing this to the influence of Cardinal Pole, gave orders for the execution of the venerable Countess of Salisbury, his mother, who had lain under sentence of death in the Tower for upwards of a 12-month. Her sentence had been basely and illegally procured by Cromwell just before his own arrest for treason. His execution, and probably the influence of the new queen, had thus long delayed the headsman's axe from descending on the guiltless victim. She was the last of the Plantagenets, and, with a spirit not unworthy of her mighty ancestors, refused to submit to any unjust sentence by laying her head upon the block. "So should traitors do," she said, "but I am none, and if you will have my head, you must win it as you can." A scene of horror followed, which was concluded by the ruffian minister of Henry's vengeance dragging the aged princess by her hoary hair to the block, where he slovenly butchered her, and stained the scaffold from veins enriched with the royal blood of England. Henry's mistrust of the Catholic party, in consequence of the late insurrection, induced him to leave administration of affairs in the hands of an anti-papal council headed by Cranmer, Audley the Lord Chancellor, and Seymour Earl of Hertford, the brother of the late Queen Jane, when he proceeded on his journey into Yorkshire. Queen Catherine was the companion of his journey. They left London early in July, passed some days in the palace at Grafton, and so travelled through Northampton and Lincolnshire to York. The progress was attended with some degrees of splendour, but more of terror. Henry was received by his subjects on the road as a destroying angel, ready to inflict the vengeance of heaven on the counties implicated in the late revolt. As the best propitiation they could devise, the men of Lincolnshire offered him money in all the towns through which he passed with his fair young queen. Probably he would not have been appeased without blood also, if she who possessed the art of charming fury passions had not been at his side. In Yorkshire, the king and queen were met by 200 gentlemen of the shire, in coats of velvet, with 4000 tall yeomen and serving men, who on their knees made a submission by the mouth of Sir Robert Bowes, and gave the king £900. Catherine witnessed a pageant of no less interest, when the Archbishop of York, with upwards of 300 ecclesiastics in their attendance, met the king on Barnesdale, and made a like submission with a peace offering of £600. Like submission was made by the mayors of York, of Newcastle, and of Hull, each of whom gave the king £100. In the course of their progress, Catherine held a court at her dower manor of Shire, which, in memory of that circumstance, is still called Queen's Hold. It was during this fatal progress that Catherine, when at Pontefract Castle, sealed her own doom by admitting her former paramour, Francis Derham, into her household, as a gentleman in waiting and private secretary to herself. Sharon Turner, following Lord Herbert and some other writers, says, that Derham was only employed on 2 or 3 occasions in the absence of the queen's secretary to write her private letters. When we reflect on the nature of some of the letters the unfortunate Catherine was in the habit of receiving, we may readily suppose she preferred the dreadful alternative of employing Derham as her amanuensis rather than a person unacquainted with her fatal secret. It is a doubtful point whether the mysteries of writing, and consequently of reading letters, were among the accomplishments of this ill-fated queen. Joan Bulmer's epistle, previous to the royal marriage, claims Catherine's grateful remembrance, on the grounds of having exercised her clerkly skill in her service when but a private gentlewoman, and it is certain that no letter written by Catherine can be found. Even her signature has been vainly sought at the State Paper Office and elsewhere. The Duchess of Norfolk has been accused of having introduced Derham herself into her granddaughter's court. It is possible that this was the case, since neither of these unhappy ladies had the moral courage to put a stern negative on his audacious demand of preferment if he insisted upon it. Catherine had been married upwards of 12 months before this appointment was granted, the date of which, according to Holinshed, was the 27th of August. On the 29th of the same month, her cousin, Thomas Culpeper, had a long private interview with her at Lincoln, in her closet, or privy chamber, at 11 at night, no one being present but Lady Rochford, her principal lady in waiting, by whom he was introduced. The conference lasted many hours, and at his departure the queen presented him with a chain and a rich cap. This secret meeting, and the unseasonable time at which it took place, was afterwards construed into a proof of a criminal intimacy between the queen and her kinsman. But if Catherine had really been engaged in an intrigue with this near relation, she would scarcely have hazarded bringing him and Derham in contact, knowing, as she did, the jealous temper and lawless character of her seducer. Culpeper was one of the gentlemen of the king's privy chamber, and, in all probability, terrified at the peril in which the queen was involving herself by the appointment of Derham to an office in her household, sought and obtained a private audience for the purpose of remonstrating with her on the subject. This was, in fact, the part that every faithful kinsman would have taken, if aware of the nature of the previous connection between her and Derham. The king and queen arrived at York about the 14th of September, and tarried there 12 days. Great preparations had been made for the reception of Henry's nephew, James V. of Scotland, but that prince, placing no reliance on his uncle's principles, excused himself from accepting his invitation to meet him there. Henry and Catherine quitted York September 26th, and that night they supped and slept at home, an ancient moated mansion, which had been recently forfeited to the crown by the rebellion of Sir Robert Constable. On the 1st of October they reached Hull, where they remained 5 days, and crossing the Humber, they pursued their homeward route through Lincolnshire. In one of the letters from the council with the king to that in London, Mr. Secretary Wriothesley writes, "The king and queen and all the train be merry and in health." In the course of this progress, Catherine enjoyed more of the pomp and pageantry of royalty than had fallen to her lot since her marriage with the king. The truth was, they travelled at the expense of the wealthy aristocracy of those counties which, having been recently involved in rebellion, omitted nothing that was likely to conciliate the offended sovereign. Henry, who had become every day more enamoured of his beautiful young queen, took great delight in displaying her to his people in his public entrances into the principal towns in their route, and omitted nothing that was likely to give her pleasure. Catherine, being of a plastic age and temper, readily adapted herself to his humour, and made it her study to amuse and cheer him when he came to her fatigued and harassed with the cares of state. The increase of her influence during this progress was beheld with jealous feelings by those who were naturally desirous of destroying her credit with the king, and the circumstance of the royal travellers resting one night at the house of Sir John Gorswick, who had, during the preceding spring, denounced Cranmer in open parliament as the root of all heresies, was sufficiently alarming to that primate. There was, moreover, a select meeting of the privy council, at which Gardiner presided, held at Gorswick's house, affording strong confirmation to the assertions of Burnet and Rapin that Cranmer had reason to believe that he should very shortly follow Cromwell to the scaffold, unless some means were found of averting the gathering storm. At this momentous crisis, the archbishop communicated to his colleagues, the Earl of Hertford and the Lord Chancellor, the particulars of the queen's early misconduct in the house of the Duchess of Norfolk, which had been conveyed to him by John Lascelles, brother of the vile woman who had connived at the indiscretions, and finally the guilt of the unhappy girl. This disclosure was stated to have taken place in a conversation between Lascelles and his sister, in consequence of his advising her to ask for a place in the queen's household, as others had done, to which Mary replied, that she did not wish to enter into the service of the queen, but that she pitied her. "Why so?" asked Lascelles. "Mary," replied the other, "because she is light both in conditions and living," and then she related the tale of Catherine's lapse from virtue with Durham in revolting terms. Alas, for the motherless child who had in the most perilous season of woman's life been exposed to the contaminating society of such a female! The disclosure was regarded by the Earl of Hertford and the Lord Chancellor as a matter proper to be laid before the king, and the task was deputed to Cranmer. Section 22. Section 22 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine Howard, Chapter 2, Part 1. The queen, unconscious of how dark a cloud impended over her, was receiving fresh tokens of regard every hour from Henry, who behaved as if it were his intention to prove to the world how much the wife was dearer than the bride. They arrived at Windsor on the 26th of October, and proceeded to Hampton Court on the 30th, in readiness to keep the festival of All Saints. Henry and Catherine both received the sacrament that day. Henry, on this occasion, while kneeling before the altar, raised his eyes to heaven, and exclaimed aloud, "I render thanks to thee, O Lord, that after so many strange accidents that have befallen my marriages, thou hast been pleased to give me a wife so entirely conformed to my inclinations as her that I now have." He then requested his confessor, the Bishop of Lincoln, to prepare a public form of thanksgiving to Almighty God for for having blessed him with so loving, dutiful, and virtuous a queen. This was to be read on the morrow, which was All Souls' Day. But on that fatal morrow, while Henry was at mass, the paper that contained the particulars of the misconduct of her whom he esteemed such a jewel of womanhood and perfect love to himself, was put into his hands by Cranmer, with a humble request that he would read it when he was in entire privacy. The object of Cranmer in presenting the information against the queen to Henry in the chapel was evidently to prevent the announcement to the people of the public form of thanksgiving which had been prepared by the bishop. The absence of Catherine from her accustomed place in the royal closet afforded the archbishop the better opportunity of striking this decisive blow. Henry at first treated the statement as a calumny invented for the destruction of the queen, for, as he himself afterwards declared, he so tenderly loved the woman, and had conceived such a constant opinion of her honesty, that he supposed it rather to be a forged matter than the truth. On which, being greatly perplexed, he sent for the lord privy seal, the lord admiral, sir Anthony Brown, and sir Thomas Wriothesley, to whom he opened the case, saying, at the same time, he could not believe it to be true, and yet, the information having been once made, he could not be satisfied till the certainty thereof were known, but he would not in any wise that in the Inquisition any spark of scandal should arise against the queen. He then dispatched the lord privy seal to London, where Lascelles was secretly kept, to try if he would stand to his saying. Lascelles reiterated his tale, and added, that he would rather die in the declaration of the truth, since it so nearly touched the king, than live with the concealment of the same. His sister was also examined, who gave evidence of the early misconduct of the queen. That Catherine had admitted Derham and Manox, with John Bulmer, and other persons, who were acquainted with her fatal misconduct, into her royal household, was, probably, a matter in which she had no choice, as she was entirely in their power, but the circumstance of their being there afforded a startling confirmation of the charges against her. Wriothesley received express instructions from the king to take Derham into custody on an accusation of piracy, because he had been before in Ireland, formerly noted for that offence, making that pretence lest any spark of suspicion should get abroad from his examination. The arrest was effected, and Henry's wrathful jealousy having been powerfully excited by a report that the old Duchess of Norfolk should have the folly to say, when in the queen's chamber, to a certain gentlewoman, "There," pointing to Derham, "this is he who fled away into Ireland for the queen's sake," caused him to be examined very sharply as to the nature of his connexion with the queen. Derham boldly acknowledged that a promise of marriage had been exchanged between himself and the queen many years previous to her union with the king, that they had lived as man and wife while he was in the service of her grandmother, the Duchess of Norfolk, and that they were regarded in that light among the servants in the family, that he was accustomed to call her wife, and that she had often called him husband, before witnesses, that they had exchanged gifts and love tokens frequently in these days, and he had given her money whenever he had it. He solemnly denied that the slightest familiarity had ever taken place between them since Catherine's marriage with the king. This was the substance of his first statements, freely given, nor could the extremity of torture wring from him anything of further import against the queen. Neither is there the slightest evidence tending to convict her of having renewed her criminal intimacy with him. On the contrary, it would appear by the bitter scorn of her expressions, when compelled to name him, that he had become the object of her greatest aversion, after she had seen the folly of her early infatuation, and felt the blight that his selfish passion had been the means of casting on her morning bloom of life. When the result of the first day's investigation was brought to the king by the persons employed in that business, he seemed like a man pierced to the heart, and, after vainly struggling for utterance, his pride and firmness gave way, and he burst into a passion of tears. He left Hampton Court the next morning without seeing the queen, or sending any message to her, and the same day the council came to her in a body and informed her of the charge that had been made against her. She denied it, with earnest protestations of her innocence, but the moment they were gone fell into fits so violent that her life and reason were that night supposed to be in danger. When this was reported to the king, he sent Cranmer to her in the morning with a deceitful assurance, that if she would acknowledge her transgressions, the king, although her life had been forfeited by the law, had determined to extend unto her his most gracious mercy. Catherine, who was in a state of frantic agony when the archbishop entered, was overpowered with softer emotions on hearing the message, and unable to do more than raise her hands with expressions of thankfulness to the king for having shown her more mercy than she had dared to ask for herself. In the evening Cranmer returned to her again, when, finding her more composed, he drew from her a promise that she would reply to his questions as truthfully and faithfully as she would answer at the day of judgment on the promise which she made at her baptism and by the sacrament which she received on All Hallows Day last past. The particulars of the queen's behaviour during these interviews, and the agonizing state of excitement in which she was at this dreadful crisis of her fate, will be best detailed in the following letter from Cranmer to the king. Cranmer to Henry VIII. It may please your majesty to understand that, at the repair to the queen's grace, I found her in such lamentation and heaviness as I never saw no creature, so that it would have pitied any man's heart in the world to have looked upon her, and in that vehement rage she continued, as they inform me which be about her, from my departure from her unto my return again, and then I found her, as I do suppose, far entered towards a frenzy which I feared, before my departure from her, at my first being with her. Surely, if your grace's comfort had not come in time, she could have continued no long time in that condition without a frenzy, which, nevertheless, I do yet much suspect to follow hereafter. As for my message from your majesty unto her, I was purposed to enter communication in this wise. First, to exaggerate the grievousness of her demerits, then to declare unto her the justice of your grace's laws, and that she ought to suffer by the same, and last of all, to signify unto her your most gracious mercy. But when I saw in what condition she was, I was fain to turn my purpose, and to begin at the last part first, to comfort her by your grace's benignity and mercy. For else the recital of your grace's laws, with the aggravation of her offences, might, peradventure, have driven her into some dangerous ecstasy, or else into a very frenzy, so that the words of comfort, coming last, might have come too late. And after I had declared your grace's mercy extended unto her, she held up her hands, and gave most humble thanks unto your majesty, who had showed her more grace and mercy than she herself thought meet to sue for, or could have hoped for. Then, for a time, she became more temperate and moderate, saving that she still sobbed and wept. But after a little pausing, she suddenly fell into a new rage, much worse than before. Now I do use her thus. When I do see her in any such extreme braids, I do travail with her to know the cause, and then, as much as I can, I do labour to take away, or at the least, to mitigate the cause, and so I did at that time. I told her there was some new fantasy come into her head, which I desired to open unto me. And after a certain time, when she had recovered herself, that she might speak, she cried and said, Alas, my lord, that I am alive! The fear of death did not grieve me so much, before as doth now the remembrance of the king's goodness. For when I remember how gracious and loving a prince I had, I cannot but sorrow. But this sudden mercy, more than I could have looked for, showed unto me, so unworthy at this time, maketh mine offences to appear before mine eyes, much more heinous than they did before. And the more I consider the greatness of his mercy, the more I do sorrow in my heart that I should so misorder myself against his majesty. And for all I could say to her, she continued in a great pang a long while. After that she began something to remit her rage, and come to herself. She was meetly well unto night, and I had good communication with her, and, as I thought, brought her into a great quietness. Nevertheless, at night, about 6 of the clock, she fell into another pang, but not so outrageous as the first, and that was, as she showed me, because of remembrance that, at the time of the evening, as she said, Master Heneage was wont to bring her news of your grace, And because I lack time to write all things to your majesty, I have referred other things to be opened by the mouth of the bearer of this, Sir John Dudley, saving I have sent enclosed all that I can get of her, concerning any communication with Durham, which, although it be not so much as I thought, yet, I suppose, is surely sufficient to prove a contract, although she thinks it be no contract. The cause that Master Baynton was sent to your majesty was, partly for the declaration of her state, and partly because, after my departure from her, she began to excuse and tamper those things which she had spoken unto me, and set her hand, as, at my coming unto your majesty, I shall more fully declare by word of mouth, for she saith, that Durham used to her importune force, and had not her free will and consent. Thus, Almighty God have your majesty in his preservation and governance. From your grace's most bounded chaplain, T. Canturin. From Cranmer's assertion that the queen had set her hand to the paper, it has been inferred that she was able to write, but it might be only her mark of attestation. And even if she could sign her name, it does not prove her capability of writing letters, or anything beyond a signature. In the whole of this transaction there is nothing more extraordinary than the perversity of Catherine in refusing to acknowledge that, as far as an obligation, which had not received the sanction of the church, could go, she was plighted to her kinsman, Francis Derham, before she received the nuptial ring from King Henry. But with the same headstrong rashness which had characterized her conduct from childhood, she determined to cling to her queenly dignity at all hazards, rather than admit any plea that would have the effect of rendering her subsequent marriage with the king null and void. The following passages are subjoined, on that point, from her confession, which was sent by Cranmer to the king. Being again examined by my lord of Canterbury of contracts and communications of marriage between Durham and me, I shall here answer faithfully and truly, as I shall make answer at the last day of judgment, and by the promise that I made in baptism, and the sacrament I received upon All Hallows Day last past. First, I do say that Durham hath many times moved me unto the question of matrimony, whereunto, as far as I remember, I never granted him more than I have confessed. And as for those words, I do promise that I love you with all my heart, I do not remember that I ever spoke them. But as concerning the other words, that I should promise him by my faith and troth, I am sure I never spoke them. Questioned whether I called him husband, and he me wife, I do answer that there was communication in the house that we two should marry together, and some of his enemies had envy thereat, wherefore he desired me to give him leave to call me wife, and that I would call him husband, and I said I was content, and so, after that, commonly he called me wife, and many times I called him husband, and he used many times to kiss me. And I suppose this is true, that at one time he kissed me very often. Some who stood by made observations on his conduct, whereunto he answered, who should hinder him from kissing his own wife? King Henry remained in the neighbouring palace of Oatlands, whither he had withdrawn to await the result of these investigations. He appears to have been torn with contending passions, and not venturing to trust his own feelings, with regard to his unhappy queen, he left all proceedings to the direction of Cranmer and the council. Catherine was now placed under arrest, and her keys were taken away from her, and on the 11th of October the Archbishop of Canterbury, with Wriothesley and Mr. Comptroller, received orders to go to the queen and signify to her the king's pleasure that she should depart on the following Monday to Sion House, while the inquiry pended. The state of a queen was not entirely taken from her, but reduced to the following appointments, which are copied from the order in council. The furniture of 3 chambers, hanged with mean stuff, without any cloth of a state canopy, of which 3, one shall serve for Mr. Baynton and the others to dine in, and the other 2 to serve for her use, and with a small number of servants. The king's highness's pleasure is that the queen have, according to her choice, 4 gentlewomen and 2 chamberers, foreseeing always that my lady Baynton be one, whose husband the king's pleasure is should attend the queen, and have the rule and government of the whole house. Besides Mr. Baynton, his wife and the almoner, the king appointeth none specially, to remain with her. The rest are to depart upon Monday next. And the king's pleasure is, that my lady Mary be conducted to my lord prince's house by Sir John Dudley, with a convenient number of Queen Catharine's servants. Lady Margaret Douglas, the daughter of Henry's sister, the Queen of Scotland, had likewise to make way for the disgraced queen's establishment. She was conducted to Kenning Hall, and with her went the young Duchess of Richmond. The queen's maids of honour were ordered to return to their friends, excepting Mrs. Bassett, whom the king, considering the calamity of her friends, determined to provide for. Then, following the king's resolution to lay before the parliament and judges the abominable behaviour of the queen, but without any mention of the precontract to Durham, which might serve for her defence, but only to open and make manifest the king's highness's just cause of indignation and displeasure. Considering that no man would think it reasonable that the king's highness, although his majesty doth not yet take the degree of her estate utterly from her, should entertain her so tenderly in the high degree and estate of a queen, who, for her demerits, is so unworthy of the same. Therefore the king's majesty willeth, that whoever among you know not only the whole matter, but also how it was first detected, by whom and by what means, it came to the king's majesty's knowledge, with the whole of the king's majesty's sorrowful behaviour and careful proceeding in it, should upon the Sunday coming assemble all the ladies and gentlewomen and gentlemen being now in the queen's household, and declare unto them the whole process of the matter, except that ye make no mention of the precontract, but omitting that, set forth such matter as might conform their misdemeanour. Touching the queen's departing from that house and removing to Sion, shall be on Monday next coming, such ladies only to remain at Hampton Court to abide the queen's removing, as by advertisement from you, of those that shall succeed there. Providing always that the ladies keep their day of departure upon Monday, and such only to remain at Hampton Court to abide the queen's removing, as shall be attendant at Sion. Giving you, Mr. Comptroller, to understand that Mr. Weldon, master of the household, hath been here spoken to make provision of wine, beer, and other necessaries at Sion for that purpose. At the King's Palace of Westminster, the 11th of November at night. Your loving friends, Norfolk, Southampton, Suffolk, Russell, Anton Brown, Anthony Wingfield, Ralph Saddler. Furthermore, his majesty's pleasure is, that Mr. Seymour shall remain there, with all the jewels and other things of the queen's, till she be gone, and then to bring them hither. And to the queen's grace, ye must appoint 6 French hoods, with the appurtenances, with edges of goldsmith's work, so there be no stone or pearl in the same, likewise as many pairs of sleeves, 6 gowns, and 6 kirtles of silk damask and velvet, with such things as belong to the same, except always stone and pearl. At the court, Westminster, to my lord of Canterbury at Hampton Court. In parts of this order we trace the lingering tenderness of the king for her who had been so lately the object of his adoring fondness. It is also curious to observe how those who at first raked up the most trivial gossips tales that 8 years ago circulated among the menials of the Duchess of Norfolk, in order to establish the fact of a precontract between Durham and the queen, now caution their colleagues by no means to mention the precontract, lest it should serve her for an excuse to save her life. The council had, in fact, come to the determination of proceeding against the queen on the awful charge of adultery, and, finding it impossible to convict her of that crime with Durham, they determined to fix it on some other person. But so circumspect had been the deportment of Catherine since her marriage, that the only man to whom she had ever manifested the slightest degree of condescension was her first cousin, Thomas Culpepper. This young gentleman was the son of Catherine's uncle, Sir John Culpepper, of Hollingbourne in Kent. He was a gentleman of the privy chamber to Henry VIII, before the elevation of his fair kinswoman to the fatal dignity of queen consort. His name is found among the royal appointments at the marriage of Anne of Cleves, and he distinguished himself in the jousts at Durham House, in honour of those nuptials. In the 33rd year of King Henry, he obtained the grant of 3 manors from the crown. The nearness of their relationship naturally caused great intimacy between him and Catherine, for they had been companions in childhood. But whether there was ever a matrimonial engagement in perspective between them, as suspected by her forsaken and jealous lover, Derham, previous to her union with the king, cannot be ascertained. It is possible that such a report might have decided the council to implicate him with the queen in a charge of adultery. As this was the only means of dissolving the king's marriage, the queen's female attendants were strictly examined with a view to establish the charge. Whether these unfortunate women were examined by torture, like the men, or only put in terror of it, is not on record. But when we remember that Wriothesley and Rich were the agents by whom the evidences were collected, it may be supposed they were not very scrupulous as to the means they employed. These were the men afterwards found superseding the more merciful executioner in his abhorred office in the dungeon of the young, the lovely, and pious Anne Askew, when, provoked by her silent fortitude, they threw off their gowns and worked the rack with their own ferocious hands, till they nearly tore her delicate frame asunder. These two men were the most unprincipled and sanguinary of the whole swarm of parvenus of whom Henry's cabinet was composed. Wriothesley is thus portrayed by a contemporary poet: From vile estate of base and low degree, By false deceit, by craft and subtle ways, Of mischief mould and key of cruelty, Was crept full high, borne up by various stays. With ireful eye, or glaring like a cat, Killing by spite whom he thought fit to hit. It is impossible to read Wriothesley's reports of the examinations of the witnesses without perceiving his deadly malice against the queen and her kindred. When writing to his colleague Sadler, he does not disguise his satisfaction at piking out anything that is likely to serve the purpose of our business, as he calls it. I assure you, writes he, my woman Tilney hath done us worthy service and true, as it appeareth. The evidence on which Mr. Secretary Wriothesley felicitates himself so highly goes no farther than to prove that the queen was surrounded by spies who were disposed to place evil constructions on her most trifling departure from the rigour of royal etiquette. The following is the document alluded to: The deposition of Catherine Tilney, at Westminster, November 13th, 33 Henry VIII. She saith, that she remembers at Lincoln, the queen went 2 nights out of her chamber when it was late, to Lady Rochford's chamber, which was up a little pair of stairs by the queen's chamber. And the first night this deponent and Margaret, her colleague, went up with her, and the queen made them both go down again, but Margaret went up again eftsoons, and this deponent went to bed with Mrs. Frithswith, another of the queen's chamberers. As far as she remembereth, when it was late, about 2 of the clock, Margaret came up to the bed to them, and she, Tilney, said to Margaret, Jesus, is not the queen abed yet? And Margaret said, Yes, even now. The second night she says that the queen made all her fellows go to bed, and took only this deponent with her, at which time she tarried also in manner as long as she did the other night, during which time this deponent was in a little place with my lady Rochford's woman. And therefore on her peril saith, she never saw who came unto the queen and my lady Rochford, nor heard what was said between them. Item, she saith, that the queen hath caused her to do sundry such strange messages to Lady Rochford, that she could not tell her how to utter them, and at Hampton Court lately she bade her go to my Lady Rochford and ask her, when she should have the thing she promised her? And she, Lady Rochford, answered, that she sat up for it, and she would the next day bring her word herself. A like message and answer was conveyed to and from my lord of Suffolk. It is of course impossible to penetrate into the secret of these mysterious messages, but considering that the king's brother-in-law, Suffolk, was one of the parties concerned, it is impossible to imagine they were any way connected with love affairs, and therefore the probability is they related to supplies of money, or the private purchase of jewels or articles of adornment, which the queen employed the agency of these persons to procure in an underhand way. Catherine, like all persons who have been early initiated into the dark mysteries of sin, had evidently acquired a systematic habit of concealment, even with regard to those trifling actions which, when openly performed, would never excite suspicion. The testimony of Margaret Morton, Tilney's companion, is unfavourable to the queen, as far as her own opinion goes. She imagined that the lady Rochford was a party to some intrigue that the queen was carrying on at Lincoln, Pontefract, and York. When they were at Pontefract, she says, that the queen had angry words with Mrs. Lufkin, another of the chamberers, and herself, and forbade their attendance in her bedchamber. On which, these two ladies kept a jealous watch on her majesty's proceedings. Lady Rochford, Margaret said, conveyed letters to and from the queen to Culpeper, as it was supposed, and one night when they were at Pontefract, and the queen was in her bedchamber, with no other attendant than my lady Rochford, and the lady Rochford, which was an unusual thing, did not only lock the chamber door, but bolted it in the inside also, and when the king came with the intent to pass the night there, he found the door so fastened, and there was some delay before he was admitted. It is possible, however, that the queen was in the bath, or so engaged as to render it expedient to fasten her chamber door, for there is no evidence to prove that any other person was in the chamber besides the lady in waiting and the queen. The fate of Anne Boleyn and her brother, Lord Rochford, had recently afforded melancholy witness on how slight grounds a queen of England might be sent to the block, and a noble gentleman done to death by slanderous tongues. The only evidence adduced in proof of the alleged crime of Anne Boleyn with her brother was, that he had leaned his hand on her bed, and now his widow, who had borne murderous testimony against her lord, was to be brought by retributive justice to an ignominious death, on the charge of having been an accomplice in a royal intrigue, because she, as lady in waiting, had been present at an interview between the queen and her first cousin. Lady Rochford was many years older than her thoughtless mistress, and, having been lady of the bedchamber to the 4 preceding queens, she ought to have had sufficient experience in the etiquette of the court to have warned Catherine of the impropriety of admitting her kinsman to her presence at an unsuitable hour. How greatly Catherine's health was shaken by the agitating scenes of that dreadful week may be gathered from a letter from Sir Ralph Sadler, directing the archbishop and Wriothesley to question the queen again with respect to her intimacy with Culpeper, if they found her in such a state of health and mind as to bear it. Nothing could induce Catherine to admit that there had ever been the slightest impropriety between her and this near relative. None of the great ladies in attendance on the queen were examined. Margaret Douglas, the king's niece, who was the first lady in waiting, however, received a severe reprimand, not for being privy to any levity on the part of the queen, but for her own misconduct in having entered into a clandestine courtship with Lord Charles Howard, who was at the same time the young uncle of the queen, and also the half-brother of her first love, the unfortunate Lord Thomas Howard, who died imprisoned in the Tower, for having presumed to plight his troth without the king's consent to a lady in such near relation to the crown. End of section 22. Section 23 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine Howard, Chapter 2, Part 2. On the 13th of November, Catherine was removed as a degraded prisoner from Hampton Court to Sion. Her disgrace was proclaimed to her attendants, who were assembled in the Star Chamber for that purpose, and the household was discharged. Though many of the queen's ladies were, as we have seen, of the highest rank, the Lord Chancellor entered into all the details in his declaration of Catherine's former misconduct with Durham. He concluded with an intimation that there was a still further appearance of abomination in the queen, which for the present he left in a cloud. The very next day Henry's ministers, who were in great haste to proclaim the dishonour of their royal master to foreign nations, addressed a circular, announcing the whole order and story of the queen's misconduct to the king's ministers abroad. They even obliged the French ambassador with particulars which ought never to have been made public, even if true. Francis I, in return, sent his condolences to Henry on the misbehaviour of Catherine Howard, saying, he was sorry to hear of the great displeasures, troubles, and inquietations which his good brother had recently had by the naughty demeanour of her lately reputed for queen. The motives of Henry's council in thus blazoning the charges against the queen as facts, before they had been substantiated as such by a trial, are glaringly apparent. There was a strong yearning in the king's heart towards her, therefore the chance existed of her regaining her former influence, since no actual evidence could be brought of her disloyalty to him, and, in the event of a reconciliation, those who had accused Catherine would have cause to apprehend punishment for conspiring against her life and fame. They played their perilous game with too much skill to allow the bruised reed to rise again, and before the first transport of Henry's indignation had subsided sufficiently to admit of his forming a dispassionate judgment of the nature of his wrong. For to be wrought with what we love doth work like madness on the brain. They struck a master stroke of policy by inducing him to sanction the publication of details which would prevent the possibility of his ever receiving Catherine again as his queen. In the meantime, information was conveyed to the council that the Duchess of Norfolk, on hearing the rumour of the arrest of the queen and Derham, had secretly dispatched a confidential servant, named Pewson, to Hampton Court, to ascertain the real state of the case. Pewson, on his return, told his lady that it was reported that the queen had misconducted herself with Derham, and that Catherine Tilney was privy to her guilt. The duchess said she could not think it was true, but if it were, all three deserved to be hanged. She then said to Derham's friend, Damport, "I hear Mr. Derham is taken, and also the queen. What is the matter?" "Some words, belike, spoken by him to the gentleman usher," was the reply. The duchess expressed great alarm lest anything should befall the queen in consequence of evil reports. She gave Damport £10, doubtless to purchase his silence, and it seems she had been accustomed to allow him an annual stipend. The Duke of Norfolk was dispatched, by order of the king, to make search at the duchess's house at Lambeth for Derham's papers and effects. Before his arrival, however, the old duchess, with the assistance of the yeomen of her kitchen, and some others of her menus, had broken open the coffers and trunks belonging to Derham, and carried off, and, as it is supposed, destroyed, everything that was likely to be brought in evidence against herself or any of the parties implicated in the knowledge of the queen's early transgressions. When the duke reported what had been done by his stepmother, she and all her servants were placed under arrest, and very strictly examined by the council. The following is the account given of the examination of one of the delinquents. First we began with Ashby, the Duchess of Norfolk's man, and wrote on Sunday 3 or 4 leaves of paper, where, among many long tales of small importance, he said that when the duchess broke up Derham's coffers, he, Ashby, and her comptroller, a priest, were present, besides the smith, who picked the one coffer and broke open the other. The duchess took out all the writings and carried them to her chamber, saying she would peruse them at her leisure, without suffering any person to be present. The like she did also with such writings as were in his mail. She declared she meant not any of these things to come to revelation. She would have had Ashby take a satin coat belonging to Derham in the place of 30s. 8d, which Derham owed him, but he refused it. He confessed also that the duchess had been in the greatest fear lest Alice Wilkes should have told Lord William of the familiarity between the queen and Derham. She would have sent one to Calais to have informed the Lord William Howard of this matter if she had not been advised to the contrary. He, Ashby, confessed that she, the duchess, once said, that if there be no offence since the marriage, she, the queen, ought not to die for what was done before, and also that she demanded whether the pardon would not serve other persons who knew of their naughty life before the marriage. Also he confessed that she broke open a chest and 2 coffers of Damport's, after he was committed to the Tower, and likewise took out all his writings and letters at this breaking also. Ashby and her comptroller were present, and one Dunn, yeoman of her cellar, who played the smith's part. On a second and third examination of the persons concerned in this transaction, nothing further could be learned than that the duchess found several bundles of papers, some ballads, and books with musical notes for playing on the lute, among Derham's effects. How his trunks and personal property came to be in the Duchess of Norfolk's house can only be accounted for on the supposition that his office at court did not entitle him to lodgings in the palace, that he was only there, in rotation, with other gentlemen in waiting, and that his general home was in the house of his noble kinswoman, the Duchess of Norfolk. Who his parents were is unknown, yet he always had the command of money, as we find by his costly presents to Catherine when she was living as a dependent in the house of the Duchess. Derham, on being cross-questioned on Catherine Tilney's evidence, touching the Duchess of Norfolk's knowledge of his clandestine courtship of the queen when a girl, admitted the fact, that the Duchess had once seen him kiss her granddaughter, for which she struck him and beat her, and gave Bulmer a blow for permitting it, as related before. Many times also, he said, she would blame him and Catherine. He said, that he was introduced into the royal household by the queen's desire, who told the Duchess of Norfolk to bring him. How far this was fact cannot be ascertained, but all the evidences agree that he was introduced into the palace by the Duchess of Norfolk. Lady Howard deposed that being in the court, the queen once asked her, where Derham was, and she replied, he is here with my lord, and the queen said, my lady of Norfolk hath desired me to be good unto him. Be this how it might, the circumstance of his being in the household had the worst possible effect on the queen's cause. Moreover, it was the only available fact against her, and was used by the council as presumptive evidence that it was her intention to wrong the king. Henry naturally regarded it in that light. Mr. Secretary Wriothesley gives a lively account of the terror of the Duchess of Norfolk and her resistance to the royal mandate, when he brought the order for her arrest. The recent butchery of the aged Countess of Salisbury of course rendered such a proceeding sufficiently alarming. The Duchess immediately fell very ill, and said she was not well enough to be removed, on which Wriothesley tells the council, that he, and the Earl of Southampton, and Mr. Pollard, went to see her, the better to perceive whether she were indeed as sick as she pretended. At first, says he, we entered as though we had only come to visit and comfort her, whereby we perceived in short space that she was not so sick as she made for, but able enough to repair to my lord chancellor as his highness appointed. Then began we to tell her that my lord chancellor had certain questions to demand of her, which should much serve to the clearing of the matter, and so advised her to repair to him, saying the matters were not long, ne such as we thought she would not both shortly and truly answer. But here she began to be very sick again, even at the heart, as she said, which was the sickness of mistrust, that if she went she would not return again. Nevertheless, with much ado, we got her to condescend to her going, and so we departed, to the intent that she should mistrust no false measure, and we all stayed at the house of me, Sir Thomas Wriothesley, till we saw her barge pass. We have also travelled this day with Pewson, whom we have in custody, but he is yet stiff. Marry, he confesseth already his going to Hampton Court after Derham's apprehension, but the purport of his going to those parts was to buy boards for my lady of Norfolk, and faggots for himself at Kingston, as he saith, but we think he can, and shall tell another tale, wherein, as all the rest, we shall travail to the best of our powers to get out the truth. Sir, we pray you to send hither all examinations as you have touching these matters, that we may peruse them, and pick all such things out of them as may serve to the purpose of our business. Catherine had now the bitter agony of learning that her aged relative was not only involved in her disgrace, but was sick and in prison, and in peril of being brought to a death of ignominy for having concealed her light conduct. We twain, write Southampton and Wriothesley, went to the Tower, and then first began with my lady of Norfolk, whom we found on her bed as it appeared very sickly. Pressing her as much as we might to declare some further matter and knowledge touching the misconduct of the queen and Derham, assuring her on his majesty's behalf of her own life, if she would in some sort make us her ghostly confessors, she made us answer, that she would take her death of it, that she never suspected any wrong between them. She took God to witness that she never thought them to be of that abominable sort she now knoweth them to be of, nevertheless she will not deny that she perceived a sort of light love and favour between them more than between indifferent persons, and had heard that Derham would sundry times give her (Katharine Howard) money, which she thought proceeded from the affection that groweth of kindred, the same Derham being her kinsman. But in that she told not his majesty thereof before his marriage, and in that she brake Derham and Damport's coffers, she confesseth to have offended God and his majesty, and beseecheth his majesty most humbly therefore, in his most noble heart to forgive her, and to be her good and gracious lord as he hath been, for otherwise her days would not be long. We assure you she appeareth wondrous sorrowful, repentant, and sickly." Queen Katharine and her grandmother were both at this period sick nearly unto death with grief and terror, and in their separate prisons they were assailed with subtle interrogatories day after day by the pitiless members of King Henry's council, of which the purport was to outrage all the ties of nature by rendering them witnesses against each other. Some of the questions put to the unhappy queen bore no reference to her alleged offences, but are standing proofs of the insolent curiosity of those by whom she was examined. She was even asked what change of apparel the duchess was wont to give her yearly when under her care, with other questions of the most irrelevant and trivial nature. No evidence proving the crime of adultery against the queen could be extorted from the Duchess of Norfolk or any other witness. On the 31st of November, Culpeper and Derham were arraigned for high treason in Guildhall, before the Lord Mayor, contrary to any previous form of law. Justice was out of the question, for on the right hand of the intimidated civic magistrate sat the Lord Chancellor, on his left the Duke of Suffolk. The Lord Privy Seal, the Earls of Sussex and Hertford, with others of the council, also sat as judges that day. By those great state officers of the crown, some of whom had previously presided while the prisoners were questioned by torture, Derham and Culpeper were adjudged guilty and condemned to the dreadful death decreed to traitors. But though this sentence was pronounced, no proof of the crime of which they were accused had been established, and as it was considered necessary to substantiate the charge against the queen, they were respited for a few days, not in mercy, but that they might be subjected to fresh examinations by torture. They bore the extremity of their sufferings from day to day, if not unshrinkingly, without permitting anything that could criminate the queen to be wrung from the weakness of exhausted nature. Culpeper maintained the innocence of his royal kinswoman to the last unswervingly, nor could the extremity of torture draw from Derham an admission that the slightest criminality had passed between himself and Katharine since her marriage with the king. Damport, his friend, was subject to the torture of having his teeth forced out in the brakes, an instrument supposed to be the same as that called the Duke of Exeter's daughter. Worn out with his sufferings, Damport at length desired to speak to one of the council, and he would make confession. The report of the two gentlemen to whom his admissions were made is as follows. I, Sir John Gage, and I, Sir Richard Rich, went to him, and his saying for that time was, that Derham once said to him, when the king favoured Mistress Katharine, I could be sure of Mistress Katharine Howard, and if I would, but I dare not, the king beginneth to love her, but an he were dead, I might marry her. Damport also confesseth that Derham told him, that the Duchess of Norfolk once said to a gentlewoman in the queen's chamber, pointing to him, This is he who fled away to Ireland for the queen's sake. Damport confesseth this now, but would not do it before, for any torture that he could be put to. We have resolved that both he and Derham should be seriously examined again this day of certain points. Derham maketh humble suit for the remission of some part of the extremity of his judgment, wherein we require you to know his majesty's pleasure. He denied these confessions of Damport. From Christ Church, this Tuesday morning, December 6th. The council, by the king's direction, gave this reply to the query of the coadjutors of London. Touching Culpeper and Derham, if your lordships do think that ye have got as much out of Derham as can be had, that ye shall then, giving them some time that they may prepare themselves to God for the salvation of their souls, proceed to their execution. At Oatland, this present feast of the Conception of Our Lady. We think, writes Wriothesley again, we can get no more out of Durham than is already confessed. Therefore, unless we shall hear otherwise from the king's majesty, we have resolved that they shall suffer tomorrow, December 9th. This was followed by an order from the council in London to the council with the king, saying, though they thought the offence of Culpeper very heinous, they had given orders for him to be drawn to Tyburn, and there only to lose his head, according to his majesty's most gracious determination. Durham petitioned for some mitigation of his cruel sentence, but, when application was made to the king, the following was the reply: the king's majesty thinketh he deserveth no mercy at his hand, and therefore hath determined that he shall undergo the whole execution. On the following day Durham and Culpeper were drawn to Tyburn. Culpeper, out of consideration of his noble connections, was beheaded. Durham was hanged and quartered, with the usual barbarous circumstances of a traitor's death. Both protested their innocence of the crime for which they suffered. The heads of both were placed on London Bridge. Wriothesley expresses an enthusiastic wish that everyone's faults, who were accused, might be totted on their own heads, and thus proceeds to sum up the malefactions of the Duchess of Norfolk in the following order. First, having knowledge of Catharine's dereliction, she did recommend her to his majesty, and afterwards was a Mahon (medium) for her to extend favour, or rather to renew favour to Durham. And when Durham was taken and in the Tower for his treason, after the same was declared to her by the whole council, she did secretly break up 2 chests, and out of the same conveyed all such letters as might manifest her own knowledge of the affair. There is something peculiarly characteristic of the man in the zest with which Wriothesley enters into the proceedings against the unfortunate kindred of the queen. Yesterday, he writes, we committed the Lord William Howard, his wife, and Anne Howard. The Lord William stood as stiff as his mother, and made himself most clear from all mistrust or suspicion. I did not much like his fashion. This letter is in confidence to his colleague, and affords shrewd signs of a conspiracy in the council against the queen and her family. Why else should Wriothesley have disliked the appearance of fearless innocence in Lord William Howard, or felt uneasy at the probability of his clearing himself from the charge that was aimed at his life? As for his property, that was immediately sequestered, and strict inquiry made into the truth of a report that some of his lordship's stuff, or goods, had been thrown into the sea during the stormy passage of Lord William and his family from France. The loss was, however, confined to the mules and horses. The unfairness with which the trials of Lord William Howard and Damport were conducted was so great, that the master of the rolls, the attorney and solicitor general, and 3 of the king's council, the very persons who had taken the examinations, were brought as witnesses against the prisoners, in lieu of other evidence. The offence of Damport was simply that of being acquainted with the previous state of affairs between his friend Durham and the queen before her marriage, which, instead of revealing to the king, he had tattled to his acquaintance. He was in the end subjected to the most horrible tortures to make him declare more than he knew. Had he known more, it would have been divulged, for he had not the faculty of keeping a secret. The council were greatly embarrassed what to do with the infant children of Lord William Howard, 4 in number, and those of Lady Bridgewater, who were thus rendered homeless, but at last they consigned them to the custody of Cranmer, of the Bishop of Durham, and of Lady Oxford, to be dealt with according to their own discretion and convenience. The members of the council in London, in one of their letters to the council with the king, express a fear, as the Duchess of Norfolk is old and testy, that she may die out of perversity, to defraud the king's highness of the confiscation of her goods. Therefore it will be most advisable that she, and all the other parties named in a former letter, may be indicted forthwith of misprision of treason, whereby the parliament should have better grounds to confiscate their goods than if any of them chanced to die before the bill of attainder passed. Here then was a laudable attention to the contingencies of life and death for the benefit of the royal purse. Shades of Dudley and Epsom, hide your diminished heads, while the dealings of the council of the monarch, who brought ye to the scaffold for deeds of wrong and robbery, are unveiled. In a letter dated December 11th, his majesty's council is advertised, by the council in London, that they have found the value of 2000 marks in money and about 600 or 700 in plate belonging to the Duchess of Norfolk. The disgusting thirst for plunder, which is so marked a feature in the proceedings of the king and his council at this period, was further gratified on the 21st, when Southampton, Wriothesley, and Sadler triumphantly wrote to Henry to inform him that they had had another interview with the poor sick old duchess, who had voluntarily confessed where she had hid 800 pounds in money of her own property. On the news of this unexpected addition to their prey, they informed the aged captive that it was the king's gracious intention to spare her life. Whereupon she fell on her knees with uplifted hands, and went into such paroxysms of hysterical weeping that these gentlemen were sorely troubled to raise her up again. Henry certainly appears to have derived much consolation for his matrimonial mortifications from the rich spoils of plate, jewels, and money, which were torn from the kindred of his unhappy queen. Sir John Gorstick and John Skinner were appointed to go to Reigate to Lord William Howard's house, to take an inventory of all the money, jewels, goods, and chattels they should find there, and bring the same to the council. Mr. Secretary Wriothesley, Master Pollard, and Mr. Attorney were appointed to go to the Duchess of Norfolk's and Lord William's houses at Lambeth for the same purpose. Sir Richard Long and Sir Thomas Pope were sent on the like errand to the Lady Bridgewater's houses in Kent and Southwark. The Duchess of Norfolk's house at Horsham had been previously ransacked. Lady Rochford's house at Blickling in Norfolk was also put under sequestration. Mary Lassells was, by the desire of the council with the king, exempted from the indictment for misprision of treason, in which all the parties privy to the queen's early frailty were included. So low had the personal dignity of the sovereign fallen, that a feeling of gratitude was expressed in his majesty's name to this woman, because she did from the first opening of the matter to her brother seem to be sorry, and to lament that the king's majesty had married the queen. Great credit is given by the council to Mary Lassells for her good service in having revealed the matter, and also that she had refused to enter into the service of the queen. Beyond her own assertion, there is not the slightest evidence that she ever had the offering of doing this, and it was probably Catherine's neglect or forgetfulness of this woman that provoked her to the denouncement. It is impossible to overlook her enmity to the queen throughout, so end the friendships of vice. Damport, Manox, and the Duchess of Norfolk's servants were found guilty of the crime of misprision of treason. They made pitiful supplication for mercy, and the punishment of death was remitted by the king. The new year opened dismally on the fallen queen, who was still confined to the 2 apartments hung with mean stuff that had been allotted to her in the desecrated abbey of Sion. Her reflections during the 2 dreary months she had worn away in this wintry prison may be imagined. They were months replete with every agony, shame, grief, remorse, and terrible suspense. On the 16th of January, 1542, the new parliament that was to decide the fate of the queen met at Westminster. Catherine had indeed received a promise that her life should be spared, but if, relying on the sacredness of that promise, she had fondly imagined the bitterness of death was past, she must have been more astounded when the bill for her attainder was brought into the House of Lords. She was without friends, counsellors, or money at this awful crisis. The only person who might have succoured her in her sore distress was her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, if he had been so disposed. This nobleman was one of the greatest men of the age. In point of naval, military, and diplomatic talents, he had no second. He was the premier peer of England, and his unbounded wealth enabled him to retain in his band of pensioners a little standing army of his own in defiance of all the royal edicts against feudal retainers. He had the power of rising up in the House of Lords and demanding that his niece, the Queen of England, should be allowed the privilege of an Englishwoman, a fair trial for the offences of which she had been accused by her enemies, and that, if guilty, she should be proved so by the law, and not treated as such on presumption only. But Catherine, probably, had offended her uncle by withdrawing herself from his political tutelage. Like her fair and reckless cousin, Anne Boleyn, she had spurned his trammels in the brief hour of her queenly pride, and when the day of her adversity arrived, he not only abandoned her to her fate, but ranged himself on the side of her enemies. We have seen how this duke treated Anne Boleyn at the time of her trial. His conduct to the unhappy Catherine, whom he had been partly the means of placing in a situation so full of peril, even to a woman of sound principles and approved conduct, appears scarcely less cruel and vindictive. It is impossible that feelings of personal apprehension could have elicited from the conqueror of Sir Andrew Barton and one of the victors of Flodden the expressions we find in the following extract of his letter to the king on the arrest of the members of his family who were involved in the disgrace of the queen. The Duke of Norfolk to Henry VIII. Most noble and gracious sovereign lord, yesterday came to my knowledge that mine ungracious mother-in-law, mine unhappy brother and his wife, with my lewd sister of Bridgewater, were committed to the Tower, which I, by long experience, knowing your accustomed equity and justice used to all your subjects, am sure is not done, but for some of their false and traitorous proceedings against your royal majesty, which revolving in my mind, with also the most abominable deeds done by two of my nieces against your highness, hath brought me into the greatest perplexity that ever poor wretch was in, fearing that your majesty, having so often and by so many of my kin been thus falsely and traitorously handled, might not only conceive a displeasure in your heart against me and all other of my kin, but also abhor in manner to hear speak of any of the same. Wherefore, most gracious sovereign lord, prostrate at your feet, most humbly I beseech your majesty to call to your remembrance that a great part of this matter has come to light by my declaration to your majesty, according to my bounded duty, of the words spoken to me by my mother-in-law, when your highness sent me to Lambeth to search Durham's coffers, without the which I think she had not further been examined, nor consequently her ungracious children, which my true proceedings towards your majesty being considered, and also the small love my two false traitorous nieces, and my mother-in-law, have borne unto me, doth put me in some hope, that your highness will not conceive any displeasure in your most gentle heart against me, that God knoweth did never think thought, which might be to your discontentation. This letter seems to throw some light on the hostility of the Duke of Norfolk to the unfortunate queens, his nieces. They had evidently espoused the cause of the old Duchess Agnes in the family feud, and her influence had probably been exerted both with Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard in crossing his political measures and lessening his credit at court. The bill for attainder of Catherine Howard, late Queen of England, Jane, Lady Rochford, Agnes Howard, Duchess of Norfolk, Anne, Countess of Bridgewater, Lord William Howard, Anne Howard, wife to the Queen's brother Henry, and some others, was read for the first time January 21st. On the 28th, the Lord Chancellor, feeling some misgivings as to the legality of bringing the Queen and so many noble ladies to the block without allowing the accused the opportunity of making the slightest defence, reminded the peers how much it concerned them all not to proceed too hastily with the bill for attainder of the Queen, and others, which had been yet only read once among them, bidding them remember that the Queen was no mean or private person, but a public and illustrious one. Therefore her cause ought to be judged in a manner that should leave no room for suspicion of some latent quarrel, and that she had not liberty to clear herself, if perchance by reason or counsel she was able to do it. For this purpose he proposed that a deputation, as well of the Commons as of the Lords, should go to the Queen, partly to tell her the cause of their coming, and partly, in order to help her womanish fears, to advise her to have the presence of mind sufficient to say anything to make her cause the better. He added that it was but just that a princess should be tried by equal laws with themselves, and expressed his assurance that it would be most acceptable to her most loving consort if the queen could clear herself in this way, and in the meantime the bill against her was ordered to be suspended. This equitable proposition of the lord chancellor was disapproved and negatived by the privy council, by whom it was determined that no opportunity, however limited, should be granted to Catherine, of either speaking in her own defence, or impugning the testimony of the witnesses, on whose unsifted assertions she was to be brought to the block. Whatever the conduct of the queen had been, she was in this instance the victim of the most unconstitutional despotism, and the presumption may be reasonably drawn, from the illegality and unfairness of the proceedings of the privy council, that the evidence against her could not have been substantiated if investigated according to the common forms of justice. On the 30th of January the lord chancellor declared that the council, disliking the message that was to be sent to the queen, had thought of another way less objectionable, which was to petition the king that the parliament might have leave to proceed to give judgment and finish the queen's cause, that the event of that business might no longer be in doubt, that his majesty would be pleased to pardon them, if by chance in speaking of the queen they might offend against the statutes then in existence, that the attainder against Durham and Culpeper might be confirmed by the authority of parliament, and that his majesty would, out of regard to his own health, spare himself the pain of giving his assent in person to the bill of attainder, but allow it to pass by letters patent under his great seal. 7 days after, the 6th of February, the bill was, with brutal haste, hurried through both houses. On the 10th, the queen was conveyed by water from her doleful prison at Sion to the Tower of London, under the charge of the Duke of Suffolk, the Lord Privy Seal, and the Lord Great Chamberlain. No record has been preserved of the manner in which Katharine Howard received the announcement that she must prepare for this ominous change. It is possible that, till that moment, the elastic spirits of youth, and a fond reliance on Cranmer's promise, had preserved the hope that keeps alive despair. Those by whom she was guarded and attended on her last cold desolate voyage had been silent as to her deportment, and no page in history tells us whether Katharine Howard behaved with the proud firmness of a descendant of the Plantagenets, or betrayed the passionate grief and terror of a trembling woman, when the portentous arch of the Traitor's Gate overshadowed her devoted head. With the length of the voyage and the season of the year, it is probable that darkness must have closed over the wintry waters of the Thames before the forlorn captive arrived at her destination, exhausted with fatigue and benumbed with cold. If this were the case, she was spared the horror of beholding the heads of her seducer, Durham, and her unfortunate cousin, Thomas Culpeper, over the bridge. One night of suspense was passed by Catherine in her new prison lodging before her fate was sealed. How that interval was spent is unrecorded. End of section 23. Section 24 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Katharine Howard, Chapter 2, Part 3. Henry gave his assent to the bill of attainder against his young, beautiful, and once adored consort, Katharine Howard, the Lady Rochford, Thomas Culpeper, and Francis Durham, the next day. The severed heads of these gentlemen had been, for the last 2 months, withering on London Bridge, so to them the sentence was immaterial. Notwithstanding the deceitful assurances of the royal grace that had been held out to the aged Duchess of Norfolk by Wriothesley, for the purpose of beguiling her, if possible, into becoming a witness against her granddaughter, the queen, she was included in the act of attainder, for Henry was resolutely bent on taking her life. He maintained that the offence of breaking open Durham's coffers and destroying the papers she took from thence was sufficient evidence of the crime of high treason. The judges, compliant as they were in most cases, had in this instance ventured to dissent from his majesty, as it was impossible to ascertain, of what nature those papers were. Henry was irritated at the opinion of his law officers, and said, that there was as much reason to convict the Duchess of Norfolk of treason as there had been to convict Derham. They cannot say, he observes, that they have any learning to maintain that they have a better ground to make Derham's case treason, and to suppose that his coming again to the queen's service was to an ill intent of the renovation of his former naughty life, than they have in this case to presume that the breaking open of the coffers was to the intent to conceal letters of treason. Thus we learn, from the highest possible authority, that Derham suffered on presumptive evidence only, not that he had wronged the sovereign, but that he had conceived an intention to do so. This appears, in fact, to be the state rule of the case with regard to Derham. The lord chancellor produced the bill, with the royal seal and the king's sign manual, in the House of Lords, and desired the commons might attend. The king was not present. The Duke of Suffolk then rose and stated, that he and his fellow deputies had been with the queen, and that she had openly confessed to them the great crime of which she had been guilty against the most high God and a kind prince, and lastly, against the whole English nation, that she begged of them all to implore his majesty not to impute her crime to her whole kindred and family, but that his majesty would extend his unbounded mercy and benevolence to all her brothers, that they might not suffer for her faults. Lastly, she besought his majesty that it would please him to bestow some of her clothes on those maidservants who had been with her from the time of her marriage, since she had now nothing else left to recompense them as they deserved. The earl of Southampton next rose up, and confirmed what the duke said, but added something that had been obliterated from the journals of that day's proceedings, which, it is conjectured, was done to prevent posterity from learning some facts connected with the fate of the Howard queen. When the commons entered, the assent of the king to the bill was given by commission, and the fatal sentence, Le roi l'a vu, was pronounced to the act which deprived a queen of England of her life without trial, and loaded her memory with obloquies so dark a hue that no historian has ventured to raise the veil, even to inquire how far the charges are based on fact. The persons who went with the Duke of Suffolk to receive the confession of the queen were those by whom she had been first accused to the king, namely, Cranmer, Southampton, Audley, and Thirlby. How much she confessed to them, says Burnet, is not clear, neither by the journal nor the act of parliament, which only says she confessed. If she had confessed the crime of adultery, there can be no doubt that the act of attainder would have been based on her own admission, instead of a presumption that it was her intention to commit that crime. The confession, mentioned in general terms by Suffolk, was evidently her penitent acknowledgment of her incontinence before her marriage with the king. No one, indeed, appears ever to have felt deeper contrition for the offences of her youth than this unhappy queen. When she was informed that she must prepare for death, she addressed her confessor, Dr. Longland, Bishop of Lincoln, in these words, which were afterwards delivered by him to a noble young lord of her name and near alliance. As to the act, my reverend lord, for which I stand condemned, God and his holy angels I take to witness, upon my soul's salvation, that I die guiltless, never having so abused my sovereign's bed. What other sins and follies of youth I have committed I will not excuse, but I am assured that for them God hath brought this punishment upon me, and will, in his mercy, remit them, for which, I pray you, pray with me unto his Son and my Saviour, Christ. Cranmer had humanely tried, by every means in his power, to induce Catherine to preserve her life by acknowledging a precontract with Francis Derham. But she repelled the idea with scorn, and, with the characteristic firmness of a Howard, determined rather to go to the block as Queen of England than to prolong her dishonoured existence on the terms suggested. The Church of Rome allowed no divorce except in cases of precontract, and, as Catherine would not admit that she was troth-plight to Francis Derham, there was no other mode of severing Henry's matrimonial engagement with her than by the acts of the executioner. The only person against whom she testified resentment was her uncle Norfolk, who, in a letter to the council, written when he, in his turn, lay under sentence of death in the Tower, thus expresses himself of her and Anne Boleyn. What malice both my nieces that it pleased the king's highness to marry did bear unto me is not unknown to such ladies as kept them in this house, as my lady Herbert, my lady Tyrwhit, my lady Kingston, and others, which heard what they said of me." In the same letter the duke shows sufficient cause for the indignation expressed by the unhappy Catherine against him, for his unmanly conduct to the unfortunate ladies of his family in their distress, since he boasts that he was the principal witness against the poor old duchess, his father's widow, saying, "Who showed his majesty the words of my mother-in-law, for which she was attainted of misprision, but only I?" Catherine, when she vented the natural feelings of contempt and bitterness against her cruel uncle, had every reason to believe that her aged grandmother would follow her to the block, as she then lay under sentence of death in the Tower. Who can wonder that she regarded Norfolk with horror? The interval allowed to the unqueen Catherine Howard between her condemnation and the execution of her sentence was brief. More time to prepare for the awful change from life to eternity would have been granted to the lowest criminal who should have been found guilty by the laws of his country than was allotted to her who had shared the throne of the sovereign. The royal assent to her attainder was signified to her February 11th, but 2 days after she was led to the scaffold, accompanied by Lady Rochford and attended by her confessor. But Catherine Howard, though still in the morning of life and the bloom of beauty, was already weaned from the world. She had proved the vanity of all its delusions and the deceitfulness of royal favour. She had been more sternly dealt with by historians than Anne Boleyn, but she met her fate with more calmness, and a far greater degree of pious resignation. Familiarized as the people now were with the sight of blood, observes Tytler, it was not without some feelings of national abasement that they beheld another queen ignominiously led to the scaffold. And that, we may add, to die, not according to the law, but in defiance of the laws of England, which have provided, for the security of human life, that no one should be put to death without a fair and open trial. Frivolous as were the evidences on which Anne Boleyn was condemned, she was allowed the privilege of speaking for herself. Her wit, her acuteness, and impassioned eloquence, if heard with callous indifference by her partial judges, have pleaded her cause to all posterity. They plead for her still. Catherine Howard was led like a sheep to the slaughter, without being permitted to unclose her lips in her own defence, save for her spiritual adviser, who was to receive her last confession. This prelate, be it remembered, was also the king's confessor, the same whom he had required upon All Saints' Day to unite with him in thanking God for having blessed him with such a wife. More sympathy would in all probability have been manifested for the young, the beautiful, and deeply penitent queen, if she had had any other companion on the scaffold than the infamous Lady Rochford, whose conduct in regard to her accomplished husband and Anne Boleyn had rendered her an object of general execration. Catherine Howard submitted to the headsman's stroke with meekness and courage, and her more guilty companion imitated her humility and piety in the closing scene of their fearful tragedy. The particulars, as described in a contemporary letter from an eye-witness, are as follows. Otwell Johnson to his brother, John Johnson, merchant of the Staple at Calais. At London, 15th of February, 1541-42. From Calais I have heard as yet nothing of your suit to my lord Grey, and for news from hence I saw the queen and the Lady Rochford suffer within the Tower the day following my letter on Sunday evening, whose souls, I doubt not, be with God, for they made the most godly and Christian end that ever was heard tell of, I think, since the world's creation, uttering their lively faith in the blood of Christ only, and with godly words and steadfast countenances, they desired all Christian people to take regard unto their worthy and just punishment of death for their offences, against God heinously, from their youth upwards, and also against the king's royal majesty very dangerously, wherefore they being justly condemned, as they said, by the laws of the realm and parliament, required the people, I say, to take example at them, for amendment of ungodly lives, and to gladly obey the king in all things, for whose preservation they did heartily pray, and willed all people so to do, commending their souls to God, and earnestly calling upon him for mercy. Whom I beseech to give us such grace, with faith, hope, and charity, at our departing out of this miserable world, to come to the fruition of his Godhead in joy everlasting. Amen. Your loving brother, Otwell Johnson. With my hearty commendations unto Mr. Cave and Mrs. Cave, not forgetting my sister your wife, I pray you to let them be made partakers of this last news, for surely it is well worth the knowledge. That doubts were entertained of the guilt of this unhappy queen may be gathered from the misgivings of the lord chancellor after the first reading of the bill for her attainder, and also from the following contemporary notice among the Lambeth manuscripts. This day, February 13th, was executed Queen Catherine for many shocking misdemeanours, though some do suppose her to be innocent. The last words of Lady Rochford were, that she supposed God had permitted her to suffer this shameful doom as a punishment for having contributed to her husband's death by her false accusation of Queen Anne Boleyn, but she was guilty of no other crime. This declaration was made on the scaffold, probably after she had seen the head of her royal mistress severed by the axe of the executioner. If urged by conscience at that dreadful moment to acknowledge the guilt of perjury and murder, she would scarcely have marred her dying confession by falsely protesting her innocence of the more venial offences for which she had been sentenced to die with the queen. The scaffold on which Katharine Howard and Lady Rochford suffered was the same on which Anne Boleyn, Lord Rochford, the Marquess of Exeter, and the venerable Countess of Salisbury had been previously executed. It was erected within the Tower, on the space before the church of St. Peter ad Vincula. It has been long since removed, but its site may still be traced by the indelible stains on the flints, which faintly map out the dimensions of the fatal spot where so much royal and noble blood was spilt by the headsman's axe during the Tudor reigns of terror. Thus died in the flower of her age, and in the 18th month of her marriage, Queen Katharine Howard, the fifth wife of Henry VIII., and the second queen whom he had sent to the block, after repudiating a lawful wife to obtain her hand. In both instances, it might be said, the beauteous toy, so fiercely sought, had lost its charms by being caught. Henry's motives for marrying Katharine Howard are explained in a letter from the Privy Council to Mr. Paget, his ambassador in France, in the following words. It pleased his highness, upon a notable appearance of honour, cleanness, and maidenly behaviour, to bend his affection towards Mrs. Katharine Howard, daughter to the Lord Edmund Howard, brother to me, the Duke of Norfolk, insomuch that his highness was finally contented to honour her with his marriage, thinking now in his old age, after sundry troubles of mind which had happened unto him by marriages, to have obtained such a perfect jewel of womanhood, and very perfect love to him, as should have not only been to his quietness, but also brought forth the desired fruit of marriage, like as the whole realm thought semblable, and did her all honour accordingly. In the act of settlement of the succession, the imaginary children, which Henry expected his fair young consort to bring him, were given the preference to his disinherited daughters by his two first queens. Katharine Howard, like her cousin Anne Boleyn, probably fared the worse for not having fulfilled the royal tyrant's wish of male offspring. Give me children or die, appears to have been the fearful alternative offered by Henry to his queens. Henry VIII. Assumed the title of King of Ireland a few days before the execution of his fifth consort. Katharine Howard therefore died the first queen of England and Ireland. The mangled form of the once adored Katharine Howard was borne from the bloody scaffold to a dishonoured grave with indecent haste, and with no more regard to funereal obsequies than had been vouchsafed to her equally unfortunate cousin, the murdered Anne Boleyn, near whose ostensible place of burial her remains were interred. Weaver gives the following record of her grave. In St. Peter's chapel of the Tower, very near the relics of Anne Boleyn, lieth the interred body of Katharine, the fifth wife of Henry VIII., the daughter of Edmund, and niece to Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk. It is verily believed, and many strong reasons are given both by English and foreign writers, that neither this queen Catherine nor queen Anne were any way guilty of the breach of matrimony whereof they were accused. If all the patterns of a merciless tyrant had been lost to the world, says Sir Walter Raleigh, when speaking of Henry VIII., they might have been found in this prince. Henry VIII. Was the first king of England who brought ladies to the block, who caused the tender female form to be distorted with tortures, and committed a living prey to the flames. He was the only king who sought consolation for the imagined offences of his wives against his honour by plundering their relatives of their plate and money. Shame, not humanity, prevented him from staining the scaffold with the blood of the aged Duchess of Norfolk. He released her after long imprisonment. George Cavendish introduces the sorrowful shade of the unfortunate Howard queen among his metrical visions. A few lines may bear quotation. As written by her contemporary, they are very curious. Thus as I sat, the tears within my eyne, of her the wrecked, whiles I did debate, before my face methought I saw this queen, no whit as her I left, God wot, of late. But all bewept in black and poor estate, which prayed me that I would ne forget the fall of her within my book to set. Notwithstanding the rudeness of the measure, there is something very pathetic in the piteous imagery of the fallen queen, all bewept in black and poor estate, petitioning for her place in the melancholy train of contemporary victims of the shadowy dramatis persona of George Cavendish's book is made up. She is not much beholden to his report after all, for he violates history by making her confess that which she denied before God and his holy angels, namely, violation of her marriage vows. Cavendish speaks of her as very young and extols her great beauty, which he makes her lament as the occasion of her fall. To be a queen fortune did me prefer, flourishing in youth with beauty fresh and pure, whom nature made shine equal with the stars, and to reign in felicity with joy and pleasure, wanting no thing that love might me procure, so much far beloved, far beyond the rest, with my sovereign lord, who lodged me in his nest. Our poet makes the young queen bewail her loss of the royal obsequies, and that no one would wear mourning for her, in the following quaint lines. Now I know well, quod she, among my friends all, that here I left the day of my decay, that I shall get no pompous funeral, nor of my black no man the charge shall pay, save that some one perchance may hap to say, such one there was, alas, and that there was Ruth, pity, that she herself disdained with such untruth. Culpeper is also compelled by our poet to make a ghostly confession of a crime there is no evidence to believe he ever committed, and which he denied on the rack and on the scaffold. It is, however, to be observed that Cavendish makes all Henry's victims suffer justly, except the Countess of Salisbury, though the view he has taken of both Catherine Howard and her predecessor, Anne Boleyn, is afterwards contradicted very fully by the admission he describes Henry as making in the midst of his deathbed remorse. After I forsook my first most lawful wife, and took another, my pleasure to fulfil, I changed often, so inconstant was my life. Death was the meed of some that did none ill, which only was to satisfy my will, I was so desirous of new. A high tribute to the virtues of Henry's first queen, Catherine of Aragon, follows. It was in consequence of the discovery of Catherine Howard's early misconduct that the memorable Act of Parliament was passed, making it high treason for any person to know of a flaw in the character of any lady whom the king might propose to marry without revealing it, and also subjecting the lady to the penalty of death if she presumed to deceive her sovereign on that point. Nicander Nucius, a Greek attaché of the imperial ambassador at the court of Henry VIII. In the year 1546, tells us that Catherine Howard, whom he places as the fourth instead of the fifth in his catalogue of Henry's wives, was esteemed the most beautiful woman of her time. He records her tragic fate, but has so little idea of the real state of the facts that he says, She had fallen in love with a noble youth of the court, and the king himself detected their guilt, and commanded their heads to be cut off with those who were the accessories to their passion, and the heads, except that of the queen, he caused to be elevated on spears, and fixed on one of the turrets of the bridge, and the skulls are even at this time to be seen denuded of flesh. A strange confusion of truth and falsehood pervades this statement, but it is curious, because from the pen of a contemporary, and denoting the precise spot occupied by the heads of Culpeper and Derham. These Nicander had himself seen. His ignorance of the English language caused him to make a few mistakes in the history attached to these ghastly relics of the royal matrimonial tragedy which occurred in 1541 42. End of Section 24. End of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland.